let's see what's on.
But that's not all. The Switch 2 attaches controllers with electromagnetic technology.
Cool.
4K raw power.
Do you struggle with unexpected movements? Shut up! You may be...
It's been a long time, Game Bird Classic.
Papa?
Sure. What is bothering you, my child?
It's just, tonight's the Nintenbyte Podcast, and I have nothing to wear, and I'm scared.
But child, the Nintenbyte Podcast unleashed a new line of merch, including sick t-shirts.
Really?
Here, I'll show you. Gaze into the power! The future is now. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're unleashing the brand new Nintenbyte Podcast.
Nintenbyte rules.
Introducing the Nintenbyte Podcast shirt. Each shirt is made with 100% farm fresh carrot fibers.
Carrot.
We turned a carrot into a shirt. But that's not all. Presenting the Nintenbyte piped glass for all you milk lovers. Nintenbyte offers a variety of merch. And never miss the mark.
I'm Nintendo Prime. I'm Thunder Stash.
I'm Game Bird Classic. So order now while your body is ready.
All right, everyone, how we doing? Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, Season 2, Episode 17. And guys, if you like that intro, dude, there's a new one coming in a few months that you guys are not going to want to miss.
Dude, I'm buying a shirt right now. It's in my cart.
Are you really?
I'm putting my payment info in, yeah.
Dude, that's sick. I gotta link it in the chat. I always forget to link it when it's playing.
It'll link my cart if I try. It's in the description. I'll put it in.
Yeah, I got it. All right, guys. How you doing? Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast. We're gonna have an awesome show for you guys today. Man, feels like this last month we've had like event after event after event, crazy stuff happening. Finally, this is just like a normal episode. Last week was pre-order madness, which of course meant this week we had to have some pre-order people that were doing pre-order live streams. We have Mike Odyssey and Jake Randall.
What's up, chat?
We had to have you guys back. Mike's over there trying to act all cool with the blurred background and trying to get his Mac to do things.
At least he's not freezing every time it doesn't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Did you upgrade, Mike?
You gotta keep it clean, Mike.
I just switched from Elgato to another capture card and it went away.
Oh, not having the balloon chop your head off.
Yeah, exactly.
I can leave a message for you when I buy my shirt.
Yes, you can.
I can write my name as 2-inch Destroyer.
You absolutely can.
No more chopping off.
Yeah. That's awesome. The funny thing is, I used Elgato and had no problem with it, but I also technically that Mac Studio was a beast. So I probably didn't matter what I threw at that thing. All right, so guys, we have a past show for you guys. We got 4 big topics. Obviously, we were talking about the pre-order stuff. Some craziness with when we might expect the next wave of pre-orders to come in, and we're going to go over the list of what we actually pre-ordered versus what we talked about last week, which was like, hey, what do we want or plan to pre-order? It can be a lot different than when we actually were able to get our hands onto. Because certain things were maybe not so easy to get. Certain things might have been easy to get. Maybe things we changed our mind. Like I know there's a certain accessory Jake Randall got that I didn't even know existed. So
I got it too. I saw that, and I had
yeah. So it's gonna be wild. Which reminds me that I have to go grab my receipt upstairs because I didn't actually make my list of this, but that's all right. So we got Mike Addison and Jake Randall here. Eric, how you doing, buddy? The Spice Lord.
Good. Yeah. Good as always.
Got Gamebird Classic.
Birdman cometh, baby.
Hell yeah. And then we got the Thunder Stash.
What's up? Busy week. Busy week.
Gonna keep getting busier. All right. So let's just go around and get the topics chosen. Stash Man, why don't you go first this time?
I will take the pre-orders.
Okay, there we go. Which that means I have to run and grab my receipt as soon as we start. Let's see here. Let's go with how about the Spice Lord?
Oh God, put me in,
coach.
Put me in, coach. Yeah.
I gotta grab something as well. I'll be right back.
Yeah. More and more games are being announced as game key cards. Let's do that.
Oh, okay. You're gonna go with the controversial topic. I see.
Yeah.
Eric's the controversial one over there.
I'm the asshole of the group.
Shit happens. Gamebird, what are you leaving me with, bud? Actually, what are you taking?
I'm going to take on the next major batch of Switch 2 game announcements.
Oh,
here we go.
Oh, baby. I don't even know. What does that even leave me with?
Baby.
Oh, man. You guys are leaving me to describe the other controversy, the 20.0.0 update?
Duh.
No! I've only made like 2 videos about it today, so I guess I'm oh, by the way, I don't know if people noticed, I got featured in like 20,000 videos today because of my tweets. Why are my tweets getting put in videos? Do your own research, damn it.
The Switch stock fan account keeps getting put in videos too.
That it's hilarious because like some of the stuff he's saying is just bullshit.
Yep.
It's whatever. I technically put him in a video, but I actually blasted him in the video, so I'm not so sure that he liked that. You know what? He might like that. I think he likes the attention, no matter if it's good or bad.
Yeah. He lives in India. I had a conversation with him in the DMs.
Oh. Oh. Is he like another risky Gulmar situation? He's just pretending.
No, he's not. I mean, he's just like post whatever.
Yeah, he clearly doesn't give a shit. So Switch 2 stock, I don't actually know him, but I know my community trolled the fuck out of him to prove that that you should never believe anything he says. You guys follow him on X. Literally, they just DM'd him. Oh, I know Switch 2 does this, and then he just posted it. Oh, I have a new rumor, a new leak. No vetting, no. Anyone can DM the guy saying they know something.
Yeah, I remember the person said like my uncle works at Nintendo, and he like shared that part too, and he's like, that's.
So, like, basically, you should never believe anything the guy said. No one that's legit is going to this guy because he just posts everything. He's like the 4chan of X right now with Switch 2.
Well, dude, the reason I DM'd him is because I kind of blasted him too because he posted this thing, like buy me a coffee, a link.
Oh, the buy me a coffee thing, yeah.
And then which is fine, like whatever.
People do that.
But then he posts later underneath it. He goes, by the way, not a single person, like no one's donated a single dollar yet.
Wow.
And I was like, dude, like.
That's eBay.
My public reply was like, listen, like if you're doing this for like just for that, like just take it from me. You're doing it for the wrong reasons, and I would maybe consider doing something else.
Yeah.
Like, it's no problem to ask, and it's no problem people want to give, but like what have you this was back before pre-orders happened. And I was like, what have you even done? Like you haven't gotten anyone anything yet.
Yeah, you literally you accomplished nothing of what your username says.
Yeah.
And then we ended up having a private conversation, and he was nice in it. And I was like, all right, well, it's okay. Just hold your chin up high, dude. Like everyone makes mistakes. Like just go forward.
Yeah.
And then he posted like more stuff that he pulled out of his ass. I'm like, oh. I haven't messaged him again, but I'm like, all right, well, maybe I was right.
It is what it is. Obviously does it for attention. Anyways, enough about that. Stash Man, what are we talking about? I might even hear what you say because I gotta go get my receipt.
Pre-order. So obviously there's been so much hype, so much build up, discussion about where we're going, what we plan to pre-order versus like probably what actually happened. because it was absolute chaos.
That's fine.
Jake, I was in your live stream after we ended our live, and I had Michaela in here with me on the other computer, and we had you on the TV. And then I was live with the guys too, like after the show.
Mhm.
And I just gotta say, she was thoroughly entertained by your live stream.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
You a fan of the finger guns?
Yeah, she enjoyed it.
It's a love it or hate it thing. People that hate it really hate it.
No, the way she was looking at it was like with her eyes, like what the F? But in a good way. And I'm like, right? I'm like, it's great, huh?
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was really cool. I gotta tell you though, it took us a long time. Eric, you'll be able to tell everybody, but you got yours really quick. It took us a long time. And my preferred destination didn't work out. So that's kind of what I want to get at. Like, what was our stories and what did we end up getting? So, with that said, is there someone who wants to go first? I could go first, but I usually go last.
I can go.
Mike, please take the stage. Thank you.
So first, I want to say thank you to Jake, because I would have not done my live stream if not for Jake. He basically inspired me to do so, because I've seen how he helps everybody with. I've seen how he helped people with for years now, secure PS5 pre-orders, PS4 pre-orders, and all this stuff. Right?
Wait, Mike. I appreciate that. Could you do me a favor and just bump your gain on your mic just a little?
1, 2, testing my check.
Yeah.
Is that good?
Yeah. Thank you, man.
Okay. So yeah, I wanted to thank first Jake, because I wouldn't have done my pre-order or even my Twitter announcement to help people pre-order Nintendo Switch 2 if I weren't inspired by him. He's been doing it for years, and so even when I announced that I was helping people, I always pointed also to Jake, and I had him in my all my videos in the description so that people can also follow him and Elbot. Is it Elbot?
Elbot, LeBlor's the times.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Jake, for all you've done for gaming when it comes to helping people get their systems, and because I know it's a frustrating thing, and having somebody out there, selfishly watching your back and trying to get, help you out getting switches is something to be looked up to, and that's why I did it, because I was motivated by you.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, and you did a great job with it as well.
Yeah, and so and we had our live stream. I had all the links in the description and everything. And I had like a little list of not to do's. And I learned this from Jake. What not to do. Do not forget about forget about accessories. Go for the Switch only. Once you secure a Switch, and then you can go back to the accessories and stuff like that. All that stuff. Be logged in. Call your bank. All that stuff. Make sure that you're good to go. And so for us, believe it or not, in the live stream, it was surprisingly very smooth. I kept getting people. I ordered mine. Like hundreds of pre-orders went through, including mine. I did mine through Walmart, and my first try went through like right away. I ordered the Switch 2 bundle. I got the Pro controller. I got the. I didn't want to get this stupid wheel accessory, but I still got it because I want to make a video. I ordered all the accessories. I was able to get all of them. Just because I want to make videos and unboxing accessories and have them on the channel and stuff. But I also went to GameStop just because I wanted the experience of going in the morning and having. This is my first launch as a content creator, so I wanted to go through the entire experience, not just pre-order online. So I went in the morning to GameStop, made the line, pre-ordered there too, and so yeah, it went very, very smooth. At GameStop, I only got the Switch by itself, and I got that for my girls. At Walmart, I got the bundle. I got it for me because we can share now. So I don't need to get two Mario Karts. But it was pretty good. It was a fun night. And it's crazy. I was at GameStop today, and I told the guy like, "Hey, Nintendo Switch 2 did pretty well." In the pre-order season, I don't think that is gonna do so well. I think it's gonna flop. I'm like, you do know it, bro. What is it? 6 million pre-orders
projected.
And so I'm like, I don't think that's accurate, but I can't agree or disagree right now, because right now it's just the beginning of it. But
That's for the world, right?
Yeah. And so I think it's it was a fun night. It was like one of the most fun nights I've had as a content creator. And I thank Jake for helping me help a whole bunch of other people too, because I got a lot of people thank me. Oh, thank you for putting me to Jake, because I was able to pre-order through Jake, and I'm like, oh, that's awesome, man. That's what he's there for. He's helped me and a whole bunch of other people too. So it was just fun. It was fun.
Yeah.
So, Mike,
Yeah.
are you just going with Mario Kart and the accessories? Did you get any other games?
I got Mario Kart, the accessories. I got Donkey Kong. I got Street Fighter. I think that's it. Story of Seasons, because my daughter likes Story of Seasons. I think that's it. When it comes to physical pre-order, everything I'll just get digital. But physically, I got all the accessories. I got the mouse accessory from GameStop. They're trying to sell me on it. I'm like, okay, I'll just take it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
And that's it. I do have a 3D printer right behind me, which I am also doing some mouse accessories. I'm going to send all of you one, so you guys can use it for your Switch too.
Oh, cool.
That's funny you mentioned that, because I'm actually making a camera.
A camera? Like, oh, dude, we got to work together then. Because I'm
actually, yeah, I need some help with the 3D printing part. And
yeah, I got a 3D printer, and I actually have I already printed a little figure of the Cloud from Mario 64, and then the stick, so I can put a camera inside that little Cloud guy.
So yeah, that's actually what I'm doing, and I already have my 1080p cameras that I've ordered in bulk.
Yeah.
From China.
Alibaba.
Yeah, exactly. And then
this camera's gonna be
called. So I just need the Cloud, or actually, I don't even need the Cloud. I just need a stand that will hold the camera.
Yeah.
And then the way I'm gonna do it is that I can sell it to other people. So since there's gonna be no copyright or licensing issues, it's just the stand in the camera, and then you can buy the official Lakitu figure off Amazon or the Nintendo store.
Yeah.
And it's gonna fit in flush.
Yeah.
And then his little fishing pole is gonna hold the camera.
That's good, man. That's good. Let me show you something real quick.
I was gonna say, Jake, why do I have a feeling that this camera's gonna be 2 inches tall and very phallic shaped?
I wish, because if it was a 2-inch figure, it would be cheaper, and that's more than enough. But I had to get the 4.5 inch.
Oh, damn!
Which is huge.
It is.
Oh, Mike, it turned out good.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, man.
Dude, that's thick.
1, 2.
Yeah, you're on.
Oh, yeah.
You could replace that pole with anything.
Yeah.
Literally.
Oh my God.
And if you break it in the process, there's always stick fix, my friend.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Six picks.
it's about 16 inches long.
Yeah, that's overkill, but like 8 times the size that you need. But
yeah,
still good.
So came out pretty good, right?
Yeah, it looks nice.
By the way, it's on my Etsy store if you wanna order one.
Nice.
On your Etsy store.
Yeah.
I do have an Etsy store, though, by the way.
I know
that
you.
doesn't surprise me.
That's not shocking.
That's where you guys you find Joy Mug only at the Etsy.
Only at the Etsy.
All right, Jake, can you take it away, please, with what you were able to secure?
Yeah, sure. So as Nate mentioned, the big curiosity that was going a little viral there was I pre-ordered what Mike also got, the Joy-Con mouse shell from GameStop, and there is no official image of this, but there was a 3D there was like a render on Reddit, fan-made render that I tweeted along with my receipt to give people an idea. But basically, it's whatever it is, it's going to be something where you can put the Joy-Con in, and it just makes it more like a full mouse.
Yeah.
I was actually, since I tweeted that, able to find a real product with images on Amazon, but it's sold out. But the one that I found on Amazon didn't look exactly like that render. They were more like kind of like circular, I guess, or like rounded. That's what I'm like, rounded. But the same idea, like you insert the Joy-Con in, and it just fills out your hand more, makes it more comfortable, like a mouse. So those I don't think is going to be anything crazy, because it was $20.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking it's going to be something to the extent of like the wheels, that you put your Joy-Con in for Mario Kart.
Yeah.
Kind of like, you know what I mean? Like kind of pointless, but I think it'll have a little more purpose and functionality than the wheels.
Yeah.
So I got that, and then I actually got the Piranha Plant camera as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna mod that one to 1080p too. I'm gonna if I have to cut the plastic under the mouth and then reinstall it so I can swap out the camera, I'm gonna do that. If you guys don't know, the Piranha Plant camera is 480p, and I'm pretty sure it's because Nintendo has a thing where third party, if they want to be officially licensed, they have to nerf their accessories. So Nintendo's ones are the best quality. So it's not that Hori can't afford to make it or whatever. It's just that Nintendo requires that in order to let them be officially licensed.
Yeah. Can I add something to what you're saying, Jake, about the mouse thing? I think it's going to be a lot more looked after than you think, because when I played Metroid with a mouse, and I played Civilization 7 just because Civilization is one that's a PC game that uses the mouse a lot. There was an issue. There was an issue that arose a lot, and then the guy who's attending the thing, the kiosk, he said, a lot of people have been talking about that, and is when you use the Joy-Con as a mouse, right? There's no real use for the joystick, because you're just using it as a mouse here. And so when you rest your hand over the joystick, then your fingers tends to kind of hit the joystick, and it'll make the camera move places where you don't want to move.
You think they would add a patch to disable the joystick when you go into mouse mode?
That would be awesome, because I had issues with Metroid and Civilization with that. I'm like, does these joysticks play any part when they're in mouse mode on Metroid? Nope. Does it play a part in Civilization 7? Nope. Because I find myself hitting it, and the camera goes everywhere when I'm trying not to. So I have to put my finger to the back, and it's very uncomfortable to hold when it comes to like that. So that mouse thing, if it goes over the joystick, it covers a little bit and makes it like a real mouse. It's a big asset for people to use.
Yeah, obviously, then you don't have to worry about the patch, and it'll just probably be more comfortable in general. So I got that's what I pre-ordered. I pre-ordered from Walmart. I got mine about 45 minutes into the drop. And then the next day I went to my GameStop 3 hours after they opened and pre-ordered another one for my friend. And that's when I got the Joy-Con shell.
Nice.
So the GameStop in-person stuff was awesome. And I don't know if we're going to talk about it later, but in terms of more pre-order waves coming, GameStop is one that could definitely do it, because they actually went out of their way to make their official tweet that they're canceling scalper orders. And they said that, yet they haven't put more orders up yet. So similar to how Walmart had a huge restock 2 days after the pre-order. On Saturday, they were in stock for about 6 hours, where that was clearly all the orders where the payment was declined, or people, had buyer's remorse and realized they didn't have the money and canceled it themselves, whatever. Walmart just put all those orders back up for sale. You're going to see the same thing happen with GameStop when they figure out, it's going to be a little slower than Walmart, because their inventory system and their whole infrastructure is janky as hell. Once they figure how many they actually have available still, those will go back up online. And GameStop loves the publicity, so I would expect them to actually announce it so they can get more traffic on their website again, which is going to suck. I mean, the reason GameStop sucks so much is they're a smaller company than any of the other 3 pre-orders, and they decided to go by themselves, whereas the other companies all went together. So it just crushed GameStop's website. But you'll see them do it. And then obviously Best Buy and Target will do the same thing eventually. They might wait till launch day to do it. But they could just, do it at 3 a.m. on a random night. So that's why following on Twitter is important. But I know I've been getting so many questions about when the next wave could come, and I don't have any solid info. So I just wanted to share that to try to, at the beginning of the show here, to try to give you guys some kind of an answer.
Hell yeah. Thank you.
Awesome.
Also, there was that little chatter that I've just been listening this whole time about GameStop acting like, they're or Mike's local GameStop being like, oh, I don't think it's going to sell that well because maybe it took them a while to sell out of their pre-order stock or whatever. Because some GameStops took longer to know. Some sold out right away and had to turn people away. Some it lasted like a day or two. Jake, didn't you get some information over there about some just some random pre-order numbers at random Walmart stores?
So yeah, I'm going to share that. But I think when I shared it with you a few minutes ago, I just got this information right before the podcast started. I think I misinterpreted it a little bit. So I can provide some clarification on that. Also, GameStop Canada had the same situation as the US where some stores sold out, some stores didn't. So they redistributed all of their inventory the next day and made it so every single store in their country had stock again, GameStop. They divvied it up. So if one store was sitting on stock, one store sold out quick, they made sure every single store had at least some the next day. And I was hoping they would do that with the US because that was kind of awesome. But what was shared with me right before the stream is basically some info on the Walmart stock numbers, like how many they had. And I originally thought this was like per store, but it might be like per region. I'm going to have to ask some questions about it. But basically it was showing like whether it was a region or a certain store, they had like 12,000 of each. So it was like 24,000 total, but like in terms of the Mario Kart bundles and the single system. So I don't think it was per store. I think it's per region, but whether a region is a couple states or just like a local cluster of 5 to 6 stores, that's what I'm not sure on. So that would vary greatly upon what those numbers mean. But either way, I think, GameStop had anywhere from like 20 on the low end to like 140 on the high end at stores. And it looks like Walmart, if you do it average per store, had way more than that. And so I don't know. Again, I don't know if this is like 5 or 6 stores or 10 to 12 stores, but we're probably looking like closer to like 500 to 1,000 per store for Walmart potentially. But again, take all that with a big grain of salt. I got to dive into this a little more, but I wanted to share with you the breaking news.
Yeah, that's pretty. I mean, look, it's probably regional. And I happen to know a regional manager, at least in my area. And so if they base their regions on regional managers, he manages like the upper Midwest of Wisconsin. So that's like a total of like 10 stores or something like that. So if it is per region, and it's again, I only know regional managers. So I don't know if every region is that way, but that's a lot of units for.
That would still be 1,000. That would be 1,000 plus still.
That's crazy.
The person that I talk with, whose identity will remain protected always, they know that stuff too. I just have to have a conversation with them.
The reverse 2-inch.
This could be wrong, but it's on a LinkedIn profile.
Oh, you got
post.
the 4 major regions.
No, it looks like there's 5. But
5.
Here, I'll share.
Sure.
Just
look,
to kind of show
Eric is sharing something.
Yeah, right.
What is this, Eric? Who are you?
Yeah, right.
Who gave you
So
this permission?
This is apparently the regional map for Walmart, according to somebody on LinkedIn who was asked to run the East business unit, according to their LinkedIn profile. So if it's wrong, blame the person on LinkedIn.
No, I'm sure that's right for the regional, but I don't think the numbers I saw were for regions divided that way.
Yeah.
Well,
that wouldn't make sense because
yeah.
Walmart sold so many. You know what I mean?
Right.
When Jake knows, even if he's not on the show, I can update you guys on the next episode or whenever he finds out. Just let everyone know what that number, the 12,000, what it meant. All right, cool. I'll just go over my list quick. Let's get that out of the way. Because you guys know I had a pretty big list of stuff. I couldn't get everything, right? Just the way it is. Got some things I didn't plan to get. Happens. Right now, don't have Fast Fusion. Obviously, that's the eShop game. Gonna have to wait. Don't have Nintendo Switch 2. Welcome to her. That again, eShop title. Gonna have to wait.
Pre-ordered that?
Yeah, pre-order it. But anyways, I mean, look, it would have probably been a game key card. So yeah. It is what it is. So here's what I got, right? I get stuff at 3 different stores, okay? The one I'm most excited about is obviously the in-person midnight launch. This is going to be a haul, all right? I got my Nintendo Switch 2 Mario Kart World Bundle, right? I got the official Switch 2 camera. Tears of the Kingdom Switch 2 edition. Needed one of the Switch 2 editions just for testing purposes, so I was just rebuy my favorite game of all time. It's whatever. Got the 3 Zelda amiibo. I'm saying 3 because I'm not convinced that Yonobu actually exist anywhere in the United States. To be fair, I do have someone in Japan who has a pre-order in for me to ship it to me so I can have all 4. But I'm literally not convinced this thing was for sale in the US. I was spamming all the websites. You can't tell me between Eric and me we were able to get 6 Switch 2 pre-orders, but we couldn't find one Yunobo amiibo. Come on.
Right.
What the fuck? Anyways. So I got the 3. Let me see. I got a Switch 2 Pro controller there. I got the GameStop carrying case. We can come back to that. I got the charging grip. I think it's the official one. I'm not sure because like the GameStop charging grip is $25 on their website. The official Nintendo charging grip is $40. This one's $35. So I don't know what the hell this one is. It's and maybe they were still listing it at the original because the original price was $35. So maybe they're listing at the original price. I don't really know.
Where did you get that one from?
GameStop, but GameStop's official one's $25.
So when he was looking for the Joy-Con shell, he showed me pictures of that.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's got like the cheeks.
The cheeks.
Like, yeah, kind of like the GameCube controller on the charging grip.
The cheeks. I like it.
Dude, I love the cheeks.
Tempered glass screen protector. Right, got that. At Walmart. So this is going to be coming to my house. I'm hoping by 9 a.m. I mean, technically, I got one of the Switch 2 Mario Kart bundles there as well. That's one we're giving away. So maybe it won't arrive at my house. I don't know. I haven't tried to. We have a winner of a giveaway, but the winner of the giveaway wasn't for this one. It was for a standard one, and I think the standard one's at Best Buy, so I can't change the address. So that's gonna be fun. Cyberpunk. No. I mean, like Best Buy doesn't let you change shipping addresses. No, it's a pain in the ass. Maybe if you call customer support, maybe they'll do it for you. Maybe.
Not my experience.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work, but I know my Walmart one. I know I can because I've done this before with Walmart. Well, you know what? Though that was 2 years ago, so maybe it doesn't work anymore.
You would have better luck there for sure.
The winner was in the U.S., Eric. So
I
literally told them we could just ship it out the next day. It's fine. Cyberpunk 2077 physical, of course. Come on, they didn't have it at GameStop, so I mean, I had to get somewhere else.
That's the one game where the box art looks pretty cool on the red.
Yeah, the red looks so good with that one. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then I got 2 extra Pro controllers. I waited over 24 hours. I don't want to hear bitching that I'm stealing them from people. They were literally up for over 24 hours. So I grabbed 2 and we're going to give them away on launch day. So
they've been pretty easy to get.
Yeah. So like people were bitching at me about the Switch 2s. Don't bitch at me about the Pro controllers. They were just up and easy to get.
You son of a bitch.
You son of a
My
bitch.
GameStop still has them. I was there today.
Yeah. Like these aren't, you can find them if you still want them.
Yeah.
But I bought a couple, figured I'd give them away for people who, even if you don't have a Switch 2 on launch day. I don't know, maybe it'll sync and work with Switch 1. I guess we'll find out. We can test it. Best Buy. Chat, please don't get mad at me. You guys on the show, don't get mad at me. I bought Split Fiction. The code in the box.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's fine.
I don't like it. But here's the thing. When I do my stream on the 5th, I want to show one of each kind of box in person so you can see the difference between all the different texts and how they're describing it.
That's like the only acceptable reason. That makes sense.
Yeah. I was going to buy the game probody anyways, but I was going to do it on the eShop. Because they said game share works. So
you just redeem the code and return it.
But the thing is one thing I liked about it is the game I want to try to play with Yulia. I want to see if I can get her into playing it with me. And they said that you could literally just have another person play it who doesn't have the game. So I'm like, and it can be you can be on Switch 1 with game share. And she's got a Switch 1. So like
that's how all their games work. Like It Takes Two, the same thing.
Yeah. So they're super user friendly. And Joseph Ferris and his whole team, excellent. This is probably going to be up for Game of the Year. So you know what? I knew I was going to pick it up anyways on Switch 2. So I was like, you know what? I need the box. I don't need the box, but I want the box just to show the difference of like what they all look like. Because customers get confused when they go to stores with all the text on the boxes. Then
Ferris is so cool.
This is also why don't get mad at me. By the way, I wanted to get Bravely Default for this reason because I needed a game key card. And I wanted to get Bravely Default, but I couldn't get it. It's like sold out everywhere in like 2 seconds.
Not sold out.
Okay, I can't find it.
No, yeah, it hasn't went up for sale yet.
Oh, well, there you go. So
yeah, I'm checking every day.
Me not knowing what the hell's going on with that game. Like, well, shit, I need another game key card. And I was like, oh, I'll get Hogwarts Legacy. That's not even available. We don't even know what's happening with Hogwarts Legacy.
Yeah.
It might be digital only. Maybe that's what's going on. And that's why I'm not saying anything. So, got Yakuza 0 Director's Cut. That was the next cheapest game key card, $50.
Have you played the Yakuza games?
I did. I got the experience.
I haven't, no. But I mean, I have it. I'll play it. No, it's whatever.
I didn't play before that. That was my first time playing it. I loved it. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard good things. So
yeah,
it's become one of my favorite series. So definitely check it out.
I underestimated the series. I gotta say that. I didn't pay too much attention to it.
I mean, it's just like Joycey J, our moderator and co-host of Mike's show. She went and now she's buying Cyberpunk. Had no interest in that before.
Yeah.
Everything she touched there, she's like, "Oh my god, these games are opening my eyes." I'm like, "Yeah."
So with them doing such a great job with Cyberpunk, there's got to be a enhanced Witcher 3 port.
I hope so.
I would think at some point.
Yeah, the only reason I can think maybe not is because they did the Cyberpunk one in house, so chances are they'd want to do the Witcher one in house. And if that's the case, maybe not because they're working on Witcher 4.
Well, they already have, even if they didn't do it themselves, they already have a Switch port.
There's also that Witcher 1 remake that's supposed to be in development. So I think that would be a fantastic candidate to.
Maybe they're going to remake all 3, and so then they're like, "Hey, let's not do that because we're going to bring 3 back in a remake or something later."
Were the first 2 even good? I know they were PC.
Writing, yes. Gameplay.
The gameplay of the first game was rough.
It's rough. 2 is a lot better. It's a huge step forward. Yeah. But the story-wise, those games are
they're based on books, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Well,
and by the way, that's what makes me excited for the first one remake because I think they're going to redo the gameplay in it. And that's what excites me because I played the first one and it was good. It just
a wacky control scheme.
Yeah, very. And I did mouse and keyboard, which I think it just made it worse. Actually, I don't even know if there is a good control scheme for that.
There isn't. No.
Here's the thing: the story was so good. You always wanted to know what was next, so you kept playing. Because they did such a good job with the story. And then Witcher 2 came out, and it was like, all right, well, now I got to see what happens with the story. I got to keep it going. And all of a sudden, dude, this is like a different game. Yeah. This is like an actual video game. And you're like, okay, this is going somewhere. Then they get to 3, and it's like, holy shit. They know how to make video games now. And that actually
minus the way Roach controls the horse. Well, other than that.
But no, that's the thing. I have respect for CD Projekt because I think they started as like a port studio and they really worked their way up. So I'm happy for them to become the big studio they are today.
Yeah.
Anyways, really happy to support that game and get the physical copy. Have to support basically the only third-party game going physical on day one. Got to support it. I understand, guys, that you can get it on other platforms on sale for cheaper and all that. Of course you can. I don't care.
Well, not only that, but it
plays
incredible.
Better on Switch too than like the Steam Deck is what a lot of people have been saying, like Gene Park and stuff.
Yeah.
I love it.
Project Red's developer coming out and kind of telling a lie, saying it's the best way to play it portably. I'm like, the ROG Ally X plays it better. But people aren't buying that because that thing's like $1,000 right now.
Yeah. But I played it on Switch at the experience. It played well. It looked beautiful game.
And as I kept trying to tell everyone, old build. It's an old build. It is not the current state of the game. So it's like, all right, cool. Let's see what it's like at launch then. So, anyways, that was my entire haul. Wasn't quite everything. It's gonna be. Oh no, sorry. One thing I know I bought. I gotta find my email for it. I bought the official Switch 2 case as well.
The box.
The actual the carrying case, the official one.
Yeah, the little box one.
Yeah, I don't fucking know what it is. I just got the official Nintendo one, and I have the GameStop one. It is what it is. I can't remember where I bought it. Apparently, I put my emails in trash for some reason. I don't know what's going on with me. So I'm trying to dig through my trash right now. But hey, I need these numbers. It doesn't matter. It's on my Best Buy account. Eric's going to be the one picking it up if it's at Best Buy. So
as I just realized that my Best Buys are coming to my house.
That's fine.
No, I know.
Whatever.
I'll go down and pick it up. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, you know what?
What?
And neither got canceled, right?
Not right now.
That's probably why.
He's got 2 orders from Best Buy, 1 standard edition, 1 bundle, and neither are canceled.
Wild.
Stop bringing that into the
world. I
world.
like to live dangerously.
Considering that we're giving those away, it's pretty dangerous. Because one or both could get canceled. Am I thinking he's a scalper?
I feel like at this point we've got to be in the safe zone. But
yeah,
who knows?
Are they from the same store?
I would assume so.
Yeah. Did you do?
They might turn you away there.
No,
one
it's
of them.
literally shipping to my house.
Oh, you did ship to house. Okay.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Oh yeah, then they might not do anything about it.
Yeah, I feel like you're probably
Anyway.
safe at this point. But yeah, pre-orders, man.
If it was in-store pickup, I'd just be like, well, Eric, then we're just going to go together. And be like, no, it's one for me, one for him. What are we doing?
Yeah.
So Best Buy makes you show a barcode that gets generated on your app that can only come from your account.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then they make you show your ID that's tied to that account.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So if you got more than one for in-store pickup, you're
a scalper.
Issues. Yeah.
Scalper. Be like, nah, bro, it's mine. He had the Best Buy Plus membership. He's the only one who can get through the fucking line.
Right.
That's all I was telling you to his face. I got in the line before him, and he got through twice, and I didn't even get through once.
So I have a question for you all. Maybe somebody knows the answer.
It's random. It's a queue.
Yeah.
So I have a question. Maybe Jake or any of you don't know the answer. Because I got asked this question to Brendan what the answer because it's different for everybody. When they place a pre-order, right? Some stores what they do is an authorization hold, right? And they hold the money in place. You have to have the money in your bank, and then they release that fund, and then again they charge it. They charge a real amount
when they ship it
right before they ship it, right?
Yeah, so everyone does that.
So how long does that pre-authorization hold last? Is it depending on the bank? Is it depending on
it can be a day, it can be like 7 to 10 days. I got it from Walmart and it has not been released.
My Walmart one, both of my Walmart ones. So the game one just got released today. And then my system one got released. Was it yesterday?
Okay, so it just varies. Okay,
it took me a couple days to get the hold to start on my Walmart one too.
Wow, okay, it's a good answer. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah. So and that's how it works. I don't know if Eric's Best Buy holds got held off or not. Whatever it will be. But anyways,
it's on a separate credit card, anyways. So.
Yeah. I think you have the Best Buy one.
Yeah, I have a Best Buy credit card.
Yeah. Can I sneak a topic in here real quick about a game that I would love to come to Switch to?
Oh, sure.
Just because, Nate, you know that I never play my Portal, and I've been playing.
Is it even
on my PS5? My Portal like 5 hours a day every day since Friday, or no, since Saturday. More than 5 hours, because I'm like 20 hours.
Yeah, right.
Player Obscure Expedition 33.
Yeah, great game.
It is. It gives me the same feeling of like playing Final Fantasy VII when I was a little kid, and it is so incredible. It's turn-based combat, but it's all like action-based at the same time.
Hey, Ubisoft,
like the first company to take turn-based and evolve it, so you're constantly your reactions times for everything you do in that game has to be impeccable, and the story isn't written by a 5-year-old. Which is so refreshing because I love JRPGs, but it's always the same thing.
Story.
And this is an indie team of 30 people that just like made this incredible experience, and everyone should play it. And if it comes to Switch 2, I will double dip. I'll buy it day one. If there's a collector's edition, I'll be all in.
Yeah,
same here.
Yeah, that team's great. I mean, it reminds me of when the first Hellblade game came out. That was also a bunch of former AAA developers trying to prove that, hey, you don't need these giant budgets to make these amazing AAA-esque games. And that's exactly what this team did. Proven yet again, you don't need $300 million to make a really fucking good game that feels like a AAA video game. Now, experience helps. Absolutely. Like, they actually have a ton of experience, but
they used a lot of contractors too. Like, it wasn't just them making it, but yeah.
Absolutely. It was still on budget. It was for a AAA game, it was pretty budget.
I love that the way in turn-based, like old RPG type, like just so nostalgic playing that way with the 3 characters and just kind of,
Look at that, guys. We're on a Nintendo podcast. We couldn't help but bring up Expedition, even though we have a whole topic later about summer announcements. That's okay.
We'll put a pin on it. I just want to sneak it in.
Who hasn't done their list yet?
Right here.
The
Birdman.
Bird.
Pre-orders. First, I want to echo kind of something that Mike mentioned. Huge shout out to Jake. Super helpful on what was a super crazy night. Just getting kind of that breakdown of each store, how they do their pre-orders, kind of the rules and the special tips. it took some of the stress out of what was, of course, just a crazy night. Primal fear.
Guys, for those who don't know, after the show last week, we all stayed on and we all were collectively panicking as we couldn't get through the queues. And it was hilarious. Just watch it all. Was like, we can't get through. Oh, guys, I can't get my card to go through. I'm like, well, here's the tips from Jake Randall. Blah, blah. We're all watching Jake Randall.
It was wild. And after you guys dipped, I chatted with Stash Man for a bit, and I was telling him that when we've gone over some really memorable console launches on the podcast, telling stories of nostalgia and camping out and all that sort of stuff. This is going to go down as an extremely memorable pre-order launch night for me, just because even though I wasn't there camping out at the store for this one, I was here with you guys in utter chaos, everyone shouting over each other. It's live. Mine's crashing. What the hell? It just kicked me back to 30 minutes. I was at 1 minute in the queue.
That was me.
Yeah, it literally was just, it was hilarious. And unfortunately, I don't know if Sandstorm ended up getting a Switch too. I felt really bad.
You got one.
Okay, cool deal.
The next day, yeah, you got it.
Because I know we all locked one in, and I felt really bad. But what's real quick before I dive into what I got, funny story is my buddy had texted me. He was my best friend. He was trying to snag a Switch 2 right when pre-orders went live, and I think he was quicker. I think he had like 10-15 seconds on me getting in the queue, and his like Prime kicked him back 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and then he just sat there in queue refreshing all the other ones, couldn't get through to Walmart, couldn't get out of that queue. My wife, after he gave up, he's like, oh man, I don't think I'm going to get one. This sucks. I'm going to have to go camp out at a GameStop down the street. My wife is home, and I'm like, hey, babe, can you see if you could snag one for my buddy? She goes on to Walmart, adds it to cart, and just checks out.
Yeah, they took the queue away after like an hour. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was just a wild night and a lot of fun. But the point of this is pre-orders. For me, I kept it fairly simple on pre-order night. I added one little extra thing later on. Pre-order night, I grabbed just the regular Switch 2. I meant to grab the Mario Kart bundle. In the chaos, everyone's shouting it's live. I clicked the regular one and hit add cart and got in queue. And I think I even said, I don't even know what one I got, but there's something I'm in queue for. But I grabbed that. I pre-ordered the physical of Mario Kart World. I grabbed the Switch camera, the Switch 2 Pro controller, and that was it on pre-order night. The next day, I ended up pre-ordering a game that's a little bit more niche. It's No Sleep for Kaname Date. It's from it's the third game in the AI Somnia Files trilogy. I'm a big sucker for some of the point and click style. I just brain farted the visual novel type games. I love like Danganronpa and 999. Yeah. Yep. It's a game just like that. They also ended up confirming that the game supports mouse mode on Switch 2, which is totally rad.
Oh yeah.
Awesome. I'm not worried about Donkey Kong and some of those other big games because I know I'm gonna pre-order them before they come out. I won't forget it. Whereas a game like this, it might slip my mind. So I just wanted to make sure I had it pre-ordered and it's coming to me. But yeah, that was it for me. I kept it simple. I know in the coming days, weeks, or months, that list is going to grow and grow. But for right now, I got my console, my accessories, and the most important game for me at launch, which is Mario Kart.
Yeah, awesome.
Who's that?
Nice.
Eric? Yeah, I'll go.
Eric.
Yeah. So in the wild and chaos that was pre-order night, first off, let's just say Target can go blow it out its ass because that was just absolutely dog shit.
Eric, I'm glad you said that because I have something to add to this when you're done.
Okay.
Target sucks.
Yeah, we tried. We got in there. We were able to barely add our address, and then we got it into the cart, and it was like just nope. Okay, cool, whatever. And then we were on Best Buy and Walmart, and I think I screwed up on Walmart. I think I was in queue with the timer, and I don't know if I was trying to figure out which one I was in, and I think I accidentally closed out of it, and I'm like, shit. So I opened it back up, jumped back into both queues, and I didn't have any time. I'm like, well, fuck, this sucks. Okay, well, so we were waiting for Best Buy to come up and waiting for Best Buy. All of a sudden, I just happened to refresh, and it was like, oh shit, it's there. Click. All right, okay, wait, and oh look, it's I jumped in both queues, and that one just almost popped up instantly for me, and
you fucker.
got the bundle there, and I'm like, cool, this is awesome.
I was in queue for like 15 minutes. You just got in right away.
Right. And I was like, yeah, fuck it. Well, why not? I look, all of a sudden, here comes my non-bundle one up. I'm like, all right, cool. Just in case,
Dude, Eric basically turned from sock puppet who doesn't talk to John Wick that night, and was like
me off though too.
Messing shit up.
Oh,
we're all like panicking, and he's like, boom, pre-order.
Part that pissed me off though with Best Buy, it's like I already have my credit card information in there. I already have my address in there. Why the fuck do I need to confirm this shit? Damn it.
Yeah, they always do that.
So I was like, fuck you, this is dumb. So yeah, that was
it is, and it is a form of anti-bot protection.
Yeah, I suppose. But during the middle of it, when you're trying to go 50 miles an hour, it's really annoying as shit.
I'm not a fan of the anti-bot stuff that also makes it hard for real
customers.
Yeah,
it's like DRM.
Yeah,
DRM is like actually just worse for real customers than anyone else.
And then so I was sitting there just for shits and gigs. I just refreshed my Walmart, and all of a sudden I was like, oh, I'm in. All right, cool. So I pre-ordered there too. We get done with that stream. We go to freaking GameStop, and first one's there. I mean, by a long shot.
Yep.
And got a pre-order bundle pre-ordered there, along with a screen protector, carrying case, and Pro Controller. But yeah, that was my knock on wood. Right now, none of them have been canceled, and please don't cancel them because they're all not for me. They are actually they're not scalped. They're not getting scalped.
All the online ones are my giveaways.
I'm throwing that out in the ether.
They're not all for Eric. They're for the eBay users that have paid him $1,000 a piece.
Yes, yeah, right. Yes. No, they're not getting
I've
scalped.
seen his listings, by the way.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Which, speaking of, that was another thing that kind of was freaking stupid. We were sitting in line at GameStop, and all of a sudden Nate goes, I just wonder what the hell it's going for on eBay. So he looks on eBay. Somebody's charging. They obviously it's one of those check comments, blah blah blah. And it's somebody selling in picture of the goddamn Switch 2 for $550.
They were doing that to fuck with the scalper.
Oh, I know they were, but
the problem was people were buying it.
I know.
the one listing I clicked on, they sold 6 of them. I'm like,
wow.
Did that guy just make bank trying to fuck over scalpers? It's hilarious. Yeah. I hope you better ship that photo, buddy.
Yeah, right. I mean, if he was nice,
they learned a very valuable lesson. Don't buy from scalpers.
Well, right.
It might be a photo. I mean, it might not be a scalper.
You keep the money to teach them.
Yeah.
Don't be trying to buy from scalpers.
It's against eBay's terms of service to put a pre-order. You have to have the product physically in hand.
Yeah.
So a more effective way is just report the listing. But
people were reporting.
That's more fun.
Yeah.
You report one, it'll cause a retaining reaction, and then they look for more.
People out there, they're not sure who they're more mad at: people who scalp or people who buy from scalpers. Like, there's like a debate over who people think is worse, because scalpers wouldn't work if people wouldn't buy from them.
I think they're both. One is desperate, one is bad.
Yeah. So all that to just say, I probably spent about $2,200.
It's not bad.
Well, I mean, 1,500 or so comes right back.
Yes, I know.
Well, I mean, technically, no, the GameStop one doesn't. Obviously, you paid that off.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
the other one come back and then I pay for
mine.
it.
Yeah.
So, God damn it.
Yeah. Wait, what are you talking about? They're all paid. You're buying mine, remember?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I'm saying it all goes back to you. I'm paying for everything.
So wait, all to say I paid.
Before I forget, the thing about Target is on launch day, if you still don't have one, all the retailers will come back into stock, and they'll sell not only all like canceled orders or whatever, but they'll have more cancellations from payment that gets declined when they go to ship. but they'll also get more stock allocated from Nintendo, and Target will sell that stock for in-store pickup. And obviously, they're the only ones that don't have a queue system, so they get botted easily. So, like what you said, Eric, it's just stupid. But on launch day, Target could end up being like what Walmart was. Like Target could be the GOAT of launch day. The only problem is for all the launch day restocks, we don't know when they're going to go live. I'll be streaming starting at midnight. And last time for PS5 on launch day, Target went live not long after midnight.
Yep.
That's Eastern time.
Yeah. I was watching your stream. That's how I got the PS5 was in-store pickup at Walmart.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I expect them to go live before the physical stores open. So that's why, like, just plan on being up from like midnight, potentially to like 7 or 8 a.m., but it'll probably go live way before that, and then you can go to bed.
Yep.
And that's worst case. That's your plan B.
Yeah. I mean, you got to remember, technically plan B for anyone who doesn't have a pre-order, Nintendo hasn't even done their waves on the My Nintendo store if you qualify.
Right. I was thinking about doing a chill stream on May 8th, just being like, check your emails.
Yeah, that's all you got to do.
right.
I can't help you. Just check your emails.
Yeah,
you either signed up or you didn't. You qualified or
It
you
might
didn't.
be kind of fun to like see who's got the email, like when they start sending out, especially if they don't send them
I've
out at the
already
beginning of
got
the day if they're all
pre-ordered and I
waiting.
got the email. I can get a 5th pre-ordered. Like, okay.
That's the first day of PAX East is the only
I
thing.
know.
Yeah.
I know. Wild day. That's right. You know what's funny? I could be on your stream. I'll be there.
Yeah, right.
That's true. I'm up in New Hampshire.
You up in New Hampshire? Okay. I'm at a hotel like a block away.
Oh,
Vaccine, so all right, let's see here. Stash hasn't gone, right? It's his topic.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So
Here we go.
this was a lot of fun.
Buckle up.
As the guy said, it was pretty crazy after we got off the live stream. We all stayed live. Michaela was in here. This was her first time experiencing something like this. So she's heard from me how it goes because the PS5 pre-orders were nuts. And the way I was able to get one was by brute force and just by continuing to push an order through over and over. And she was doing it at first, like once every 30 seconds. I'm like, no, like hammer away at that button, like continuously push it through. That's what you have to do. She's like, really? I'm like, yes. And after it was all said and done, she was like, I'm freaking exhausted. That was crazy. Like, I know, right? It's a rush. Like, it's so much fun.
It is.
It only happens every so often, obviously. It's been a long time for Nintendo, but just with consoles in general, like with PS5, that all went down in 2020. So it's been a long time, but it was a lot of fun. The first one we got was at Target.
Wow.
And I was shooting for, of course, Best Buy, but first off, Best Buy, what the hell, man? Like the fact that they didn't go live until 30 minutes later was just complete bullshit.
Brutal.
Like, come on, dude. Drop on the ball, bro.
They announced the time and then they didn't hit It's weird.
I gotta ask, and sorry to cut you
Go
off,
ahead.
Stash, but Jake, you do so much of this stuff with like the pre-orders. Has that happened with Best Buy before? Is this like a weird one-off scenario, or is this?
No.
Have you seen this?
No, it's been pretty common. If you look at my channel videos, you just search Jake Randall Best Buy. I have a buying guide that I made in 2021, 2022 about how to use Best Buy to buy a PS5, and all of the tips were still relevant for the Switch 2. They haven't changed a thing.
Interesting.
Best Buy was propping up their new queue system too. They had an improved system.
It's not new.
Trash.
I mean, they might have made made some small changes.
I don't know what worked for me.
But it's the same company. They still use the same company. It's called Qit.
Eric,
it's still done pretty much the same way.
Eric, we all know, we all witnessed what queue. Eric didn't have a queue. Fuck.
And Nate's not salty about that at all.
Nah, I totally wasn't in queue for 20 minutes. He didn't even bother to get in queue. Then he clicks the button, and 2 seconds later, I'm in. Bullshit.
Dude, Best Buy hates my IP address or something. I tried to get the camera from there like at 4 a.m. This is like 3.5 hours. It still just put me in a never-ending queue, and it was like readily in stock. I'm like, what is going on? Like, why is it like this for me?
Yeah.
What did I do? And it was funny because back in the day, when people used to ask Best Buy's customer chat, like advice for like when like pre-orders were restocking, they started linking my channel, the official Best Buy chat. I got hundreds of DMs of screenshots.
Oh my god! Yes,
it was kind of sick. I was like, Best Buy, why? That's sick. But why don't you let me get through?
We can't answer. Just go to Jake.
I mean, if I had to pick one, I would rather their customer service recommend my YouTube channel than being able to pre-order stuff from them. So I guess I'm okay.
Yeah. Any of you retailers, when you're talking to people, you want to suggest Nintendo Prime for all of your latest Switch 2 news. I'm not gonna complain. Anyways, so what else you got, Stash? So you got Target, Best Buy was the show.
Yeah, Best Buy. We kept trying and trying. We were in queue. Michaela was in queue. I was in queue. We were on a different Wi-Fi. We also had it on our phones, on just our cell phone network, and we just continuously got kicked out. Just total bullshit. Horrible experience with Best Buy as far as getting a console. Walmart definitely delivered the goods, and that is actually where I got the PS5. And again, I've mentioned it before, but to remind everyone, COVID, right? You couldn't get a store pickup. Like, you couldn't pick up your PS5 in store because of that. But somehow, some way, I was able to buy my PS5 and pick it up in store. And they said I was the only one that got it delivered to the store. And my Walmart's across the street. When I say across the street, I say it loosely because I live in the mountains. Right? So for me to know I can just drive over to Walmart and grab it first thing on launch day versus, okay, I gotta hope that whoever's delivering it can find my house and that they actually deliver it on time. And I just like all this BS. And I'm like, I do not want to deal with any of this. So thankfully I was able to get it over there. Again, they delivered the goods this time. So we got 2 at Walmart. So in total, I had 3 pre-orders. Now, accidentally, one of those pre-orders was on both of my accounts. I thought the other one was on Michaela's. So I'm like, I ain't going to risk it. I'm going to send this one out into the wild.
Or were they the same SKU that was on the same account?
Same SKU.
Oh, yeah.
So I released it into the wild.
That's a smart move. Honestly, so many of the restock that Walmart did 2 days later were from stuff like that.
Yeah, because you
might get lucky, but it's not worth it. It's not worth risking it.
It's not worth it. It's not worth not getting one on launch day, which takes me to the next part. Is that I was like, all right. I talked to my cousin Jim, and he couldn't get one. He tried. He couldn't get one. And I also don't think he is, I don't know, used to what it's like trying to buy an in-demand item on the internet.
From the Jake Randall stream. That's it.
Dude, I help like little grandmas that don't even know how to change the input on their TV get these things.
I think he thinks that, I think he underestimates it and thinks it's going to be easy. And
he can buy it like anything. Yeah.
A lot of people, dude, you should see the shit people talk about me on Reddit. That's what so many people say.
Yeah, he reached out to me a few days before and was like, do you think it's going to sell out on the first day, the pre-orders? Like, do you think I'll have at least a day? I'm like, no, you'll have seconds. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. You have to be there right when it happens. You have to get in queue. That's how these things work. So he didn't get one.
He might have given up too early then.
He might have. That's
a common thing is people assume it's sold out, and that's why they're getting issues. And they don't realize Best Buy hasn't even dropped yet,
Yeah. And I had a lot of people texting me, asking questions and stuff, but it's like, I got the app open. I'm in queue on my app.
Yeah.
And I don't want to leave the app. Yeah,
I'm
because I
busy.
don't want to leave it and then lose my spot because
Right,
I'm
right.
now in the text message part of my phone.
I just told everyone Facebook Messenger. I can open a new tab.
It was chaos. But again, thankfully we got them at Walmart. But Jim, I ended up saying, hey, you can have my Target one, right? Because I released the one from Walmart into the wild. I was like, I'm going to keep my other Walmart.
Sounds like you're releasing a Pokemon out of
Yeah.
out of your PC box.
It's like obviously need my Switch 2 on day one. The Target one was like saying it was going to arrive June 6th to the 11th, somewhere in there.
Yep.
I'm like, oh, that sucks. Like, that's why I kept going. So I'm like, there's no way in hell I'm sticking with this, but I'll keep it, for somebody else. And so what ended up happening is I was talking to Michaela. I'm like, I have an appointment in the morning that I have to go to the next morning. I'm like, well, I'm very tempted to pack a bag and throw a chair in the car and go straight from that appointment to GameStop because I'm not playing. I need that at midnight, 9 p.m. my time. So I ended up getting there at I think 8:05 a.m. I stopped to get coffee. I was like, I don't know if I should. I hope I'm going to be okay because 8:05 a.m. it opens at 11 a.m. here, so it was only a few hours before. I ended up being about 8th in line. There was a ton of people.
Crazy how much people were complaining about the online stuff. People didn't show up for the in person.
I know.
They were willing to waste all their time. Like people did, but not like the max amount wasn't hit by.
It was very dependent because I had some people messaging me while we were in like my Twitter DMs while we were waiting in our GameStop by ourselves. Like, oh, we see that because I posted a photo of, hey, we're first and second. They're like, you're first and second. There's already 120 people in the line and only 121 consoles, and it was at the same time we were waiting. So I think it's very area.
The mall ones were the ones that got 120 for the most part.
Yeah, mine. I got there at 10 o'clock. It opened at 11. I was 16 in line, and there were like 5 people behind me. They were all able to pre-order, and our local GameStop got like 120 systems in.
I don't even know what
3 hours after opening, they had 20 left, and they only got 64. I'm 45 minutes away from Boston.
When they let us in, there was only like 8 people, and then when I turned around, because it took forever to check me out because their computer broke.
Yeah.
I turned around and I'm like, dude, there's like now 20 people here. Where the fuck did all these people come from?
Yeah, right.
I'm curious to know how it was at my GameStop. Obviously, I was frantically trying to get one online because had I had ample time and known more than a week, I would have requested the day off and been like, okay, well, if I don't get it online, I'll just go to my store. But if I would have called out last minute, everyone at my work would have known I called out to be in line for Switch 2. Like everyone in my and I work remote too, so like me and my coworkers when we're in meetings and stuff, we're always shooting the shit.
Yeah, like
stuff.
it
And
sucks. Like I was gonna pretend to be sick to get the Switch 2, but now I really am sick.
No,
so I can't even do that now.
You do know that TikToker that puts the green screen behind him and rides the bike holding the laptop.
Well, here's the funny part. My supervisor texted me around like 10 p.m. that night and was like, "Hey man, so did you end up snagging one of those Switch 2s?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Hey, me too." And I'm like, "Oh, awesome, man." And he's like, "Yeah, I might have to call out on launch day because I'm so excited for Mario Kart." And I'm typing ha ha ha, and I'm about to say me too, and he's all just kidding. And I was like, "Yeah,
You guys are both not going to be there."
I know. I'm totally calling out for launch.
Can you request it off? It seems far enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I could.
Does it have to come to this? All right.
Yeah, no, I could use a vacation day.
PTO days are best for console launches and big game releases. I always had tons of PTO. Like I usually sat on at least 6 weeks at a time of PTO.
Damn.
Yeah, tons. And I would just use it for big
take
days.
A couple weeks right now and play Player Obscure Expedition 33.
Yeah, no, I know. I have it. I have the code. I have it on PS5. It's already installed.
It's on Game Pass too.
They
For
sent it to
anyone
me.
that has Game Pass.
Yeah, exactly. I actually downloaded it on Game Pass. I pre-downloaded it and downloaded Elder Scrolls, and then I got an email with a code for PS5. I was like, sick, because I would prefer to play it on that.
I want to play it.
I have
I'm
Series
playing.
S.
Yeah, I'm playing it on the Series S, and I'm absolutely loving the game. But before, when the pre-orders for the game first went live, I was like, oh my gosh, this looks like my kind of game. No idea whether or not this was going to be a hit, but it was like $60 for the collector's edition because it's like a more affordable game. So I got the collector's edition. That's why I messaged you guys. I was like, hey, do you guys open your collector's editions? Because part of me wants to keep it sealed because the game turned out to be like an absolute gem.
Oh yeah.
But I'm hating playing on Series S. Nothing to do with Xbox. I'm just really bad, and we talked about this I think last week. I can't wrap my head around the buttons.
Dude, it kills me.
The ABXY.
I avoid it if I can.
I'm literally hitting B every time I need to dodge.
Button
in this
remap.
game.
I hate it.
I'm like, damn it.
Button remap.
Yep.
Anyways. All right. So you got one at GameStop, I'm guessing, in person.
Oh yeah, I got in line at GameStop. Long story short, met a lot of very nice people. I brought my Switch with me, thinking I was going to play. Ended up talking with them the whole time. There were some people that actually knew me, which was surprising. That's not happened before. I was
like no recognizable feature about you.
Yeah, right. Well, they knew me not.
Why did they recognize you?
Not from in person, but from YouTube. I was like, oh wow.
Yeah.
They knew you guys, of course. They love the podcast. I was like, this is so cool. Yeah, it was very nice.
You're a silver plaque YouTuber now. You're gonna start getting recognized more. It happens.
Yeah, I haven't opened it yet, but I got it right here.
Oh, hell yeah.
Whoa.
So it's exciting. But yeah, the 3 hours went by extremely fast. I just pre-ordered the Mario Kart World there because I want to be able to get it on obviously day one or a day early, basically at 9 p.m. As far as physical goes, I had a lot of people ask me if I was going to buy Mario Kart World physical because I buy games physical. And just so everyone knows, the answer to that is I will buy it years down the road when it is complete on cart.
And I have all the DLC. It's like what they did with Mario Kart 8.
Exactly. Yeah. I'll save the 30 now and I'll buy it when it's complete.
Dude, I'm going all digital this gen and people are pissed at me.
Oh.
It's crazy. I made the mistake of saying that.
Saying it out loud.
And then apparently my choices like affect everyone else.
Yeah.
And now no one will make physical games again because Jake Randall.
You guys
Jake
Randall's even worse. He's even worse, guys. He's not just going all digital, he's buying every game key card intentionally. All of them.
Screw that.
Every single one.
Damn.
No, but, I mean, the thing is with the Switch 1, I rebuy so many of my games digitally for the convenience. I travel so much and I've got like 500 cartridges and I don't want to like lose like $10,000 worth of games in one trip because I bring all my cartridges. The way I play games, I like to like Netflix it. I like to just go play on a whim. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think the big thing for me is that it sucks missing out on that 9 p.m. Pacific time digital launch for games. You know, people are playing Zelda a night early, and it's like, do I wait for the physical? Do I double dip? Do I just buy it digitally? Like everyone's going to be playing it and talking about it, but
quad.
It's basically Jake has basically turned into Expedition physical media.
Look, I quad
the countdown. The end is coming.
I had the digital Japanese one because I could play it a full day early. And then I had the digital US one because I could play it hours early. Why? I already have the Japanese one. What's wrong with you? Well, I don't know. I need
other
one. And then I had to collect
everything.
And that really pushed me to go digital is just the fact that like I buy games now that I only buy games that I want to play. But I end up with this backlog of games I haven't touched, and now I've owned them for years. And I think if I go digital only, it'll force me to be a lot more selective and not buy a game till I'm ready to start playing it that day.
There you go.
And
Way to do it.
my girlfriend and I started a bakery this year, and I'm having to put a lot of money into that. And I just want to be able to, since I have that going now, that's also kind of my excuse. Like, all right, this will help me be more responsible with what games
That
I'm
makes
buying
sense.
and stuff like that. I just need to buy what I can handle playing, and my free time is very
Limited.
scarce. Like
Sunflower.
running two businesses basically between a
And you
bakery
get
and
5
YouTube.
years from now, and he's the baker lord.
Is it Sunflower Bakery?
And he's
Sunflower
got
Bakery.
Sunflower
Oh,
Bakery
yeah.
with 17 locations because it's blown up.
Stop in
Sponsored
for a
by
little bit of
Stick
sunshine,
Fix.
mate.
There you go. When the Wisconsin branch opens up, then I know he made it.
That's the first time anyone's ever said that sentence.
You know,
What?
I should order something for it and have you deliver it to me in person at PAX.
Yeah, you can do that, dude. We've got a we have a May the 4th Star Wars menu. But we could do some stuff. Obviously, it'll be a little after, but we can do some stuff from that for you.
Star Wars would be sick.
Hell
Check
yeah.
out, Jay, check out your DMs.
I need some snacks for the hotel, man.
Hello.
Yeah, Mike, I will.
On X.
Yeah, I need some snacks at the
Right.
hotel. That's quick.
Sliding in.
Dude, it's a unique opportunity. I get to
Yeah.
try a Jake Randall special. Legit.
Yep. And also,
Yummy.
Mother's Day is coming up, and I
And
have
I'm in
permission.
Boston.
We are going to do free cream pies for single moms.
Ooh.
I was gonna
Love
say,
it.
we could say a Jake Randall special and some cookies on top of it.
Jake, does your bakery, do you have like a Instagram page for it or anything like
Yeah,
that?
we do.
Shout it out, brother.
Oh, all right. Well, I appreciate it's Sunflower Bakery and Cafe on Instagram. Might be hard to find because we're so new. You know what I mean? You might find other similarly named ones. But if you go to my YouTube channel, it's in my description of my recent live streams and videos, or recent live streams. If you go to my past live streams, you can find it there. We got a Facebook page as well. We're actually going to sell a 4-pack of Finger Gun, Love Bullet, Little Switch, sugar cookies.
Nice.
During my next live stream that people can buy to ship to home.
That's pretty cool.
Hell yeah, guys, check it out.
When's your next live?
Get your cream pies now.
So that will probably be ready by the launch day live stream. If I do like an impromptu one before one, it might not be ready, but
all right, cool. So when Eric's driving my ass back from GameStop at 11 p.m., I'll tune in. We had Jake. Oh shit, they're still for sale. Let's go.
Dude, finger guns are always in stock.
Always. I'll even take them on back order if that's what happens. It's fine. As long as they arrive someday.
Okay.
All right.
We'll take all the orders.
Can we get through so Stash at this point had 3 orders to switch to. And that's all we've gotten to so far.
Yeah. So they're all
For
spoken
you, when
for
you
now.
come here for PAX, we'll make a Nintendo Prime cookie.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
I got you, dude.
Oh, we got to selfie that up too, man. Promote the bakery with it.
We need to work on etiquette on this podcast. Not that I'm complaining.
I'm patient.
Yeah, Stash just keeps getting interrupted every 5 seconds he talks.
Yeah.
I do the same thing.
I'll finish up real quick for you guys. So yeah, they're all spoken for now. Someone else has the other one. My friend Christian that I worked with at Lone Depot. I got the Pro controller, of course, got the camera, pre-ordered Cyberpunk physical, Street Fighter 6 Years 1 and 2 physical, Yakuza 0. Now, I will say this is something different from what I've gathered than you guys. All these games and what I just read off, that was all from Best Buy. I'm part of the Best Buy, Pro membership or whatever, the $50 a year thing. And so I posted this on Twitter, but for every $150 you spend on Nintendo Switch 1 or 2 games or accessories, you get 20 back. And so I can see in my account, like right now, I have $80 back. And it'll come back once these orders are processed. So I'll get $80 in certificates to use, which is great. And I'll probably end up getting the other 20 shortly here. So I did something different that I've never done before, which Nate, earlier you mentioned you can't get some of these games because they're digital. but I pre-ordered Fast Fusion from Best Buy digitally. I pre-ordered the Switch 2 Welcome Tour digitally. I pre-ordered Mario Party Jamboree.
Yeah, you can do that on
the upgrade and the Kirby upgrade digitally because it all adds towards my total to get more rewards back.
Smart. That's smart.
Yeah, well, I tweeted about it. I'm like, people should do this, but I don't know a lot of people on Twitter. I don't have a big reach out there, but it's like, guys, this is a great way to save money.
Maybe I'll share it and shout you out. I just gotta write it down so I don't forget.
It's a great way to save money. So I did all that and Donkey Kong Bonanza as well because that falls within the time frame. I think it's from April to I believe it was August 2nd is the timeline. So if you buy something between that time, you can get the $20 back. So if I were to say pre-order a game today that comes out in October, it ain't gonna work. Because you have to actually pick up the game. The transaction has to go through, especially with Best Buy. So right now I'm at like $80 because I pre-ordered all those digitally. They'll send me the codes day one digitally. And that's it. No big deal. Again, I tried to get Bravely Default, but I've checked daily. They're only offering it digital, and I do want to get it physically, despite it being on a game key card. I don't care. I still want to get it. And all those games I'm picking up at Best Buy. So I literally have to be there early, which is why I'm glad what we talked about as far as scheduling for the podcast. Because I got to be there early to actually get mine first, because then I have to jet over to Best Buy, which is not like across the street. I'm going to definitely be going as fast
really
as
across
possible.
the street. You live in the mountains.
Yeah, I mean, it's not across the street from Walmart, or not Walmart, but GameStop where I'm picking up. Like I got to drive down the freeway like 15 to 20 miles.
It's like going to Mordor, basically.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, we know they're not going to stay open late. If you guys, been to a midnight launch, it's like once people get their stuff, that's when they start closing up shop. And I want to be able to get my games because it's only 9 p.m. here. I want to be able to play those all. So
jet on over.
Yeah, and that's it. So it worked out good. Thank God I went over to GameStop and got in line, and I can now get it at 9 p.m.
Awesome. Okay. I guess I'll do it for this topic. Let's go ahead. Eric, what are we talking about next, buddy?
We are talking about how more and more games are being announced as game key cards. Why do we think this is the case? And is this the marking of the end of physical games for Nintendo platform?
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
Son of a...
I'll go first, I guess. So first, this is really unfortunate. I know there's a report out there or a rumor from another YouTuber that like the reason it's happening is because Nintendo's only offering like a really, really tiny cartridge and then the 64 gig and nothing in between. That YouTuber also said that like the information got to him as like fourth hand, meaning that it's extremely unreliable. So like, it's not something that we should really take at face value. Also, I have this hard time believing Nintendo is putting 23 gigabyte games on 64 gigabyte cartridges. I just can't see Nintendo wanting to waste the money to do that for everyone to talk about how greedy Nintendo is. That would be like anti-greed, costing themselves more money than they need to.
Yeah.
Weird. And then again, they're charging $80. Maybe that's why, because they're using the 64 gig. So it's weird. It's weird. So I feel like that doesn't really explain it. I can't believe that Nintendo won't at least have a 32 gig and a 64 and then like an 8 or something like that, or a 16. But the bottom line is we already saw this a lot on Switch 1. Lots of code in boxes, lots of games using the absolute smallest size cartridge, making you have to download the rest. So basically, it's a game key card before game key cards existed. So we've already saw this quite a bit on Switch. It wasn't as rampant as it is now at launch. At launch, it's pretty bad. There's like 3 games that we know for sure are actually on physical carts, and 2 of them are like smaller games, and then there's Cyberpunk. And like all the other AAAs have gone game key card. We technically don't know with Hogwarts Legacy yet because they haven't announced anything with that yet, other than that it's a launch game. So I think that a few things are happening. One, obviously, I think we all recognize all digital is the future, whether we want it to be or not. It's at some point in my life that will be the majority way that games are consumed. It already is if you get off of consoles in general, your phones, your tablets, your PC. It's all you're doing digital. That's what people are growing up with. So the whole generation growing up is all digital as it is. So that's kind of the way it is. Us old heads are kind of the only ones that grew up with physical that care about it. For the most part, there's obviously exceptions. So I know that this is going to happen because it is, as Jake Randall said, it's convenient. Digital is convenient. And now that systems besides Switch 2 and Switch require installs, suddenly the main aspect of physical, where you put your disc in and play right away, is going away because you have to install. This is what killed physical on PC, is you had to wait for game installs versus console where you just inserted the disc and played. But there's a reason for it because the read speeds aren't good enough. But that's why Nintendo uses these proprietary cartridges, because they're using flash memory modules that are way quicker. So you don't have to install the games. Caveat to that is it's expensive. This is why we had the so-called Switch tax. Games being $10 more on Switch because the cartridges are just way more expensive. The discs are like a penny. The carts are like $10. So I think all that's happened here, and the reason game key cards even exist, is a bunch of when Nintendo was talking to these studios that they gave dev kits to make the games. I bet you there were several conversations about how, hey, we got to ask about your physical cartridges. What's the price point going to be? They heard the price point and they told Nintendo, we're not going to use those. It's too expensive. We're going to go digital only. And Nintendo's response was, hold up. You know, don't you think you'll sell more copies if you're in retail? And that's also good for us. If you sell more copies, well, why don't we come up with a solution for you? And that's what that's probably how game key cards were born. Now, we're never going to hear this story. This story is probably never going to get out there unless a third party that someone gets fired at some company and then
it could leak.
Yeah, it could leak. For me, it'd be like someone gets fired and then blows the lid off the whole thing, which could happen in this industry. That you just piss off one employee and fire his ass, and they'll leak email exchanges or something, or things get hacked. Who the hell knows? But I kind of feel like that's how this went because game key cards seem like exactly what third parties would want. Like literally exact, because none of Nintendo's games are using game key cards. Only third party, which means this had to be something that was requested of Nintendo to come up with a solution because they did not want to pay the cart prices. And they didn't want to keep getting chastised for doing 8 gigabyte carts and putting everything on download anyways. So they came up with the game key cards. That's what I think happened. I don't know, obviously, just a theory. So because of that, I kind of feel like it was Nintendo trying to solve a problem that was going to happen regardless. These companies were going to go all digital anyways. So Nintendo's trying to increase their sales by having something on the store shelf. So it's not just only their games on store shelves, because at this point, that's what it was going to look like. If you go to Walmart, you go to GameStop, it was going to be just Nintendo, no third-party games, which is a bad look. It's a bad look for Nintendo too. You want people to think there's other games when they go to a store, not just Nintendo. So, it's Nintendo trying to find a solution to a situation that they know this is what the third parties want. They're going to go digital.
If they didn't do the game key card, the only option would be every non-first party game would be a code in a box. If it was
it'd be a code in a box, or it would just be like a card on a shelf that you buy.
I feel like their hand was kind of forced here.
Yeah, that's what I feel. Now I don't know.
I agree.
But the fact that it's only third parties using that Nintendo means this wasn't something Nintendo was ever intending to use for themselves.
Yeah.
But do you think during the Switch 2's life cycle we will see them use key cards for first party games?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think Nintendo will, because not during this generation. If you ever look at Nintendo's financials, they sell a shit ton of physical games of their own games. Like it's a really high percentage. So they know that people value that, and Nintendo charges more premium prices for all their games compared to.
And honestly, if they did that, they've taken so much like bad publicity already.
It would be really bad.
People would freak out.
Yeah,
it'll be another thing.
Imagine the new 3D Zeldas on a game key card. People would flip.
Or the new Pokemon.
They would be pissed. Yeah, Pokemon Company. They're the ones that I ain't gonna put anything past Pokemon Company. Anyway, they can cut corners. If there's one game, it'll be Pokemon.
No, but they still always put it on a cartridge, and then they always put the DLC even on a cartridge on a re-release.
Yeah, re-release.
They are good about that.
Yeah, and to be fair, Nintendo does actually get a say. They actually own the Pokemon IP and they publish the game, so Nintendo does get actually a say in that stuff anyways. But they need to have more of a say in quality control, but that's a different conversation.
Well, they own a third, Creatures owns a third, and Pokemon Company owns a third.
Yeah. So it's interesting to look at the game keycard situation because a lot of people are yelling at Nintendo that they're killing physical, and I'm like, one, physical was already dying. It's not Nintendo's fault. In fact, Nintendo's one of the few companies that kept it alive. So they're the only company not selling an all digital system of the 3 console makers. PlayStation's selling 2 of them. Their most expensive system doesn't come with a disc drive. Now, you could buy one separate and put it on, but clearly
you need internet access in order to use.
Yeah, you need internet access.
That one too.
Yeah, so you can't buy it and not use the internet to add physical to your PS5 Pro. So it's one of those things where, look, I'm not going to get mad at Nintendo because, the tea leaves are being read and all digital is the future. Nintendo's still releasing their games physically. Third parties are welcome to release their games physically. They're choosing not to. Cartridges are expensive, regardless of how many size options are available. We already saw lots of size options available on Switch 1. And some companies are choosing to use it. So
I got a question about this one because I know there's been a large list of games that have been confirmed as keycard games. I'm wondering because I don't recall everything that we've seen so far get that confirmation. Is everything that we've seen as a game keycard a port of some kind, or have there been brand new releases that are yet to come out that come out post launch that have been confirmed as key cards?
I don't think we have any new games that haven't already existed.
There isn't any. Period.
Okay.
Besides Deltarune chapters 3 and 4, and Hades.
Okay.
Hades technically is already out on PC.
Yep. So I'm
right
sure
now we don't have any new third-party games announced yet.
I'm wondering if we get third-party exclusives, like a new third-party exclusive, like I don't know, a new triangle strategy game or something like that. Of that nature, if that's going to be a key card or
the FromSoft game,
or the FromSoft game,
that should be physical. Nintendo's probably publishing that. There's no way they're making it. Nintendo didn't write a check.
I'm just curious if this might be the go-to for ports and stuff, and what it's going to look like when we get brand new games launching, like day and date. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll tell you what, NBA 2K is going to use the game key card. Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely.
Madden? Think Madden's gonna do this?
Madden is a game key card. That's actually one new game that is announced, and it uses a game.
Oh wow, so they're not. So EA is using a code for Split Fiction, but they're doing a game key card.
Yeah.
For Madden?
Yeah. Explain that one.
That's weird.
You would think that people that play Madden wouldn't really care about a physical card, and people that play Split Fiction
resale value.
more. You know what I mean? Like
there's no resale value
in general.
Yeah.
Like I could just speak as someone who's been a Madden player for all these years.
You can get 30 cents for that game key card.
There's like
Madden 27 comes out.
There's like no value in reselling Madden physical, so like it doesn't really matter, to be honest.
But that's the whole point of the game key card is so you can be able to sell it physical. That's one of the main arguments.
Well, the other argument is you can borrow it to friends who aren't on your NSO as well.
Yeah.
We got one in chat. The new Daemon X Machina is confirmed physical, also has a collector's edition.
Nice.
That one's multi-platform now. It's not just a Nintendo exclusive.
Is that one confirmed physical?
Yeah, I was
that
looking
one's
at it right now.
physical. Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
That doesn't surprise me because didn't the original come out exclusively on Switch for a while?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think only on Switch still. I think I could be wrong. Correct me in chat.
I don't know if it's a PC. Right now.
I know it's first party, but I just saw that Tamagotchi Life, the box art was going around. Is that physical too?
That's for next year, 2026.
They did bring Daemon X Machina to PC.
Okay.
So it was first on Switch and PC like a year later.
That's for Nintendo Switch, right, Jake?
Tamagotchi Life?
Yep.
Yeah.
Switch 2, yeah. 2026.
Okay.
Tamagotchi Life I thought was Switch 1.
It's Switch 1.
Tamagotchi Life The new Tomodachi Life is Switch one.
Yeah, it was in the Switch One Direct.
It was in the Switch One Direct.
Right, that direct that was a week before.
Which, by the way, there's probably a Switch 2 edition of the game.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, I'll charge it too. My point of
I
view.
I didn't even realize that. Okay.
My point of view on this card thing is a little controversial.
You like it?
Because
Lay it down, man.
I'm an 80s guy, right? I've been through a lot of heartbreaks, and all of you who've been in the 80s, right? I saw the launch of the NES, the first one. For those of you thinking I'm 30, I'm not 30. I'm way over 30. And so I've been through a lot of changes throughout technology. I remember buying VHS tapes, just having my little collection. I got Howard the Duck. I got Indiana Jones.
Hell yeah!
So I got all my little collection of VHS. Then that changed into DVDs, and I had my DVDs there. I remember going to Blockbuster Video and getting my tape in person, just dropping it off. Right, make sure be kind, rewind, and just dropping it back in. Sadly, I wasn't that kind. Sometimes I just dropped it in. And so I've been through a lot of changes when it comes to digital. From physical to digital, right? And they were all heartbreaks because I miss Blockbuster Video like crazy, man. I want to go with my daughter and take it to Blockbuster, rent a video, and then go back and turn it back in. That Blockbuster night, man, it was like epic, right? And so I'm seeing this digital thing, and I'm hearing what Nate said when I agree that conversation was happening. And the way I hear it is Nintendo kind of vouching for physical and trying to give them, hey, let's at least give them a way to stay physical, digital but physical, right? Because all the key cards are digital codes that you can buy and sell now. You're done with it. You know what? I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna sell it on eBay. I'll probably get a couple bucks from it. You can't sell your digital games right now unless you sell your entire Switch or your account. At least with digital key cards, you can do that. I understand that. It's kind of sad to kind of be in this. You're kind of looking forward, and you look back and you see all those beautiful physical items you're leaving behind, and all of a sudden you look forward and it's all digital. But man, it's something that's life. That's how it's always been. And kind of when we move forward, we end up kind of leaving behind a lot of things that we love. And I'm looking at Jake's background back there, right? And such a great collection, man. And I'm pretty sure he enjoyed buying every single one of them and just kind of making that collection. And I'm looking at this key card. I'm like, you know what? It's a win-loss, right? At least it's a win in the way that it kind of represents something physical that you can at least claim some ownership with. And Nintendo can never take that license away from you. You have that license with you. You can take it to GameStop and just trade it in or whatever. But then again, you have the digital part, right? And so that's how I see it. I'm like, I was expecting this. I don't think it is big for another heartbreak along the way. But I think that eventually, we are heading into a digital. I see it. The controversial part is that I see it because of everything that we've been through from the 80s moving forward. I actually see this as, okay, at least they're trying to keep some physical form for just a little bit longer, because they could have just not offered it at all and straight to digital. But at least we have something that is kind of part physical, I
think it's more like what Nate said, where like they're not doing it to keep it physical. They're doing it to have something on the shelves.
Yeah.
Besides the first party games. I mean, that makes more sense to me, but I don't disagree with what you said. I think it's a really good point that you brought up, Mike, that I wanted to also mention is that like everyone on this podcast, we grew up with physical. It's tied to our childhood, our nostalgia. It's very hard for us to let that go. And then you've got the new generation who, what you experience when you're a kid really impacts like what you want when you're an adult. And these kids that just go all digital right away, there's no nostalgia tied to it. They don't care.
Yeah.
And then the reverse is also true, where we lived through not owning things when they started to go digital and losing access. And that's actually, I don't think, really going to be a thing. Like, I don't think, like, even for us, there's like, you can count the number of significant games on one hand that like you couldn't get anymore once the digital storefronts closed. but there's those laws now where you have to be able to download like 100 years into the future,
Mhm.
as long as your company's like still exists. So you're not going to lose things digitally. So like we also are like stubborn headed in a certain way. So it's both things. I mean, at the end of the day, the ideal thing would just make it physical and make it digital and just let people choose. But we have lost the choice, and that's why I'm just kind of accepting it.
Yeah. I'm there too. I'm there too. I'm just seeing it as at least we have something physical to hold on to while we can, and make the best of it while we have it. And so yeah, eventually it'll be digital. And I'm pretty sure even with digital, soon enough, someone will come up with a great idea up ahead and say, okay, you know what? Now you can carry all of your digital games on your own digital wallet, and that will give you an extra kind of layer of, hey, this is mine. And so instead of having it in the cloud, you have it on your digital wallet. You have all your games here, like I guess like what do you call that? Crypto, currency, some kind of a thing where all your digital games are there. You can sell them there as well. And so digital is all here, but at least you have some kind of ownership where if the company goes belly up, you have no fear. You're not gonna lose it. It's all there. You can still play them. I like
Mike, that's really smart. I think you're right. I think the virtual game cards are gonna lead to one day a digital marketplace.
Yeah.
Of trading and buying and selling. I think the only thing that's stopping it right now is just I think that they're afraid that they'll lose money from it. But I think something like that will come eventually.
Yeah.
I think you guys have all made great points so far. Like I totally resonate with a lot of the things that Mike was saying about nostalgia and times changing. I've got kids, none of them care. Well, except for one who I think is heavily influenced by me, but none of them really care about the digital stuff. And it's hard saying goodbye. I mean, does anyone remember Laserdisc?
Oh my God, yeah, dude.
I mean, that's before me, but how cool were those things?
Yeah.
But the thing is the way I look at it, I was a little bit surprised when the game key card situation arose. Obviously, I've been expecting for a long time that next generation for Sony and Microsoft would be all digital. And I think I expected Nintendo to carry a bit of a stronger torch with the physical media, just knowing, like Nate mentioned earlier, how strong their sales are still for physical media. Way bigger than any of the competition. But at the same time, and to Mike's point, you get something. As far as we've seen and as far as we know right now, the game key cards are the same price as the digital version. There's no price increase. You're not paying $10, $15, $20 more for the key card. What's the difference? You get something physical, something tangible, something that you could display on your shelf, something that you can open up, unwrap, have a card, slot the card in, like you said, trade. Let friends
it's funny because
borrow,
you
etc.
say that as a selling point, and to me, it's like, but you know what? That's one thing that if I don't have it in my system, I have to swap it out, go get it.
Right. I'm making this point for people who are really upset about it. It's not going to affect the generation who's going digital. It won't affect my kids. It won't affect their kids. They're going to have a digital library. This is for the collector. Like it's like. I get it. It's a bummer. We're a relic of the past. We're holding on
a new collection tier. There's going to be somebody who only collects these, and we'll be proud to say I have every game key card that's ever released.
That'd be cool. Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah,
They'll be worth
stash, isn't it?
It'll be like that's like having like a floppy disk collection.
God damn it! Created a new collection meta.
Another point that I wanted to add was. Like we love gaming, right? That's why we have our channels here, right? Everybody loves video games, right? And part of loving video games is supporting the developers who are behind these video games. Nowadays, it's become even more expensive to create physical media for them, right? And so, with all these crazy studios shutting down for no reason, just kind of getting laid off, and a lot of heartbreak in the developing world, right? We have to understand that also. The digital era for them is something that they could kind of breathe because they could develop a game, they could not only sell the game maybe at a cheaper price because they don't have to work with the fees of physical media, but they can also maintain that game over time and continue to support digitally with updates and all this stuff, right? This is something that didn't exist when I inserted my NES cartridge into my Nintendo. I didn't get any updates or DLC on top of that. Like that was it, you know?
Well,
and
except for Sonic on the Genesis, where you had to plug in the Sonic 3.
Yeah.
And then they added the DLC, and that's how they added it.
And then all the other things you hooked up to the NES to kind of make it work better or faster or whatever. But I mean,
well, yeah, back in the day, if games were broken, they were just broken.
Yeah,
forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. I the last point that I kind of wanted to make on this is like I think we all agree physical media is dying. It's going to be a thing of the past as far as mainstream consumers. So for me, the argument's not really there. I just think this is a nice alternative as opposed to just a download code. It's nice to have something. If you do care about having that tangible product and collecting, which not everyone will, but if you do enjoy that, this is kind of a nice little, I don't know, ease you into the transition of the digital age. You know, it kind of wanes you off. But I think it's also a great opportunity for companies like I Am 8-Bit or Limited Run to have a strong market and be able to cater to, you know, some of those more older, retro, nostalgic gamers who still want that stuff. Although I will say it is interesting. I think Nate made a video mentioning this today or yesterday about one of those companies, I Am 8-Bit or Limited Run, actually making a collector's edition that's a key card, which is
that's Sega's choice. That's Sega's call.
It is Sega's call. It is Sega's call. That's why it's not a numbered release, because if it's a numbered release, then it's physical. Because then it's Limited Run's call. But I will say this, and because when that was brought up to me in a comment, I said that's fine, but Limited Run doesn't have to work with anyone who's not willing to run a physical copy. It's a two-way street. They don't have to work with Sega and Atlas.
Yeah,
it's a choice. They're choosing to still work. Money, well, they like money, and it's a physical. But the problem is, it's a physical copy everywhere else. Like they couldn't have tried to say, hey, how about we just charge like $20 more for the Switch 2 version and make it physical?
Yeah,
like, I don't even think the conversation happened.
Well, the other thing about what GameBird was just saying is like that like tells me that physical is pretty much already dead, because 10 years ago, if game card keys would have been a thing, and no one would have been like, it's kind of nice, you know, it is nice to have a physical, you know, people would be outraged. So the fact that we've gotten to the point where we're so broken that we're like, no, this is not the best, but it's all right. Like, it's sad. It's a sad day.
It's because we're all sitting here with physical media knowing that it's 1 foot in the grave right now. The lights coming through the door, but the door's not quite open yet.
Yeah.
But
cool. Well, we got physical media here, you know, and at the Nintendo Prime shop, we got physical media, T-shirts, all that stuff. You want physical mugs, physical cups, a lot of physical.
All the DLC is on the shirt.
Let's get physical.
What did you say, Nate?
We don't have physical media. We have T-shirts, mugs,
physical stuff.
Trust me, you guys know the 2-inch Destroyer loves a good physical release.
So I gotta say,
yeah, buddy.
It kind of feels like we have 3 villains on the show right now. We got Jake saying, "I don't fucking care. I'm going all digital. So who gives a shit?" Yeah, Mike Odyssey being like, "Hey, this is kind of better than just digital, but hey, accept it. We're all 2 old heads." GameBird's like, "Yeah, you're right. Fucking villains."
Asshole.
I mean, I think that everyone is kind of on the same page. We're just kind of trying to show all the viewpoints of it. I mean, look at my wall. Like, obviously, I love physical collecting. Like, this was not an easy decision.
But you started a topic ago and you were like, "Yeah, I'm going all digital because fuck this shit. I travel too much."
It took me a long time to come to terms with that and accept that and make that choice. Now that I've made the choice, I'm in on it. But it wasn't easy.
I'm throwing this to the stash man now because, like, if anyone here is a physical fucking collector, look, do you even see any physical games behind me besides Cassette Beast? And Cassette Beast is only there because they sent it to me.
I got a couple, about 3 or 4. 5.
They sent it to me, so it's back there. It's sealed. It's gonna stay sealed because it's got like collector stuff in it. And I'm like, hey, This might be worth something someday. But that's because they sent it to me. I didn't do it by choice. So, the king of physical stash, what do you think about this game key card situation? Because it's, look.
I think it's still a t-shirt.
Well, we don't know. I'm thinking it's going to be like 80% of games that come out, quote unquote, physically are going to be in a game key card that aren't Nintendo.
Yeah. So that's where I'm at. I'm expecting game key cards across the board. I think we will have the outliers like CDPR with Cyberpunk.
They're also big physical believers. They've said that several times.
Which is great. And, you know, if people really support Cyberpunk on Switch 2 at release, maybe that will send some sort of message to some of the other developers, publishers that are paying attention. That would be great. I know we don't know yet about Hogwarts Legacy. I've been asked probably daily if I know any information about it. And, you know, I don't have any connections. I can only go based on logic, right? Harry Potter is a massive, massive IP. So why would you not want that on store shelves if you're Warner Brothers? So logically, I would think that they would want it. But WB, they do some anti-consumer stuff and they make some really dumb decisions like Suicide Squad. So maybe I'm giving them too much credit.
$80 all digital only, baby.
Yeah. So and again, if I'm working there, I'd be like, hey, Harry Potter IP, we need that on store shelves with Nintendo. That's an easy decision. That's a no-brainer. So we'll see what happens there. But there's been things like that throughout Lifetime that don't make sense, like Kingdom Hearts, right? That should have been physical on Nintendo 20 years ago. But again, it still hasn't came out physically. Now, as far as these game key cards, I'm not going to get bent out of shape about them. We've known this has been coming for a long time. All of us have. We should have all mentally prepared ourselves for this by now, because honestly, I thought that a lot of companies were going to take COVID as their out. I really did. I thought they were going to use that as their out. I was expecting it. And I was expecting it so much, and then it didn't happen. We got more, obviously we've gotten more digital. But the fact that we've continued to get physical since then, I feel like, you know, we got more time than expected is what I think. I really do. That's ultimately what I think, is that I thought it was going to happen maybe 4 or 5 years ago. So this is where we're at. They're moving us over. They're migrating our generation over to digital. And the way they're doing it is with the game key codes. We're still giving you a box so you can display it on your shelf, which they know we like that. They know we like ownership. So they're meeting you somewhere in the middle, and it's a little bit of a gray area still. And I think we'll know better how things are going to play out 12 to 24 months from now. But I think we all have a pretty good idea of how it is probably going to play out, what direction it's heading. And ultimately, I do think this is the last Nintendo generation. If this is the direction they're going in this hard, if it's going to be this 80% thing, right? Then it seems like this is what's going to happen. I mean, if Switch 2 runs for another 6 to 8 years, let's say, do you really think we're going to have it after this? Xbox has been on their way out for 5 years.
Also, it's like 90% at launch. So you're telling me you think it's going to get better?
Exactly.
Deeper into the life cycle? Like,
exactly.
I also say that I have this thought process that when Switch 3 comes out, it might still have a cartridge slot, but it'll just be for backwards compatibility.
Yeah. I think that the Lite will be all digital. Switch 2 Lite will be all digital.
I think that's a possibility, Mike. I do. I really do. I think it is. They're weaning us off of it. They're weaning us off of owning things physically.
I don't think the
they
Lite
make it more
will be
convenient.
digital because that's a secondary console for most people. And if people have bought
my daughter has
already.
We have two. My daughters each prefer the Lite. They don't want Switch 2. They want Switch 2 Lite. So I'm like, okay.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying is like, if you buy a Switch 2 and you've bought all these games for it, they're not gonna release a Lite and not have a cartridge.
So what they prefer is digital. They don't like physical. Because of their ages, like guys were mentioning it. And so
I'm talking about like Nintendo as a whole.
Yeah.
So here's my deal. I know why we're losing viewers on the live right now. You guys are waiting. No. You're waiting for it. No. They're waiting for it. We're all talking casually. We're just like accepting the future. Look, guys, I have your back. Fuck game key cards. They are fucking bullshit. You should just go all digital if that's what you're gonna do. Fuck fake physical. Get it the fuck out of my store.
It's not. This is the thing, Nate. That at least you can buy and sell your digital stuff.
Get the fuck out of here. I don't want to
listen.
That game key card, and they're like, "Oh, I borrowed it to a friend who did some stupid shit with it, and my fucking friend got that key card banned. Fuck that. Get out of here."
Jeez. Listen. Here's the best way to describe it. The digital age in video games is basically like this massive tsunami that's been heading for us. And we've all been standing on the coastline watching in horror as the tsunami, once the tsunami hits, physical game media is gone. But Nintendo stepped in and said, hey, before the tsunami hits, we want to give you guys a delicious cream pie from Sunflower Bakery. And then boom. That's basically what's happening. Game key cards. Yes, made with love. Game key cards are basically Sunflower Bakery cream pies.
Yeah, with a little poison inside.
Just saying.
It's like you're in a Titanic and you're so.
Except they don't taste the same.
I mean, we don't know that for sure. I haven't tasted. I haven't tasted the cream pies yet.
Debatable.
The ones you're handing out for Mother's Day for single mom. I haven't tasted those ones yet.
Those ones specifically, you have not.
Those ones specifically, I have not. That is for sure.
Hey, you know what? I will say real quick that I am still planning on supporting, obviously, physical to the very end. And with these game key cards, yes, I'm still going to do it. But if there comes a time, which there might, no one's really talked about this. But if there does come a time where these physical game key cards have a later release date than the digital, I'm getting the fuck out. And Bravely Default concerns me with the fact that I've been able to get it digitally, but there's some bullshit with the physical. No one knows. I tried to pre-order it in person at GameStop with my Mario Kart World, and
it was on their list to pre-order.
I know it was on the flyer, and he's like, "Yeah, it's not pulling up. Let me see if I can make a call." I'm like, "No. Take care of all these people that are outside. Mm-hmm. Your website doesn't even have it. Neither does Best Buy. It's beyond your reach right now. But thank you. I'll keep an eye on it. I think there's something going on. Honestly, I really do. Like intuition, gut feeling. I feel like there's something going on, and it is a little concerning because if that were to come later, then I'm getting the fuck out.
Do you think it's on the developer though?
I don't know, Mike. I really don't.
Look,
it's hard to say at this point.
Anything like that, it's just speculation. We have no idea.
Here's the thing. It ain't speculation. Are physical cartridges available to use on Switch 2? Yes or no?
The false prophet.
Yes or no? Are physical cartridges available? Are there third-party games used? Even smaller third-party games, there's 2 of them using physical cartridges. Get that shit the fuck out of here. They're doing it because they're cheap assholes that want to maximize their profits and push everyone to digital.
You gotta vote with your wallet. Vote with your wallet.
The only reason I'm even buying a single one is so I could show that you could resell it and that you could share it with your friends and I could show it on a live stream. I'm never buying a game key card after Yakuza 0 ever again. It's never happening.
You know that if you go to Square Enix for to try to pre-order, it only gives you the digital edition. on Square Enix.
Yes, we know.
Yeah,
we're aware.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we give you the option for that
we
key
can
card.
we can pre-order digital. We can't pre-order physical, even though it's already announced.
That's what I'm talking about.
I think
exactly why I'm bringing this up.
I think these publishers were like, we are never going to give our full games on physical ever again. So Nintendo, you can do whatever you want, but we're gonna make sure that these can't be things that are traded. Whatever, you can't have the full game on a physical format ever.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's up to the developers who choose to deliver how they want to deliver. And so if Nintendo's trying to push
the publishers, but yeah,
the publisher, yeah. I want to be clear.
So,
I don't think that Joseph Ferris chose for Split Fiction to be a code.
Right.
That was not his decision. There's no way. No way that guy runs. No way in fuck. He's like, yeah, Switch 2, let's put it in a box. No, that was EA's decision.
I believe that too. That was my first thought as well, that Joseph had nothing to do with that.
So I got to ask you guys, and I already know Jake's answer because he's pretty much spelled it out for us tonight as far as he's ready to go all digital. He's all in. But for you guys, because I know you guys do like, other than, Nate exploding a second ago for the game key cards. And listen, I get it. It sucks. There's no other way to wrap it.
I'd rather
they suck. But
fuck out.
But I am curious, and you just answered the question. My question for you guys is, would you rather support pure digital, or would you rather support the more tangible physical digital of key cards? Like, what would you rather support?
Wait, one thing I want to say real quick, and then I'm going to bow out since I've already said my stance, is the number one thing, not necessarily people here, but I see people do that pisses me off so much, is like, they'll post or like make videos, support the developers, buy this game physical, blah blah blah. But if a game gets a digital only release, where's all the supporting the developers? Where's supporting a good game? You know what I mean? There was people that didn't buy games that I loved because they were digital. Like, why wouldn't you support the developer? If you support your developer, it's just buying the game. It doesn't matter whether you buy it physical or digital. But that's all I want to say. I'm out.
I'm with Jake. That's my send to. Ditto.
So yeah. I'm gonna buy. Look, I buy digital games. I've never shied away from the fact that I buy digital games. I have 123 digital games on my Switch. That's way more than I have physically. Okay, but my thing is, when you get digital, it's for convenience. You don't have to go to the store. You can pre-install it and play it, but even before midnight. And the bottom line is, now with virtual game sharing, it can be actually easy to share it with at least one other person once we link up once, if they're not around. Like Eric and I were already talking behind the scenes about linking up our two Switch 2s together, and then I'm sharing games with him when we're not even around each other. So like, yes, I am not against digital or even all digital games, even though I don't want physical to go away. But I know, we just discussed it, we know the all digital future is ahead, and I know that's how games are going to be delivered. What I fucking hate is fake physical. You either give me the real fucking physical item or get the fuck out of here. I don't want a code tied to a fucking cartridge, because now what you've done is, there's resale value. I've talked about this in my video. Yeah, it's resale value. It's technically better than a digital thing. No, it's better than a digital code in a box. Sure, because a digital code in a box shouldn't fucking exist. It shouldn't fucking exist. Shouldn't even be allowed to be sold. But it is. So I do think it's better than a digital code in a box. I also think that it just shouldn't exist. My whole stance on this is, you get digital for convenience. This takes away the convenience of digital because you still got to swap cartridges out. So you still got to carry the fucking things with you. So if that's going to be the case, make it full fucking physical, or don't fucking bother. Just put it on the eShop.
So I'll respond to that. There is a part of me that I've thought about this too. And, some people know about my struggles that I've had with Best Buy throughout the years with actually getting my games on time. And this has been an ongoing thing. I've went to many locations. This is from Arizona to California when I lived out there for work. I always pre-ordered my games from Best Buy. I worked there 23 years ago. Right. And, I have a lot of good memories with them, right? So I try to continue to support them because I think they're going to be gone sooner than later. But also because I can pre-order there for in-store pickup. Because then it removes some of the risk of me getting games late, especially when I need to play games immediately if I'm going to be reviewing them. So I'll pre-order from Best Buy online and I'll go for in-store pickup. I cannot tell you how many times I've gotten a text from them. I've gotten a push notification, an email saying your game's ready to pick up. I go down there. Hey, I'm here. Here's the SKU. Oh, we don't have that yet. The fuck do you mean you don't have it yet? And you know, it's not their fault, right? Like it's the people working the register are typically kind like it is anywhere else. I'm not mad at them. It's just like Best Buy, you guys suck balls, like literally. They piss me off so much with the experience, right? And it's like if I try and get it at GameStop, it shows up late. You know, if I get it anywhere else, you get it at Target, you pre-order at Target, you'll get it a week later. I've experienced that. And so the best option, right, is what I've been doing. And so if this bullshit best option was removed entirely and now my only option is digital, that would save me a lot of time. It would save me a lot of bullshit. It would save me the effort. It would save me the annoyance of driving. It ain't close when you live in the mountains. It's not. It's like around 50 miles round trip to go to Best Buy.
Wow.
You know what I mean? And like, when I say I live in the mountains, I mean, I literally have to drive down a mountain and go off-roading for about 2 miles. And so that uses a lot of gas, obviously, in a Jeep Wrangler, right? So point is that
I feel like Dash is just flexing right now.
How do you get your breaking news? Yodeling?
I just have to off-road in my Jeep Wrangler on the reg. It's so inconvenient.
Fun. Sounds fun, actually.
No, it is. But my point is that you're not driving regular pavement. You're off-roading, so it literally eats up your fuel. Is
dude,
the point I'm making.
Four-wheeling, man. That sounds like fun.
I mean, I do it every day, every time I leave. So you know what I mean? Like, it's not a leisure four-wheeling. You know, I'm not going out mudding.
That's fun.
But that is fun, yeah. And when I do it for that, I enjoy it. But that's why I'm with you on this, and that, like, hey, there is a part of me that's like, I would love to not deal with the bullshit and just get my game at 9 p.m. Arizona time when it's midnight on the East Coast and have that baby ready to go. I love that Game Pass lets you pre-download and pre-install a game like a week early sometimes. I love that. Like that is extremely consumer friendly for a company that doesn't care at all about physical. Xbox, Microsoft, they don't care at all about it. But that is super, like, to me, I appreciate that. It's like, okay, well, at least if I get it digital, it's ready to go right on time. I don't have to wait for Best Buy to open at 10 a.m. or during COVID, they weren't opening till noon. I'm like, I don't deal with any of that crap. Same with GameStop. They were opening at noon. Now they're opening at 11. An hour better. So that's where I'm at. The thing is though, is we have to accept what's going on. Our outcry is not going to honestly do anything. I think supporting companies like CDPR with their physical, that can help. But then you have to count on other developers and publishers paying attention and actually caring and doing something about it and saying, hey, we got to do what they did, because gamers came out and supported that. And you know what? We can make more money if we do that. You got to count on someone to be smart enough to actually look at that data. And I'm not confident that there's enough smart people, sadly, in the world that use common sense, because common sense isn't so common anymore. Been saying that for decades now.
Yeah, I wouldn't hold my breath for that, because at the end of the day, it's all about money. I mean, using CDPR as an example, you know damn well all those devs knew that Cyberpunk wasn't ready at launch, but suits make the choice.
Yeah, I
think
know.
they had to get it out because of like a law in Sweden. They had to get it out before the calendar flipped, because of like when they announced it or something like that, or else they could have gotten like sued. So I think
they could have delayed that PS4 version though. Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not sure. I think it had to do with that.
Oh,
But
maybe.
physically, they
Okay.
could have probably delayed it. But if they're going to release it,
Well,
I don't, you know what
that's
I mean?
one of many,
I remember that.
many examples out there.
Well, they
But
released
yeah.
it on
The other
PS4.
thing I see in the chat is like you can't sell digital. So people who collect physical, how often do you sell the games you buy? Like, are you just selling the games that you've bought physically all the time?
So
Like,
I can actually speak to this.
Yeah.
So I am in a position now where I don't have to, but I grew up really poor. It's the only way I could afford new games. I'd always trade them in to get new games all the time. So it's actually really common. A lot of people.
That leads me to my next point. What I was going to say is, honestly, I'm considering getting like a GameFly subscription.
Yes.
Because if I'm gonna be not buying physical games, just buying digital, if I want to be able to try more games, I can just have an active GameFly subscription going, and then games that I don't know if I necessarily want to buy, I just try them out. Maybe I want to review them, whatever. I hear a game has a lot of hype. I mean, Game Pass is great for that as well, but I think GameFly, if they can figure out a way to do rentals of the virtual key cards where you can rent a game instantly, I kind of want to make that a business if they don't do it, because that would be crazy. That's the future.
They'll just be like, "Hey, you want to rent something? Add us to your NSO family."
Imagine any game on the Switch and you can rent it for $5, the full game for like 2 weeks.
It just sounds like you need some friends that have the game already and put them on your NSO.
That's true. And then you just buy a bunch of Switches, get all the games, and then you rent them out to people.
Yeah, you started renting. I mean, you do have to meet them in person. That's the problem.
Oh, right. Okay. So yeah. So that would be a roadblock.
Nintendo, add a new NSO tier that takes away that roadblock.
Just have kiosks like the red boxes with Switch 2s in them.
Oh my god!
You go and tap your Switch 2 and rent.
You can rent it to someone. Oh,
that'd be interesting.
Someone in the chat reminded me one thing I totally forgot to bring up for pre-order because I didn't pre-order it. I already have it. 1 terabyte Lexar, baby. I already have it. So that's why I didn't mention it, because I didn't have to pre-order it. It's here. I got it.
We're playing with power.
Yes.
That came in a box that was like 600 times too big for it.
I just bought a 256 one. I don't even
Hey, not to keep this topic like continuing, but I do have to ask one thing based on the information that we know now. Okay. Because this is something that we should probably talk about briefly. But since Nintendo's doing this, the one, the one company we all, I think, believed would be supporting physical to the end for a variety of reasons. What does this mean for PS6 and the next Xbox?
They're all
digital.
They're all digital.
I think they're full.
We've talked about it a lot. Yeah,
they're all digital.
All dig is funny. I like the way
they might even give you a way to potentially lock a physical copy to your account as well. I don't know if just for backwards compatibility, or they just won't have backwards compatibility. I mean, that could be a thing too. But
do you think they could have? I know Xbox isn't going to do anything, but do you think PlayStation could have like a disk drive accessory exclusively for backwards compatibility?
Absolutely. That's what I think it is. I don't think there's any version of PS6 that has a hard drive. I think that they'll sell a compatible disk drive.
I don't think the disk drive is going to attach to the system. I think it'll just be a USB plug-in.
Yeah, that's. I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, and if they do that, cool. But that still means it's all digital. I mean, it's just DC.
Yeah.
So that's what I look, guys. When two of the, can't you say like 3 of the 4 PlayStations they sell are digital, because they have 2 different all digital versions. They have the Slim and the regular, and then they have the Pro. So, like, a majority of the PlayStations, I'm trying to point out, is already all digital. And we know Xbox with Game Pass has pretty much put it all digital. I mean, they even sell an Xbox Series X now without a disk drive. So, yeah. I mean,
we thought that it was going to go all digital for sure on Xbox. And we presumed that you're going to have to spend more money to get a PS6 with a drive, which we already saw now with the PS5 Pro. And, now we're getting these collector's editions too. that have no game in there, no physical game.
Sony's been doing that a long time.
Sony's been doing it, yeah, a lot. And it's like, look, man, they are going to take what's happening today with Nintendo, I think, as they're out. And again, I'm surprised they didn't take COVID, but I get it. There was a lot of unknowns at that time. But moving forward, I think they're going to take Nintendo basically falling on the sword for everyone as they're out.
For sure. That's a good take. I think that Microsoft learned their lesson when they launched like Xbox One, and their new strategy became continue doing everything they said that people hated, but just be quiet about it. You know, don't announce that they're doing all that stuff. And then, you know, Sony's been kind of going in the same direction. And then now that Nintendo's done it, they can just be more blatant and open about it. Yeah. So I do think it kind of opens the floodgates to just start progressing things forward a lot more. And if there was any chance of physical continuing for Sony in the PS6, I think that pretty much just gave them the out and put the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
All right. All right, let's go to that third topic. And Gamer, you can get a final word in because you're going to end up leading the next topic.
Yeah. Final word is on the bright side, everyone. Once we leave the physical realm, everything's going to be a lot cheaper because they don't have to pay retailers and stocking fees and all that stuff. All the game prices are going to go way down, guys.
Yeah,
okay. I promise.
Gamer, does your camera follow you?
Yes, I've turned it off, but it keeps friggin' turning back on.
Did you turn off the gestures?
I was gonna say, I wonder if there's
that's probably what it is. Yeah.
It's like, is it like the OBSBot one? There's a gesture setting, you gotta turn it off.
It is. Yep.
Yeah, I've got that exact one. Yeah. The gesture. Cool. You turn the gesture off and it won't do it anymore.
All right, sweet. All right, let me pull up my topic of the evening. One sec. All right. So, topic number 3. The next batch of Switch 2 games, guys. Game announcements, they're coming, likely coming in June. What do we expect at various events coming up? We have Summer Games Fest just around the corner, Xbox Showcase stuff, usually a Ubisoft showcase, and probably, most likely, some sort of Nintendo Summertime Direct. And one thing to touch upon is what, if any, new big addition is Nintendo going to be adding to its library this holiday season? And what games, what are our top games that we hope get announced?
Well, I'm glad you asked this because I wanted to say it earlier, but I decided to be patient. If you're just joining us, Claire Obscure Expedition 33 needs to come to Switch 2.
Yes.
Only the third time it's been brought up.
Not by me. I was waiting for the topic.
It does need to be brought up.
Let me finish.
Needs to come over.
I wanted to ask, so this is part of it, so you can include this, Jake, even though we got you
jumping the gun
hit us a little soon. What are your guys on top of those subjects? What are your guys' biggest hopes? Top 3 announcements for Switch this summer.
Switch 2 or Switch?
Switch 2.
Switch 2. So okay. I'm going to try to make this super quick because obviously there's a lot of events, and like heading into these events, we're probably going to have like dedicated topics, like predicting each one. So I'm just going to go with the generality here. For starters, big holiday game from Nintendo. I do think there's at least one game they're hiding. I don't think it's 3D Mario. I think that gets announced in September on the 40th anniversary for 2026, early 2026, but still 2026. So I think the big holiday game, the funny thing about entering a new generation is that everything's on the table. Okay, literally everything is on the table. Could be Animal Crossing, could be Smash Bros, could be anything. New Fire Emblem, right? Could be literally anything. But I think it's going to be something bigger than Fire Emblem. Because again, the only other big holiday game at the moment is Legends EA, which will do well, but it's also on Switch. So what's the big exclusive this holiday? I think it's Luigi's Mansion 4.
Ooh, hell yeah.
Oh, for December or not for October?
Because we forget what anniversary is it this year? The 40th anniversary of what? Super Mario Bros. Bros. We're forgetting
Super Mario Hose.
We're forgetting about the brother. It ain't just about
what
Mario.
I always say.
It ain't just about Mario.
Oh, yeah, Game Bird.
He's got a brother, baby. And that brother's gonna shine. And here's the thing. Luigi's Mansion 3 looks so fucking good on Switch. Oh, what they're gonna cook up with that game. I'm on that track. Andres Restart sold me. I'm fully on board. Luigi's Mansion 4 being the big exclusive this year to pair with Pokemon this holiday. Gonna be sick. So that's my guess. Obviously, total guess that we don't really know. It could be anything. Setting that aside, third party wise, all these other third party things are gonna happen. Like I think Expedition 33 has a shot to maybe get announced. That'll be probably announced in a direct. Probably announced in a direct because the game's already out, right? So announced in the actual Nintendo Direct. That'd be the place to announce that because it's already on everything else. But I think that all the third party things, I kind of suspect, and maybe I'm going way out on a limb here. I don't think Xbox shows off a single game in their presentation that isn't on Switch 2. I think every single game ends with a Switch 2 logo in it. I think every single one of them. I think Xbox is going all in. And the only reason they're not talking now is because of that. They're waiting for the summer direct after it comes out.
I half agree with you on that because I do have a feeling every game at whatever showcase event they're going to do will be on Switch 2. But I do know sometimes they do the thing where they don't show the other platform logos, but then right after the showcase ends,
they started doing it
like it's coming to the.
They started doing it this year. The last Xbox Direct had all the PlayStation logos in.
Did it? Oh, okay.
Yep. So they started doing that this year. They're fully bought in. And Phil Spencer's taking down the curtain. He's not even pretending anymore, which is fine. That doesn't mean there can't be additional announcements in a Direct. Like they could bring the Halo Master Chief Collection over. That would be like a Nintendo Direct specific announcement. I don't think they'd put that in the Xbox Showcase because they got quite a few games this year. So I'm looking forward to that. Ubisoft, I'm not, because of their financial situation, I'm not even convinced they're going to do a summer showcase. They might just have stuff in Summer Game Fest. But I do think anything Ubisoft announces will also be on Switch 2. I'm saying this because they're bringing Star Wars Outlaws. If they're bringing Outlaws, they can bring anything. Period.
Yeah, so they've always had a great relationship.
And Nintendo and Ubisoft have always been really had a great relationship. While Ubisoft doesn't have a game at launch, Star Wars Outlaws is 2025 launch window. They're still in there, just like they were with the Mario and Rabbids game. Even though it's not an exclusive game, it's still like even Digital Foundry says that's the one game announced right now that they're like, how the fuck?
They supported the Wii U. And Nintendo doesn't forget.
Yeah. So like people that thought they didn't have a dev kit, now they had a dev kit. Right, it might be being used for Star Wars Outlaws, but it could be used for stuff they haven't announced yet as well. So I think whatever Ubisoft announces this summer will also have a Switch 2 logo on it. Hopefully day and date. That's the whole thing. Is I hope these are all day and date.
After Ubisoft makes their announcements, you be hard.
Yeah.
I like that.
So obviously, there could be other people that do things like Devolver Digital has their direct every summer. I suspect all those games will be on Switch 2. Even if they don't have a dev kit, at that point they can get a dev kit because we're in June. And they'll just know they're going to bring their games there.
They'll just buy a Switch. They'll just buy it.
So the one thing to remember is, a lot of companies don't have dev kits. So I keep thinking, who does and who hasn't announced anything? Well, I think all the AAA studios do. And what happens at Summer Game Fest? There's most of the AAA studios show up at Summer Game Fest. So I think we're going to get a lot of really big announcements there. And not everything's going to have a Switch 2 logo, but a lot of things will. Certainly more things than we've seen in the past with Switch logos. Like Summer Game Fest this year is going to be fucking lit for Nintendo fans. You guys got to remember, wasn't it just last year or the year before that we were talking about Plucky Squire being like a massive showcase game at the event? It looks so
fucking disappointed me.
Oh, Eric's gonna fight you.
It was beautiful, but the gameplay wasn't. Eric, play Expedition 33. It'll put things into perspective.
And it's like, all right, Nate, what's your login? We gotta use your Game Pass account quick.
Right.
Microsoft, I'm not sharing my logins. I'm not breaking your terms of service. Anyways, no. So yeah, that's kind of the quick and dirty. I could go into a billion games. That's the thing about this topic is, honestly, there's an unlimited amount of games could be announced this summer. Yeah. But I feel like I gave a nice handful, kind of touched on everything. So let's go ahead. Who's going next, Gamebird?
Wait. I want to make sure you answer one more part of this topic. The 3 games, man.
The things I skipped.
Yeah. 3 games. What do you want to see?
What are
your hopes?
My hopes?
Yeah, for announcement. Top 3 games you want to announce for Switch 2.
Expedition 33.
Okay.
Done deal. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Just announce it even though it's coming next year.
Beautiful.
Nate the Hate's already told us this is happening. I believe it's
And
happening.
Expedition 33 is a better game than Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. That's crazy.
I'm not good in that debate, but I'm not going to disagree with you. And then I want to see the new Perfect Dark game announced for Switch 2.
That'd be cool. I like that. That's a cool one.
There we go.
All right. Let's go with Mike, Mr. Michael.
What's
Can
up,
I get a
guys?
oh yeah?
Oh, yeah. Come on.
So, 3 games. That's a question. 3 games.
Sure.
Yes. Or no.
believe the
What sort of
question was,
presents
if
do you
you
think
get
they're going to
a
have
oh, yeah.
this summer? Whether it's Summer Games Fest, Xbox Showcase, Nintendo Direct, and is there going to be a big holiday game? Do you think? If so, what is it? And your top 3 games that you'd like to see announced for Switch 2 this year?
Okay, I think Nintendo with Switch 2 is going to be everywhere. They're going to be like butter on bread, or like peanut butter and jelly, or like, whatever you put on your bread. They're going to be everywhere. Summer Games Fest. They're gonna have their own direct. They're gonna be, I know they're not really friendly with Summer Games Fest, but this year Switch 2, they're probably gonna be in some shape or form there. Even with one of those little trailers with Switch 2, whatever, with Paul Rudd. Paul Rudd gonna show up on stage with his 80s suit and just kind of say something on stage about Nintendo Switch 2. They're gonna be everywhere. So that's basically my prediction with when it comes to where Nintendo's gonna be. I think that this year we're gonna see a Mario trailer for the 3D Big Mario game for next year, and accompanied that we're gonna see also a trailer for the Mario movie. We're also gonna see a Zelda live action teaser, which will also go along with the Zelda remake Ocarina of Time. That will also launch next year, and then that will also kind of tease Lands of Hyrule opening in Universal Studios in 2027. And so that's my third one, right? What do you need? One more? Animal Crossing, not New Horizon, maybe New Planets or something bigger than that.
I want to go back to the city.
Back to the city, yeah, maybe. New country. Can I be a president and try to, put taxes and tariffs and stuff on your villagers?
Right.
What new animal species do you want to see added to Animal Crossing?
Lizards,
T-Rex,
horses.
They have the bug catcher is a lizard, right? But he can't live on your island.
Like reptilians?
Yeah. Frogs,
Lizard people.
I want dinosaurs, baby.
dinosaurs, dude. Well, I was kind of
Kurt Russell.
They've got crocodiles.
Inner Earth people?
Inner
Yeah.
Earth. Yeah. Yeah, Inner Earth.
The aliens who built the pyramids.
Yeah.
I want the villagers to ride cars, to ride horses. It'd be cool if they go back in time and they're
horses. That's
they go back in time. It's like cavemen crossings, right? And so they have to make everything all over again. So little cavemen, Animal Crossing, little people. And so throughout the game, you're actually advancing evolution. You have to get to a certain point, and then at the end, what's that dog's name? The dog with the guitar.
KK
Slider. Yeah, he invents the guitar and starts playing.
There you go.
I don't think he invents it.
And I even got the perfect name for
So
it.
he's saying in the prequel he would invent it, Nate.
Yeah, in the prequel, he's the first dog to ever sing a song in the guitar.
Well, this is the world of Animal Crossing. I think this is just how the world's always been.
Mammoth, a mammoth would be cool.
You notice in the world of Animal Crossing, it's humans that barely exist.
Yeah, I know.
There are no humans.
They need to do Animal Crossing
Just
time
the player
cop.
characters.
Yeah, we literally play as a human. Right?
That's not a human.
What is it then?
It's some kind of creature, another animal.
You and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals.
Right.
All right, let's go. Let's shoot over to the Destroyer, Jake Randall.
Oh,
all right. So I remember the 3 game question. What was the first part? Just
Yeah. So we have a number of events coming up this summer. We obviously have Summer Games Fest. We have the Xbox Showcase stuff. Usually Ubisoft, Nintendo Directs. Do you expect to see Nintendo having a presence at any of those events, or a big June, July Direct, or September Direct for that matter? And then obviously your top 3 most wanted announcements this summer for Switch 2.
Yeah, I agree with Mike. I do think that Nintendo will probably be everywhere, or at least Switch 2 logos for lots of third-party games, even if they don't have a direct presence at the shows. That's a thing that they do a lot. I think like leading up to Donkey Kong, we'll have like a Treehouse, maybe a Donkey Kong Direct. But I disagree with Mike that they'll show anything for the new 3D Mario. They really like to focus on one big game per quarter and not reveal the next game. I mean, to the point where it was honestly comical when they were doing it with Donkey Kong 3D before the Switch 2 reveal. Like, they just like focus on whatever their big thing is for a certain quarter before they announce the big things. And they started doing it like a couple years ago, where they wouldn't give us the second half of the year. And then, everyone was like, what's Nintendo have? But they would let us know when it got closer. And I think they kind of like that. I think it's just amount of time to build up hype, but not too much time, where we see with, Microsoft, where they announce games way too early, or, less people buy the games that are coming out right now because they're now focused on the game that's coming out in the future.
Yeah.
I think they have a lot of stuff announced already with Prime 4, Pokemon, what is it? ZA, Donkey Kong.
Arizona.
So I don't think we're going to get too many new things revealed super quickly, but I think as soon as Donkey Kong comes out, then we could possibly start getting some big stuff. But I do think there will be a direct after that, and we'll get some big stuff announced. In terms of third party, I don't know if you guys have heard of this game called Claire Obscure Expedition 33, but it is like when Final Fantasy was like, you know what, the graphics are too realistic. People don't want turn-based anymore. Let's just make it action. If they instead would have just put in that effort to turn turn-based into something more modern, that's what this game does. So I'm not saying everyone should play it. I'm not saying it's a great game, but actually I am. So I hope that game comes to Switch 2, and if it does, you should buy it and support it day one. And then honestly, in terms of other third-party games, potentially, Mike, I love the idea of an Ocarina of Time remake. We haven't seen anything Zelda yet, so I would love to see something teased there. Ocarina of Time remake would be like a dream project for me. That's one of my favorite games of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And then honestly, I'm so hyped about Expedition 33 right now. It's like taking over my whole brain. I'm like dreaming. Yeah. I'm having dreams about the game because the story's so good. But good. Yeah, honestly, I mean, it would be cool to. I'll throw this one in there just because we were talking about CD Projekt Red, to get more information this summer about The Witcher 4, and if that game could potentially come to Switch 2, because they were able to get Witcher 3 to come to Switch 1 close to launch. They're able to get Cyberpunk to come to Switch 2 in a way that's better than the Steam Deck. I won't say it's the best way to play it portably, but better than the Steam Deck. So I do think it's possible that Witcher 4 could come to Switch 2 as well. That would be cool to just get some more info on that. I don't think it's likely, but it would be awesome.
Can I counter on something?
Yes.
On the Mario thing, why it would be possible? Because it wouldn't be for this year; it will be for next year. Nintendo's normally used to releasing, for example, when it comes to Nintendo Directs, the September Direct never, I think, basically really rarely dropped anything shadow drop, but it was always focused on the beginning of the first half, and then February it'll be focused on the second half of that following year. So if they were to, let's say, announce a new Mario game or even tease a new Mario game, say 2026, that could be a holiday 2026 game, and they can announce it now, and it wouldn't take away from what they have this year. They have a really good lineup this year. I mean, I'm looking at the press website with the this year alone, Mario Kart World. They have the Welcome Tour. That's like the best game ever. Donkey Kong Bonanza, Drag X Race is an amazing game. Drag X Drive. I
I'm
played
hyped
it.
for that one.
Super fun. My
Well,
God.
Mike, I just think it's more likely that when Ghost of
And
Yotei
the
and
40th
Grand Theft
anniversary
Auto
of
6
Mario.
come out at the end of the year, Nintendo's going to need to have something big to compete. I
Yeah,
just
but
think
it's not
it's
gonna come
more
out this
likely
year.
that they'll talk about that as opposed to a 2026 Mario. But you're right; it's totally possible.
Yeah, but I'm saying not coming out this year, but at least for when they begin the 40th anniversary of Mario, it'd be cool if they drop that.
Oh yeah, I follow you on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Let's bring it down to Mr. Eric Moore.
Yeah.
Sacco himself.
right. Yeah, so honestly I think they're going to be everywhere. Now that they've announced this thing, showing it, pre-orders, the floodgates have opened and they are just going to be everywhere they can be. This thing is going to be shoved in your face and you're going to be reminded to get this thing. God. Yes, mate. I need to dress up as
Thank God for Stick Fix.
Yeah, right. As let's see here. Touch upon one is a new big. I mean, for games that I'd like to see announced and stuff like that, I'm with Nate. With the Luigi's Mansion 4, that'd be fantastic. I'd like to see some sort of like new Lego Nintendo game, whether it's a Lego Mario, a Lego, something. I'd just like to see a Lego IP or a Nintendo IP kind of get a Lego game. I think it'd be kind of cool because to me those are pretty fun games. And I had one more, but I completely spaced it. Son of a.
It's Expedition 33, wasn't
Yeah.
it?
Yep. I'll just go with that.
Okay. So make
Think
sure
they'll make a Lego
right.
Mario game at some point.
I mean, they made Lego Marios, so why
Yeah,
one?
that's what I mean.
Why one thing?
They
Lego
make games for like everything.
Yeah,
Lego Zelda, baby.
it just seems like a Nintendo franchise like needs a Lego boost.
It's
for
gonna
the hell of
happen.
it. Yeah,
It's gonna happen.
just needs a crossover. I want some sort of like cool new crossover.
That's gonna get me bricked up.
Totally. All right. Bring the thunder, Stash Man.
Okay, so some of the games I think will be announced this summer. Again, we've talked about this a lot with Ubisoft. They need to make money. They're not in a good spot. I'm playing Shadows. I've been playing it. I think I'm close to 65, 70 hours, possibly more. And obviously I'll be reviewing that game. That game's coming to Switch too. We already know that. It was rated by Peggy. But I think the rest are coming. I do think Syndicate, Origins, Odyssey, Valhalla, and Mirage all make it to Switch too. But they need to space it out because they will cannibalize each other. These are massive open world games, hence why my review is not done. To 100% them takes a very long time. So those will all be coming, but I think there's a good chance we get Shadows this year. I really do. In the later half of the year, possibly early next year. Let's talk a little bit, I guess, Warner Brothers. I think there's a good chance we could get the Batman Arkham trilogy, a proper version. And I think there's a good chance that they would go the same route they went with Hogwarts Legacy, in that they will not offer any upgrade path. And they are actually they're in a similar boat as far as their gaming sector as Ubisoft, in that they've just dropped the ball a lot consecutively and lost a lot of money with Suicide Squad. If they didn't have their movies, it would have been Suicide. But because it's a movie company developing video games, they have that to help them out, of course. So I think there's a good chance we get Batman, and there's a good chance we get Gotham Knights, one or the other. Again, another game they need to make some money back on. Call of Duty. We getting Call of Duty this year?
I mean, Microsoft made a big deal about that 10-year deal.
Yeah,
I'm expecting it.
Yeah, no, we'll get it.
Yeah.
It'll be in the Microsoft Showcase this summer.
Call of the Duty.
For EA, obviously we're getting Madden. I do think we get college football. I don't know if it's going to be this year. They haven't shown college football yet this year, which might be why they haven't shown it yet. But I don't see why you would offer one and not the other. And I made a whole case about this with the age demographic and why it makes sense. If you look at the Switch's age demographic and you look at the ones that are moving into college now and the ones that are in college and then the ones that are just out of college, that is their biggest window. That's their biggest demographic. You'd be a fool to not bring it over there. Again, though, there's a lot of fools in this world, so who knows what will happen. But
I'm one of them.
Yeah, I would think you would want to bring that out. If you're going to bring Madden, why would you not bring that too? So I think that for EA, I think they should announce it soon. The Sims. You get the Sims over there. The Sims is not on Switch.
Yeah.
We have My Sims, which I bought for Michaela, but it's not the same. She even said it's not the same.
The best game ever.
Try to play Tamagotchi.
First cozy game ever.
That's Nintendo's Sims.
I know, and I'm getting it for her, Jake.
Yeah.
I told her about it. I'm like, you're gonna like this. Trust me.
Oh, My Sims was the first cozy game. I played it when it first came out back in the day.
Oh, on Wii.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I think we get the actual Sims. The Sims 4 would be the most recent one that's on PlayStation still. I think that's an easy port.
There won't be a Sims 5.
Yeah, I think that's an easy port.
Yeah.
And then I think there's a good chance we get Dead Space from EA. And the other one, which again makes a lot of sense to me, and I think would provide a lot of value, especially to be able to play it on the go. And it was a game that took advantage of PS4 Pro with the HDR specifically. That was a big selling point. That was the Mass Effect Legendary Edition. The trilogy.
Say that. Nice.
Yeah. Dude, I think what's crazy is I was able to buy like a handful of copies of this game. I had no intention to. I bought mine on day one, but there was a handful of them at Walmart for $5. And I'm like,
that's good, man.
I mean, okay, this is stupid. Why is this $5? Do people not understand how great these games are?
Yeah.
They're phenomenal. I love them.
Steve, if you liked Mass Effect or Mass Effect 2 in particular, I like Expedition 33. The things I'm feeling I haven't felt since that game.
Good. It's next on my list. It's already installed, Jake, on the PS5. It's next.
My whole mission is just to get you in particular to play it.
Dude, you know I'm going to. I've been excited for this. I reached out to Sam Fall, like myself, when this game was announced. Like I sent them an email and sent him a follow-up email because I was interested in playing this game. Yeah. So yeah, I totally am. I would if I didn't have something else I was playing that I need to be.
Sounds like you're almost done with that one.
I am. I'm really close.
You mentioned the Batman Arkham games, right?
Yeah.
And so I wanted to respond to that one because James Gunn in an interview said that, you know, as they develop a new DC, they were going to work with not only movies, animation, and video games to create a cohesive story. So there's going to be video games in the WB where it's going to be part and canon with the movies coming out and with the animations coming out. And so the same, let's say they make a Superman game and Batman, whatever, the voice actors are going to be the same actors that are in the movies. Same thing with the animation, same thing with the video games. And I think they are currently producing a video game, the first video games that runs into the new DC cinematic thingy there.
That's good. That's smart. Cool it's good to have that cohesiveness.
Yeah.
That's how you make more money. Right? Yeah. Because you're getting more of what you already like. It's like, oh, it's the same voice actor too. Oh, it's a continuation or it's part of the story. Like it's, you know, it's canon now. It's part of the official lore. Like that's how you bring more people in. So I think that's a very smart idea.
Yeah.
And they should be treating video games at the same level as the movie industry, because in all actuality, video games absolutely dominate Hollywood
Oh, sure,
as far
for
as
sure.
movies. So why wouldn't you? Unless you're just, being ignorant about it. So
Did you
some
know
of the,
Expedition 33 got greenlit for a live action film?
I did, which is badass, dude.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they better get Robert
Already?
Pattinson to play Gustav. Or else-
Actually, I was gonna throw my hat in the ring.
As I say, I think Jake might be going for that role.
yeah.
You
there
see the
go.
side profile. I mean, it's hard to deny, right?
If I went for the look, I think I could nail
You
it.
could pull it off.
Right,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. I could see
Uh,
it.
I think we're getting a lot from Microsoft, guys. So as Nate said, the thing is, though, is Microsoft is just a massive, massive umbrella, right? And so to name a few, I do think Diablo 4 comes out. We had Diablo, of course, on Switch, did very well. Doom the Dark Ages, again, a title we've talked about a lot on the podcast here. Halo Master Chief Collection. Yes, I think that's coming over. Indiana Jones. 100%. That is a very, very expensive IP. And not a lot of people buy video games on Xbox. They don't buy them. It's part of the membership, right? That's how I played it on Series S. It's out on PS5 now. And I think it would make a lot of sense now to bring it over to Switch 2. I played it on Series S. It played great. They have DLC coming out. That's supposed to be coming out here in the spring. The Giants DLC, the Nephilim, should be very interesting story. So I think that comes out. Maybe we see a little bit more from Microsoft. For EA, I forgot to mention also Jedi Survivor, Star Wars. But again, I think they might want to try and space out how much Star Wars we're getting.
Yeah.
With Ubisoft and with EA, they would be wise to maybe play nice with each other and figure that out so they can both take advantage of good calendar time. At least that's what I would want to do. Square, what are they going to do? Please show us Dragon Quest 12. It's time. Maybe on Dragon Quest
Day. They didn't
Day.
even mention it at Dragon Quest Day. I was so bummed.
That was just a couple of days ago, right?
It wasn't. It was like a month or so. I feel like it was a little longer than that, but it was pretty recently.
We know we're gonna get Rebirth. We don't have a date yet for Remake. So do they show 12 right now? Maybe.
I want Dragon Quest Builders 3.
Yeah, that did really well on Switch. I played Monsters. That was my first Monsters game, The Dark Prince, and I really enjoyed it, despite the performance being shaky. I was like, this is fun. I know how.
12. Come on.
I want it.
Announced it so long ago.
Capcom, guys. Dude.
It's like the same thing as Metroid Prime 4. It was just the logo.
Street Fighter 7.
Resident Evil. Expect it. Expect to start getting some Resident Evil. We need to get 2.
They at least got to get 4.
2, 3, and 4 are coming.
Nostalgia.
Dude, 4 with mouse controls.
Yeah, it'd be great. Yeah. Just like Resident Evil 4 on Wii.
Yeah.
The Wiimote. So I think we definitely get that. We're coming up on, was it been 3 years since Resident Evil Village came out May 7th on my birthday, 2021 or
3.5 years.
Yeah. So I think we're due soon for a mainline entry as well. Obviously, our last game was RE4. So I'm excited for that. I played them all since the original big box on PlayStation. I love them. Here's another one that I think we have to get because they'd be dumb not to. And that's because there's a TV show tie-in and season 2's coming soon. Fallout. You got to get Fallout onto Switch 2. Give us Fallout 4. You just patched it about a year ago on PS5 to run at 60 frames and 4K. I think Switch 2 owners would be very happy with a 1080 60. I know I would.
Yeah.
Or give us 540 upscaled to 1080. whatever it is, however you need to achieve it. I don't care as long as it looks good, which it would. I do wonder if we're going to get an announcement. This is from Take-Two now. Take-Two 2K. Obviously, we're going to get NBA 2K. And, Grand Theft Auto, we'll see what happens there. I do think we get Grand Theft Auto. It's just a matter of what, when, and
Really?
when. Yeah, because I think GTA 5 makes a lot of sense for starters. And I think it would actually be really funny to continue that.
6?
Yeah, because I've talked about it a lot, but it's coming to Series S. So if it can play on Series S, why couldn't it play on Switch too? Which is what we talked about since around probably this time last year. But going off of like that mindset, if it can play on Series S, then why not for Switch 2? And I guess we'll find out, right? We'll see what the DLSS can do. Mafia, the Old Country, that's coming out here this summer. I think there's a possibility we get the Mafia games. Metaphor ReFantazio, I think there's a possibility that gets announced. I'm surprised it hasn't yet. Snake Eater as well from Konami. I do expect
forever
that
to do Persona 5.
Yeah. I wonder with Persona if we're going to get any sort of upgrade patch, or if it's going to be is it going to be like Sonic X Shadow by Sega? If you bought it on Switch 1 now, you can't upgrade. You gotta buy the game brand new again. It seems like a lot of companies are going to try and do that. I don't know that we're going to get many third-party Switch 2 upgrades. I really am not sure about that. Ninja Gaiden. I think that comes out. We're getting the 2D side-scroller Ragebound, but I think the new Ninja Gaiden comes out. Obviously, there's a history with Nintendo and Ninja Gaiden. Oblivion Remake, guys, is that coming out? I think it is on Switch too. I really do. I think that's something that could come this year.
Yeah, we were talking about this. If they add like links, like the Master Sword and the shield, like they did with Skyrim,
easy money, right?
Yeah,
and make a lot of people happy. Like I was talking about the idea of starting it on Series S and using cross save to finish it on Switch 2 when it comes out. That'd be a lot of fun. Red Dead 2. That is something I expect to come out and be announced. So I think that's for the most part all the main ones that I highlighted. Blades of Fire by Mercury Steam, I think that's coming out here in May. I do think that's going to come to Switch too.
I just realized something you said earlier. Mass Effect with mouse controls would be sick.
Oof. Yeah, I didn't even think about that, Jake. I didn't even think about that. That would be
so many
sick.
games where it's like, what about mouse controls? I'm trying to think now.
Yeah.
For my 3 games, the 3 games, Game Bird, I got Red Dead 2, Dragon Quest 12, and the last one I'm going to cheat it a little bit. I'm going to go Oblivion Remake / Fallout, because I think you got to get it on Switch too with the show. It's an easy way to capitalize and use that marketing money.
Oh, Stash, we forgot Persona 4, the remake, just the website, the domain name got put up. So that's probably coming announced any day now.
I wonder what's going to happen because you guys have seen, I'm sure, the collaboration between Sega, Atlas, and Limited Run. All of the games have came out. I have them on Switch. But it's I'm curious if they're going to release all again with Limited Run. We're going to get all the proper versions of Persona along with what you just mentioned, Jake, the ones that are coming out. I just feel like that might happen.
Look, they just did that with the Raidu or whatever, and that's like $250 game key card.
Yeah, and they just did Sonic X Shadow. Generations Limited Run did. They were the only ones to carry the PS4 edition, which is interesting. The game's going to be very obviously rare because of that.
Yeah.
It's a lot of games. I think we're due for Mega Man at some point too.
Mm.
It's been a long time since we had
Let's get Mega Man Legends Collection with Legends 3.
Yep. New
That'd be awesome.
That was a great summary, Stash. That you went very in depth and covered a lot of things. That was nice.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep my list short because I mean, Stash, you named so many great possibilities that I think are very highly likely to be announced for or even land on Switch 2 by the end of this year. I'll jump into mine. I'll go pretty quick because I know it's getting a little bit later. I know Summer Games Fest is right around the corner. Not really something that Nintendo participates in or has anything major outside of like, a third party thing that's coming to Switch. However, like Mike kind of pointed out, this is the year of Switch 2. Summer Games Fest is coming right off the heels of a brand new Nintendo console. I mean, in different words, but yes, you did. So like this is the time for Nintendo to shine. And if there was ever a time for Nintendo to have some sort of a presence, at least have one surprise, this is the year for that. So I do think that they're going to have some sort of announcement that's bigger than just some new port coming to Switch 2. As far as Xbox, I agree with Nate. I think that basically at least 90% of what we see there is going to be coming to Switch 2, if not all of it. I think we're definitely due for a summer direct of some sort. The very least, we know that we'll probably have that September direct, which is usually one of, if not the biggest directs of the year.
Yeah.
So I expect a lot of really, really good, exciting stuff there. Let me see. I do think that there is some sort of big holiday title from Nintendo coming this year. It sounds like everyone is on the page that it's not going to be the 3D Mario game. But honestly, I'm sorry?
Pikmin 5.
Pikmin 5?
That
would be cool, but
I'm not on that page.
Okay. So I think then Stash, you must land somewhere near me because, I say this all the time on the podcast. There's really no rules when it comes to Nintendo. People like to create these fake rules just because of certain patterns. But we all know, dude, that Nintendo is the king of curveballs. They'll throw anything historical that they've done out the window at the drop of a dime and do something differently. So I would not hold it past them. I mean, this was the company that just randomly started Twitter dropping big game announcements like Paper Mario. They did Paper Mario
Nate's pooping.
And it came out like a month after the Twitter drop. It was the most wild thing. So
I also don't think that there's a holiday big game coming. I think that Pokemon and Metroid Prime 4 all are that end of year games that are coming out. Neither of them have release dates at this time period. You know what I mean? We're already
unless they're Switch One games.
But they're
yeah, that's the thing. Those are Switch One games. So that's the thing is like, are they just going to count on Switch One and hope that people upgrade? And they're just not doing a big Switch 2 thing. Like maybe if they need more time to polish up and finish up something big. But even if it's not Mario, there are other series that they obviously don't have that juggernaut appeal or buying power, I guess, of a Zelda or a mainline Mario. Yeah. But even like a new Xenoblade Chronicles or the new Monolith IP, that's been heavily rumored. Those games have grown in popularity with every release. And now that they're able to make a game for the first time that's going to be beautiful open world on new, more powerful, more capable hardware, this could be like their biggest, whether it's a new Xenoblade or a new IP, this could be their biggest launch ever. So I do think there's something big. I would not rule Mario out. I don't know what it is. Maybe it is Luigi's Mansion.
What if it's Animal Crossing?
I don't think it's Animal Crossing, but I think that would be a great choice. But I don't think it's that.
It's the top selling game on Switch, like the second.
It is.
This game on Switch.
That-
If there were any system that will be a system seller, and I know I hear that argument about, oh, Animal Crossing was because of COVID, but you have to understand that COVID was a difficult time for a lot of people. That's the comfort game. So that game from now on will be that game that reminded them.
They don't need a system seller though. They're going to be selling out.
They don't.
Every
sure. I agree with that. I do agree.
I think that comes a couple years down the road.
Once it dies down.
When when more people have it, when there's a bigger install base as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, let me tell you about the Mario real quick, just because you and I seem to be, like I said, on a similar page. My case I would make for it coming out this year is, I mean, obviously we all know it's the 40th. No one needs to be reminded of that, but when you release it in the first year, you take advantage of the Switch 2 launch year. Everyone getting the Switch 2 at the holidays. It's your first year. It's really important to be there at the holiday. Very important.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you capitalize on that at launch. So you launch the game and you capitalize on the Switch's first holiday on store shelves. Then you go a little bit down the road and you have the movie. There's your second huge launch.
Mm-hmm.
It springboards massively. And then you have, of course, when the movie hits store shelves, again, massive sales. And then you have the first full calendar year of Switch 2.
Yeah, I agree.
Having its first full calendar year holiday. I just think there's a lot of milestones where massive money can be made in that vacuum that I just showed you guys, that it makes sense, and that just because DK is coming out in July, you know, I've heard that too, that maybe that's why it doesn't come out. I don't think that has any bearing.
I don't think that has any bearing either.
At the same time, man, hey, dude, Mario and Donkey Kong were established together.
Yeah.
They started their first game together. That's how they both came onto the scene. And to me, they're completely different games in that sense. It doesn't matter if it's possibly made by, you know, the Mario Odyssey team. What we're going to get out of Mario is probably going to be something that surprises all of us. But I think there's a really good chance, and I think it makes just too much sense. You're leaving money on the table if you don't do it.
I don't think you're leaving money on the table, because here's my thing. Like, whether Mario comes out this year, next holiday, or even the next holiday, I think it's going to sell the exact same, because people that own their Switch for 2 years aren't going to be like, oh, I've had my Switch for 2 years now. I got my Switch at launch, so I'm not going to buy this Mario game now. No, all those people will still buy it, no matter what time it comes out. The people that were going to buy a 3D Mario are going to buy a 3D Mario. You're not hurting its sales at all by delaying it, in my opinion.
So Mario Odyssey came out month number 7 of the Switch system, and still we had Breath of the Wild, one of the biggest games.
Yeah, well, it's not a 3D platformer.
Yeah,
but I don't think that matters. I mean, we got Super Mario RPG and Thousand Year Door, you know, months apart.
Well,
I mean, we got the
their port, sure.
Echoes of Wisdom.
I
and
think
then like 3 months later released.
I totally get it, and I think for Sony and Microsoft, like, putting rules like that makes a lot of sense. I just don't think it makes sense for Nintendo. I don't think they play by any sort of. I mean, this is the company, I've said this before on the cast. This is the company that sold people cardboard. You know, like that. Like they're oddball. They do things weird and different. Sometimes
that actually proves my point more. It's because they have such variety that they will throw a curveball out. That's why I don't think it will be the 3D Mario. I don't think it'll be something people necessarily expect or predict.
Well, let me get through the rest of my predictions. I mean, who knows? I am not like 99% that Mario will be this year.
Yeah. Obviously you could be right. Like I just think that's totally possible. Like I'm not saying, I'm just kind of playing devil's advocate.
Yeah, no, I get it. I just think it's crazy to rule it out. Like, to have that, there's no way. Like, there's no.
No, I don't think
no
there's
way.
no way.
Yeah.
I don't rule it out.
Yeah,
for sure.
But as far as like other announcements for this year, like Stash, you covered so many good ones. I want to emphasize. I'm gonna echo a couple of them. I echo all of them, but there's a couple that you made that I wanted to make a point of when it was my turn. Is the Switch right now is one of, if not the best places, in my opinion, to play RPGs. RPGs, they're super long. Being able to have that hybrid format where you can play at home, play on the go, it's my favorite spot, period. And I think RPGs generally do really well on Nintendo hardware. I think we're going to be getting a lot of fantastic RPGs announced for Switch this year. There's a really cool game. I don't know if you guys have heard of this one. It's called Clair Obscur Expedition 33. It's phenomenal.
Describe it in detail.
Yeah, no, it is this amazing turn-based RPG that pulls from other generations of turn-based RPGs, tells an incredibly emotional, heartbreaking story really well in a way that's very realistic. And I mean, even the voice acting in the game, this is going to be the end for my Expedition 33 ad. The voice acting in the game is so good that even moments when a character is chuckling or gives like a little joke, you hear the pain. You feel like the despair in the characters' voices, the pain and the despair. It's just
the main character is the actor on Daredevil.
Is it really?
The Netflix show. Yeah, that's the main voice actor. And Ben Starr, who is the lead in Final Fantasy 16, is in it.
Yeah, I know Ben Starr is in it. I didn't know that. That's
Charlie
rad.
Cox?
But yeah,
Charlie Cox. Yeah.
So that's a great example of one. I think Persona 3 Reload makes a lot of sense. I was going to mention, I'm glad you brought up, Jake, Persona 4. There is a rumored remake of that game, just like Persona 3 Reload. There's people calling it Persona 4 Rewind, which is a brilliant name if you guys have played it. And it's also my favorite Persona game. So if we get that announced, that's going to be massive hype for me. Metaphor, I think, makes a lot of sense. I'm hoping, we hear as we get closer to Final Fantasy 7 remake, we get that rebirth announcement, as well as Dragon Quest 12. So I'm predicting a huge wave of RPGs. That's not even including, I imagine we're going to be seeing the next breakthrough HD 2D game, whether it's a new Triangle Strategy, a new Octopath, or a new game from those devs. I know that studio got bought, got acquired, but I don't think that's going to stop them from what they've kind of created, these hit JRPG experiences. So I think we're going to see a lot of that. And then just to wrap it up quickly, I'm going to go a little bit more crazy with my predictions, because I think it's fun. And when these things come into fruition, it's even more exciting. So I'm going to actually go on a limb and say that we might see the revival of what's been kind of a dormant Nintendo series in one of the events this year, whether it's, the September Direct or one of the showcases. And I'm going to throw a couple guesses out there. These aren't like solid predictions or anything. One of these is just personal. I really want to see a revival for Star Fox. I want to see them reinvent the wheel with that series, reimagine it, do a more grand Star Fox adventure / Ratchet and Clank with a stronger emphasis on the space battles. Maybe we could see some sort of Toys for Bob Banjo-Kazooie remake, or Banjo-Kazooie 3 would be absolutely kick-ass. I got to turn this damn thing off. I tried to play it off like it was on purpose, but yeah, it was super dramatic. Love it, but no. And so, I think some sort of dormant franchise I think we're going to see make a triumphant return in a tease. And then top 3 games. Let me think about this one. I've had a lot of time, but you guys have all had great answers. I'm going to say, top 3, boy. Okay. I'm going to say Mario. I want to see, whether or not it releases, I want to see it at least by the September Direct, even if it's a late 2026 game.
Yes.
I just want to know what they're cooking. DK Bonanza looks so good. I could only imagine what they're doing with Mario over this much time. So we may not see it this year. We might, but I definitely want that to be one of the big 3. The next one, I'm going to jump on one that I already mentioned, Star Fox. I just think, I'm ready for them to bring Star Fox back bigger and better than ever. Maybe a new art style, even that we've never seen in the series. I'd love to see them do even a throwback to the SNES with like the cinematics, all Jim Henson Studios produced with the puppets and stuff would be sick. And then lastly, let's go third party. Hell, I'm gonna throw back to this one. I want to see actually no, let's go crazy. I'm going balls to the walls, gentlemen.
Go nuts, man.
We had those major leaks. I think it was the NVIDIA leaks or whatever it was, and almost everything from those leaks came true except for one very special game, and that's the Final Fantasy IX remake.
Oh my god!
So I'm gonna say, give me Final Fantasy IX this year, baby.
Yeah,
and give it to me on the Switch too. So
it's one of my favorite
games. A little bit wild, but hey,
I'm on board, man.
Someone's got to be a dreamer.
Imagine if for Star Fox they include a peripheral with it that turns your Joy-Con into like a joystick, so you have like.
Ooh, dude, that would be awesome.
Love it. Dude, you could probably do that with the peripheral and some sort of like gyro. That would be rad. I love that.
That'd be
VR,
cool.
VR headset.
That was a good one, Gamer.
I think Mario game's gonna be Mario Odyssey 2.
All right.
Final topic.
Let's get to the final topic, the headliner. Look, I don't know if you guys heard, something big happened in the last 24 hours. Nintendo actually updated their system. I know it's rare. It's rare they did something. Now, to be fair, they told us they would do something before the end of April. We didn't really know. They literally meant the last day of April. But, it is what it is. Technically,
it's actually May 1st right now.
Yeah, but they did it last night, technically, which was May 30th or April 30th in Japan. Anyways, so, Mike, you bastard. We're obviously talking about the big update, that the big update, the 20.0.0 update. Look, there was a lot that happened in this update, and I took really terrible notes, so I'm going all off the top of my head, and anyone can feel free to correct me. So obviously, one of the big things was virtual game sharing. Okay, they added virtual game sharing. There was supposedly a spokesperson who said virtual game sharing was optional and you could keep using the old system. For those that don't know what the old system was, you could have a primary and a secondary. You guys could play games at the same time. Certain games would even let you play online together. Well, that's not what happened today or over the last 24 hours. It was a trap. Yeah, it was a trap. You technically can still play the same game at the same time, not online. In fact, you have to trick the system by putting your system into airplane mode. None of this, the primary in airplane mode, none of this is explained on their FAQ, which means the fact that you have to do the airplane mode means this actually is probably not intended to work because Nintendo's not explaining it. The thing is, everyone that talks about how this wasn't an intended feature, it was in Nintendo's FAQ. They used to tell people how to game share. So now it turns out that spokesperson either lied or was misinformed, whatever the case might be. The spokesperson
misinformation from Nintendo.
Yep.
What? That happens. So misspoke. This update today absolutely killed game sharing in the old-fashioned way, in the traditional sense. Again, it is not completely dead. For the people that just all you want to do is play the same game at the same time, it's not dead. But then again, people that wanted to do that were playing the multiplayer games, so it is dead for that. So that sucks. Your Splatoon 3 or Animal Crossing. I know me and my fiance were doing Animal Crossing from day one. We've been doing it that way together. Sucks. Absolutely sucks. So just get that out of the way. Like Nintendo, a spokesperson reportedly said, hey, we weren't going to do that. You were still going to get to use the old way. In reality, they took away the old way. Okay. That sucks. Okay. Well, let's get into everything they actually did today. And then we can talk about if we like this or the old system should be up and all that. Because we can sit here and just rage about them getting rid of the old system, but it's gone. Nothing we can do about it. It's gone. It was never going to be there on Switch 2, apparently. So what did they actually do today? Well, they launched virtual game share. They talked about this all the way back in March, I believe, at the Switch 1 Direct on the 27th. And it works exactly like they said back then, except there's even more features to it that they didn't announce back then, such as you can actually share your DLC, not just your virtual games. Mm-hmm. And you can share up to 4 people technically at once. You can link 2 Switches together. They have to be in the same room for the first time they link. And then those 2 switches don't need to be any. I mean, they like Eric and I can link up, and he could go all the way to a different country. Doesn't matter. We can still virtually game share since we already linked our 2 switches together. And that one's really fascinating because how that one works is we can share whatever digital games we have between us. We can just share them back and forth. Only one person can play at a time, but it is technically pretty convenient.
Cool.
In that sense. Again, is it better than the old system? Well, it's not as convoluted as the old system where you had to do the primary secondary thing, but it still is. It's something, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that we don't have to be online together deciding what games go where. Like he could just go online and grab one of my games if he wants to move it to his Switch, and then I could tell him, "Fuck off! It's coming back to me because I'm playing that today." Either way, so it's cool, right? Like I can see a lot of people using that. In addition to that. We have to be on the same NSO, by the way. I forgot to mention that. You have to be on the same NSO for all of this. You can share up to 3 games, 3 individual games, with 3 other people on your NSO. Now, the weird thing about this is you have to be in person. You have to be in person to share it. Not in person to play it. Once you share it, they get it for 14 days, unless you want to recall it. They put it in there. The person who owns the game can recall it anytime they want. They don't need the other person to eject it and send it back to them. It'll automatically come back in 14 days, or you can recall it anytime. So this is really useful for a house like mine, where I have 3 kids and a fiance. I could technically be the only person that buys all the digital games, and I can share it among all of them. Oh, you want to play Mario Wonder? I can send that to you. You want to play Tears of the Kingdom? I can send it to you. Oh, you want to play Splatoon? I can send that to you. And then I can play whatever game I want to play. Now, we can't play the same games at the same time, but it does allow there to be one basic system that universalizes all the digital games in the family and then shares it with everyone else. And actually is a pretty cool thing. The only similar thing to this, I think, is Family Share on Steam. And I'm not exactly sure how that works because I've never used it, but there's some similar functionality there. People bring up, obviously, game sharing on PlayStation and Xbox. That's only between 2 systems. So this is different than that in that you can actually share it to 4 systems. Well, yeah, basically 4 systems plus your own. So 5 people. So that's what makes it different. It honestly is pretty cool on the surface. Don't think they should have got rid of the old method because they said they wouldn't, but they did. So yeah, I can see myself using this a lot in my home because again, I throw Eric on there. Now I've got 6 people. It's going to be cool. Like, we can just share our games around. That being said, that's just the virtual game share part. They also have a website that you can go on the Nintendo website, and you can actually share from there. So you don't even have to have your Switch on you to beam a game to somebody. So that's kind of cool. I like that. So if you forget your Switch and like your kid wants to play something, technically that won't work unless they're the partner Switch. That's only going to work with your partner Switch. Whoever your partner one is, the one that's the 2 that are linked together, those are the ones that you can use that website to send it to. You can also hide your virtual games. So if you're linked to, because the linked systems can see each other's virtual games. Well, maybe you don't want your
hentai volleyball.
Yeah, maybe you don't want your fiance to know that you've got like 30 hentai games.
I laughed out loud when you said that in your video.
I know. Well, the funny thing is, in the example on the website, they're like, "Oh yeah, if you don't want your kids to see a rated M game," and I'm like, "Dude, no, that's not what we're hiding. What are we doing?"
Panty Party 3, baby.
Yeah, we're hiding the hentai game. Anyways,
Probably.
I own none. Anyone who thinks I own one, I showed my entire digital library in my video today. There's not a single hentai game in there.
After they updated the feature where you can hide them.
Yes, but here's the thing: it doesn't hide it for you. It only hides it for people that are connected to
How do we know that was your primary Switch?
Because I only have one.
That's how you just said your family has a bunch.
My family has a bunch, but I only have one. And it was my
easily accessible.
And if you looked at the top corner, I was logged in. Obviously, that is people that are friends with me can confirm that is my amiibo up in that top corner. Anyways, neither here nor there.
He's totally lying.
Why would I have 100?
I know he's lying.
It sounded rehearsed. It sounded rehearsed.
Why would I have 123 digital games on a second account?
Classic Mr. P.
Maybe
totally Mr. P, dude. Total Mr. P move.
No, a Mr. P move would be putting all the hentai games on the second account that I'm not showing. Duh.
Oh, so you already know how to do it.
Yeah, seems like he's really familiar with exactly the interest.
Oh my god, guys, it's so hard to log into a second account and buy hentai games. It's so difficult, you know. Oh my god. Anyways,
all right, guys. All right, not on the stream.
So that's the thing. That's the thing you can do. Along with this update, though, like that's most of the virtual game sharing stuff. You could also. Well, one more thing was now because they updated and they added the virtual game sharing icon down in the home menu. That's now how you access, manage, and download your digital games. You don't have to go to the eShop anymore. You don't have to like archive and like try to find the icon somewhere hidden in there. You literally can just manage whether you have the game on your system or not, download it or not, via that, which makes a lot of sense because it's a dedicated virtual game thing. So it makes a lot of sense that you can manage your downloads there.
Load, right? Just click on the load part, the load this game.
Yeah. Load and unload, and then there's a download because it'll be a teal little thing on the bottom right corner lets you know it's already installed on your system.
Yeah.
And if it's a black icon, then it means it's not installed.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, so right now you have to go to the eShop to do that. Now
what
you don't
color
have to
is it if it's a hentai game?
Purple.
Purple
with a little bit of beige.
It's like, no, it's not.
See, Mike would know. The family man over there would know. See, there's a dark side. Anyone who's like, I'm a family friendly channel. There's a dark side.
Channel is.
Yeah, the channel, not when the camera's off.
He's got Penny Party 3 Collector's Edition. Very, very rare.
Very rare.
I got the Ultimate Edition with the DLC added.
You got the cloud version.
It's 2 edition. In 4K.
So that's pretty much all the virtual game sharing part. But that wasn't all they updated. So we didn't know some of these other updates were coming. One, they updated the eShop. It is now red instead of orange. Some people claim it's faster. I don't know. It feels slow as shit still to me. So I guess I just don't go to the eShop enough to notice.
Can I tell you something about it? Can I tell you something about it?
Sure.
I saw it. I saw the Switch 2 UI.
Well, yeah.
It's the same.
We've all seen it, Mike. It's on the official Japanese.
No, but I'm saying, like navigate it.
Oh, you have to navigate it?
Yeah. It's what they did is they made the same exact. They made a slower, dumber version for the Switch of what it's already on the Switch 2.
I mean, technically, it's the same operating system on the Switch.
Yeah,
We've actually known they're the same OS for a while because all the updates already contained all the Switch 2 files, all the data mine. So we've actually known it for a while. Just kind of lived in denial and hoped.
Yeah, I hope that was
anyways, there could be some differences that maybe get a day one update. Who the fuck knows? Because we know we have to do a day one update for Micro SD Express. That being said, they also updated some profile icons. The most notable being they changed Donkey Kong to his new design.
Yep.
Whether you like it or not, that's the future of DK. So they did that.
I wish there was both because I do like the new design, but I just like.
Yeah, I don't know why they could just keep both because those are complete redesigns, the Donkey Kong ones.
I don't see a difference.
Well, Mike, how much vision's left in your eye?
One he's mad, and the other one he's like relaxed. But he gets mad, so like one has he has like a little prinkle.
So you're admitting you see a difference. That's a difference, Mike.
It's like a prinkle. It's like a prinkle. And the other one he doesn't have the prinkle. He just has like a
probably shouldn't.
He's just relaxed. I like how when he gets upset he goes, It's hilarious.
Okay, so they did the icon profile changes. One more thing with the eShop, they updated the best sellers list. Where like now it's for the last 3 days and it's based on money instead of unit sales. Apparently there's a way to switch it back. The way they described to switch it back, I couldn't figure that out at all. I couldn't find the filter for it, but apparently it's there somewhere, which also means it's what a shocker, something convoluted on the eShop. Who the hell knows? I can't wait for Switch 2 where we don't have to at least deal with the lag. And Switch 2, we do know, has a new game suggestion section that we did not see in this update. So that might be exclusive to Switch 2. Switch 2 might be an app anyways. So that could also...
Yeah.
Okay, setting that aside. What else did they do? Oh, this is actually maybe the coolest thing. So for all the anti-consumer stuff, you've seen a lot of headlines today flying around that, oh my God, virtual game cards is worse than the last thing. Hey, that's going to be a personal opinion. It's going to depend on your situation. For some people, it's worse. For some people, it's better. But this is just good in general. One pro consumer move. Switch 2 is expensive, right? We might think the price is worth it, but it's expensive. You can get a Switch Lite for $200. The lowest price Switch 2 you can get is $450. They are saying that a feature exists now in the system settings where you can do a system transfer to a dedicated server from Nintendo so you can sell your Switch 1.
Today. You can, yeah.
You're gonna put it
for a year.
You would basically put it towards your, you can towards your Switch 2. So basically, Nintendo's saying, hey, we know it's expensive. You can go ahead and sell your Switch 1. Just make sure you do this data transfer so you don't lose your Animal Crossing Island. You don't lose your Pokemon saves. The stuff that doesn't go to cloud saves that you really do a system transfer for in the first place. So that's really cool. And I know some people get scared about that because you got to trust Nintendo. Well, look, we're trusting Nintendo regardless with anything on a Nintendo platform. So if we can't trust Nintendo, then I don't know why we're buying games on the platform anyways. So that was a really good pro consumer move because now people can actually do that data transfer. Now, the weird thing is it automatically will start a system reset to factory settings.
Yep.
I think that's a little weird. I feel like they should let me decide when I want to do that. But hey, whatever. You're not really doing this unless you're selling your Switch anyways. So it's going to reset it for you. And then you can go ahead and sell your Switch or Switch OLED or Switch Lite or whatever you're doing and put it towards your system. So that's why Nintendo's doing it, because they know it's expensive and they know people will take advantage of those trade-in values. And because, look, people are still buying Switch 1s and the used market could become really, really big, especially with the way certain things are going that Nintendo has no control of in the future. The used market could become huge. So, yeah, there you go. I think that last thing we talked about, I don't know that there's anything negative we can say about that. That is literally just a pro consumer move. Nintendo didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
Would have said, no, wait till you get your Switch 2 and then do your system transfer. And so they're like, no, we know you probably want to put money towards it. I like that. So what are we thinking about this whole shenanigans? Because we all are probably aware of all of this stuff. I don't think I'm telling anyone here anything new. So let's throw it over to the Game Bird. What are we thinking about this 20.0.0 update? We upset about anything? We like everything? What are we doing?
I mean, I think the update's cool. It's nice to get any sort of update, honestly, to the UI, even if it's not like this huge game changer. As far as as far as the game sharing goes, this one doesn't really affect me much, to be honest with you. I totally understand the complaints and the negativity surrounding it, but my use is probably going to be, at home with the kids and stuff and sharing a game here and there. Not all my kids are big gamers. I have the youngest who loves video games and plays all the time, who I'll probably primarily be using this feature with. The other two play on and off, but rarely. So, I think the limitations are a big bummer for most people who are really excited about using this how they thought it would be intended and how they thought they could. I don't think it was a lie. I think this is a symptom of the really honestly shitty communication that Nintendo has had at the launch of Switch 2. Let's be real. There so much of the negativity, some of it deserved, some of it not deserved, but a lot of it's due to negativity and them. Sorry, I thought I saw something.
I don't know what you're over there.
I thought I saw something.
Dude, when the edibles kick in.
Must have been the wind.
Am I missing some of this? Should I do a count? I do a count.
What is that?
Dope dough. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
It's literally cookie dough edibles.
Oh my god, that's
that is
dangerous.
So funny.
Yeah, it's a really bad idea.
Cookie dough is so good.
That's when you take one and then an hour later you're like, I'm hungry. Oh shit.
And it's within arm's reach. That makes it even worse.
Great name for it though. Great marketing.
Yeah, that is.
I got some cookie dough bites over there, and I'm afraid if I start eating them, it's gonna make me want to have some of that. So I'm avoiding it. Anyways,
But
go
yeah.
on.
I think if there was clear messaging around exactly how this worked, it would have been that brief. It's like, I don't really care about that. Instead of they've lied to me. Or this is lame, this sucks, yada yada yada. So yeah, I think messaging has been a really, really huge issue, which is interesting. You know what? Because like I think a lot of us all, not to go on a little side tangent, but it is interesting. Nintendo's got a new president this generation, and it's the first new president leading a new console, a new vision for Nintendo since Iwata. The Switch, even though Iwata didn't live, sadly, to see what Switch became and the success that it would bring Nintendo, I think a lot of us expected this would be an area that Furukawa would absolutely nail, considering like his big background is business. So it's interesting just how poor the messaging's been. I'm curious to see how things go forward, but yeah, it's just a bummer, and I think it causes a lot of I don't know, unnecessary apologies and letdowns at a time that should be filled with joy and excitement.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's my thoughts.
Yeah, that's understandable.
All right, Mike, the hunchback in Notre Dame over there.
Michael. Does anyone call you Michael? Do you ever go by Michael, or is it just Mike?
Over, that's all. Mike's about to fall asleep on his table. So
my mom called me Michael. This is my mom. My brother's my sister. That's it.
And then we have your pseudonym out on your music channel. Should we start bringing that one up?
What's
that's
that?
That's actually my second last name.
I know it is. It's a beautiful name. All right, Mike, what are you thinking about all this virtual game share 20.00 update? What's going on?
I like it. I'm just excited for Switch 2, man. We're gonna get it in about 4.5 weeks. Switch 2 is gonna be in our hands. We'll be able to play Mario Kart and Donkey Kong and then all the other amazing first-party games that are coming our way, especially third-party games. I still have hope for Spider-Man coming over, although that's Sony. But I know that Sony one day will say, hey, you know what? Let me just throw Spider-Man 1 there so that at least I can, make more money out of it. I'm just excited for Switch 2. And this is part of the process of the transition from Switch 1 to Switch 2. And so I think that with this, they're just giving people a glimpse of what Switch 2 is going to be like, right? That's why they updated the OS to kind of mimic and look like the Switch 2 1. And so I feel for those who share games like you, Nate, with the Animal Crossing, with Julia, and I understand that, and I feel for that part of the process, and it sucks horribly, right? But for the other part of the process, it's exciting. Everything is exciting. This is the first update where we see something change on the OS, or something like move around. Like this move, it's a little bit longer now because we have those two little icons left there. And then of course I heard a big thing about why are people saying rip the green icon for the eShop? Who cares about the color? It's the same goal. I'm like, I just noticed that thing changed to red. I'm like, it's the same button. You just click on it and go to the eShop, and that's it. Who cares if it was red or green or yellow or blue or magenta? Why are you ripping it? It's
nostalgia.
I'm like, this
eShop's always been orange.
It was orange. I never noticed. So this is the end of a system, the beginning of a new one, and I know it started up stormy and bumpy, right? And we're all riding the storm together, trying to make the best out of it. But I'm just excited. I'm excited for the changes look, Nate, check my channel. I released 2 back-to-back videos. Mistake because they both crashed, but they're both like those how to transfer digital games. I went back to the basics. Tomorrow, my next video, how to download free games on Switch 2, baby. It's coming back because and it's the same UI. You know what I mean? Nothing really changed. It's just a little bit different when it comes to the coloring, sounds, and stuff like that.
Release those right after the Switch comes out. They'll probably do really well.
Yeah. That's why I'm dropping them now.
Mike, I'm working on a video right now that I'm wrapping up. I'm hoping to have out tomorrow or by Friday, the latest. But you basically kind of summarized the theme of my video.
Yeah.
It's basically I haven't thought of a good title for it yet, but it's basically Switch 2's rocky launch, but why we should all still be excited. Type thing.
Look.
Talking about like all the turbulent waters that Nintendo's been over the last couple months, but why I think Switch 2 is, going to go above and beyond that and end up being, a very loved console that does very well.
Plus,
And the thing is that the Nintendo Switch is not going away. It's just growing. It's evolving because this is still a Switch. We are still in the lifetime of Nintendo Switch. This is just the next version of Nintendo Switch. That's why the branding hasn't changed. Just a little number 2, more power, backwards compatibility. The Nintendo Switch 1 is still selling well. They're going to keep it around for a couple more years. So there's so much that is in place that we as fans should just be excited about. I know the price kind of smacked us all in the head, and and we weren't expecting it, but now that we're a little bit beyond it, and we're happy that at least the games and the console itself weren't affected by those tariff thingies. At least we can kind of move forward and trying to bring in the positivity to what we have. I'm super excited, man. I'm tired. I'm like drunk right now.
We didn't even have to ask Mike. We could have just played this. Could have just played that, and that would have been all we needed.
I'm excited. I'm happy.
You're not going to even put a little bit of the chorus in there?
No, not today.
Listen, and I know nobody's asked me about it, but I played Switch 2. I played it. Okay, I held it in my hands. Wow. It's the most wonderful feeling ever as a gamer. After loving Switch for 8 years, no, not better than that. After loving Switch than 8 years, having a system in your hand that has all the love poured into it by Nintendo into it, right? And detaching those Joy-Cons, putting it back, playing Mario Kart on Knockout, which is crazy. I'm already announcing Mario Kart Knockout Tour is going to be a thing on the channel, and there's so much. Metroid Prime freaking 4 is so incredible. That game is not getting enough love, and it should be pushed more, right? And
welcome to Metroid.
So amazing, man. I mean, it looks so great. I'm gonna even give props to Civilization 7. It's a little boring, but it's good, right? It's a very it's very.
Man, that's some good props right there.
Like it looks great. I had fun with it. The prior games are a little boring. Not the new ones.
Appreciate that.
Oh my god.
The 7 one. The 7.
Their strategy games aren't for everyone. To be clear.
But the thing is that I'm a chess player. I love chess, so I like strategy and I like RPGs and
I like this.
It's not Civilization.
It's still boring.
It's still a little boring. But I had fun playing Civilization 7 at the experience. So like Joycey also had the same experience. Like we went to games. Joycey went to her Zelda and everything like that, and she also went above her own selection, right? And she found new games. I found new games too, right? And so
are you going to pick up Civilization 7?
I am. It's gonna be that game that I'm gonna pick up just to lay back and sit and relax and just build my little civilization like that. Meet the queen and try to put a crop here or beat up this person over here. It's gonna be like a fun, relaxed game that I'm gonna have on Switch.
Sometimes you want to feel a little bored,
huh? It's not really. I'm
just kidding, dude.
But and then I captured everything on the. The 360 Go thingy, like this is the camera you should get. Everybody should get this. Like, use my affiliate link. I don't have it yet, but I'll, this here.
Sounds like the Expedition 33 of cameras.
This is so small. I had it right here, right there, the entire time. And so, man,
I think that's pretty big.
But
look, Mike, when I touch Switch 2, I like to pet it too, and make sweet love to it.
Dude, I miss it. I miss it.
Hey, Mike and Stash, when you guys played the Switch 2, did you rip the Joy-Cons off without pushing the release?
I did.
Without pushing the release?
I tried to.
You can take them off.
People just can.
So when you pull them apart without the release, it's pretty strong. You can break it. It can break if you use enough force, right? but it's pretty strong. It won't come out just like that. You have to
Yeah. No, I'm not concerned about it. I was just wondering.
And the cool thing is that when you pop them open, you expect to have some resistance. It just comes right off. I was like, what the heck is this? Like you click like this, and you expect the magnet to kind of pull it in, but no, you click and it's out. Like what the heck does this thing even have magnets? I thought it didn't.
All right, Jake
just goes limp.
This is one topic that's not about Expedition 33. So what do you even have thoughts?
Well, yeah, because like if I wanted to share Expedition 33 with more people,
you got an affiliate link. You got an affiliate link.
I don't. I
get one, dude. Get one.
You probably should.
No, but in all seriousness, like I'm kind of in the same boat as a couple other people here. It's like I'm not going to use. I already don't use that feature at all. And when Switch 2 comes out, I'm probably just gonna like share games with my girlfriend, but most of the games we play are multiplayer where we each need a copy anyways, especially now. So it's not something I'm going to use a lot, but I do think that, I mean, it is cool to be able to share, but I think that it sucks that they took away something that was a really useful feature for people that did have that niche situation. Like that sucks.
It's pretty
shitty. But one thing I think is awesome is because like I have a bunch of Switches and I was considering maybe like trading in one to GameStop. I'm not going to, but I was thinking about it, but I was also thinking about the transfer stuff. And I was like, how did people do that if they only have
a Bobo Dodo back there?
What's that?
Your doggy back there.
The cute doggy.
Oh yeah. Philip.
Sorry. It just ruined the whole show.
Oh my god.
Buddy.
Look, he's wagging his tail.
Yeah.
It's too cute.
So I do think that I was like wondering how people that just only have one Switch, GameStop's like offering these promotions where you trade it in, get a certain amount for your pre-order. I'm like, but how do you do that and keep all your stuff? So that answered that question, and it's cool that Nintendo is doing that officially, whether you want to trade it in GameStop or sell it on Marketplace, whatever you want to do. There was someone in my live stream the other day that was like, thank you so much for helping me get the pre-order. I sold my Switch 1 to my girlfriend for full retail price. And I was like, dude, that's like
Dreamcast.
I think he was like trying to actually genuinely be thankful, but that was one of the funniest things I saw. I was like, dude, kind of doing her dirty there. You could get one $100 on Marketplace all day right now.
That's
but
funny, dude.
He must watch Dreamcast guy because that's
no discount whatsoever.
Sold
seriously
for full price to his
Full
girlfriend.
price.
Wow. Oh really?
Yeah, he like said it proudly. He wasn't even joking.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's why I said they must watch Dreamcast guy and got the idea from him. Oh, girlfriends will pay full price. All right.
Hey, I'm not ashamed of it. I sold my Xbox Series X for $420 at GameStop. That's how I got my personal Switch.
That's fine. That's the GameStop. No one cares.
Yeah, and then I'm not gonna sell to my
get ripped off and not sell any Xboxes. It's fine.
I still got the Series S though.
I wonder if
that was pretty much all I had to say on it. Just so
I'm thinking of taking it.
I'm good, but yeah, I think the transfer thing is cool.
All right, Stash.
What can you transfer Expedition 33?
Yes. All games, all digital games can be transferred. Stash.
They should call it the Expedition because you're kind of going on it's instead of transferring, it's going on an expedition to another system.
Oh, there it is. What are we thinking about this stuff, Dash?
I just had to finish this good joke. Mr. P-Nug said, I am worried about memory for sure. And I said, take ginkgo biloba if you're worried about memory. You guys know that supplement, right?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
I think he's talking about video game memory, though. So, obviously.
If he's really worried about that, I don't think we should forget about it tomorrow.
This might help. I don't know.
Wait, what are we talking about?
All right, Stash. What are you thinking?
Yeah, so I don't share my games unless you come to my house
with anyone.
Yeah, like if you come over and you want a bar or something, right?
No.
Yeah, fit in person just so we can
Wash
get on
your hands first. Wash your hands.
I'll
Go
link
wash your
my-
hands.
I know you got a lot of virtual games.
Yeah, no, I do. And here's the thing, like, I get that you have to like come in contact with the person,
Yeah,
right, in order to share the game, and
You have to touch them physically.
that makes sense because in with a real physical game, you'd have to do that too, right? Like in order for me to give you a game, I'd have to hand it to you. And so for a virtual thing, they're trying to make sure that this person's in proximity to you and that the only hurdle you have is that it's digital. And that you can still give it to them just like you could a physical game. So I get that. That makes sense to me. As far as like how it affects me, how it affects my day to day. It doesn't at all. It doesn't change anything for me. However, I understand that there are a lot of people who take advantage of it. Nate, you do. And it makes sense why you do. And there's a lot of families who do. And so, again, I think that's unfortunate anytime benefits get taken away from people. I think that sucks. And I think it sucks that you have to do a workaround that may or may not eventually get patched with the airplane mode. Saving money, anything to be able to like save some money, right? In this economy is always a good thing. And so, yeah, it's unfortunate. But I don't use it, and I am old school in that if you want to borrow something, yes, you need to wash your hands 100%. Don't eat a slice of pizza and then pick up the controller. Please don't ever do that.
Bring my own controller. Don't worry, Stash.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and if I lend someone a game, I'm probably going to just give them the cartridge. I'm not giving you the box. I don't want it back dented. I don't want any nicks on it. Yeah. And so, there's not a ton of people that I would even borrow my games out to. And I live far. I'm not going to go drive a game to somebody.
But that's what's nice about virtual. Like, one, you're not losing anything.
Yeah.
There's no risk. It's a zero risk. You're getting it back, period. And you can take it back anytime you want.
Yeah. I could see myself lending games to my godson.
Oh, sure.
He turned 5 in January. And obviously I'm hoping he's going to start playing video games here very soon. So that'd be great to be able to lend games to him virtually, have him in my, Switch family.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think there's some benefits there.
One thing I did forget to mention, they did add technically game share. You just can't use it because you have to have a Switch too. So, but it's there. You can click on it and get rejected. It's fun. Yay, Eric.
Yeah. Man, I haven't touched my Switch in a long while. So right now, I don't know how much this is really going to affect me.
Yeah, you get free games from Nate.
That's what you do.
Yeah. I mean, next week I'll probably end up, rebooting my Switch up because, PAX.
Oh yeah. And next week's a great week to game.
I'm not going to PAX with my Switch this year.
Games, buddy.
Yeah.
Let's hook up.
Yeah.
I'll lend you some. I got 123 virtual games, baby.
Yeah. So, like I said, a lot of these probably don't really affect me. I don't game a whole lot. So I probably will hopefully at the beginning of Switch 2, but
I find it funny. At every topic we talk about games, and then your response is, I don't game a whole lot. Yeah. And it's like, you could just say that to every topic.
Oh, yeah. I don't game a whole lot.
I'm just giving you shit.
No, I know.
Yeah, you haven't touched your Switch in a while. I haven't seen you touch it in a while.
No, I brought it over and charged it. I brought it along to GameStop and then just...
Yeah, we never use it at GameStop.
No, I probably should have.
Should have during the night for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know why we didn't even think
right.
I don't know why.
Right?
We were there for hours. Why did we get it
I was
out?
awake the whole damn time.
That's because we used to the phone. You don't even think about it sometimes.
Yeah. I was watching.
Hey, Eric, you know what game you should play?
What? Claire?
He has an
Player
Xbox.
Obscure Expedition 33.
Yeah, he has an Xbox.
I do.
Nate, can you run a poll in the chat? Have you bought the game or downloaded it because of Jake on this podcast? Yes or no?
All right, fine.
Oh God. Yeah.
Have you bought, downloaded, or played,
or plan on?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You don't have to type all that. I'm telling them.
All right.
The hell are you doing at Radio Shack, dude?
I want to see what affiliate links could have gotten me.
Well, he was just at Blockbuster earlier trying to find a movie to rent.
I'm by myself. Well, I went from Blockbuster to Radio Shack because my VCR broke. So first I went to Blockbuster Video. They didn't have the movie I wanted. So now I'm Radio Shack trying to find the cable in my VCR.
Try
some RCA cables.
Circuit City. Try Circuit City, man. I think they've got some sales going on.
Actually, I actually found a store here that I think has the cables that I need. Let me go ahead and visit it real quick.
Well, it's kind of late right now. You might have a better chance at like a 24-hour Kmart.
Yeah, you're right.
In their electronics section, pick up some RCA cables.
Oh my God!
I think this store is actually 24 hours, so maybe they have something. Let me check.
What the
fuck is going on right now?
What is Woolworth?
Oh my God! Okay, we're going over to the super chats. We don't want to be here all night anyways. There's some crazy shit going down. We're just gonna share the craziness right away. T is over on Thunder's channel and dropped a hundo. And that was already shocking. Then T said, "We're not done. How about 4 hundo?" No message. Absolutely no message.
Yeah.
You just dropped 5 hundo on Thunderstash tonight. T.
Wow. Holy moly. Nipples are coming out.
That's the switch right there.
T just said I hit the daily YouTube limit. LOL.
Oh wait, give it like another couple minutes. You'll be into a new day.
No, look. I found out something. When you get big super chats long enough, they eventually slowly lift the limit. I can give more than 500 on my own channel, as I found out going up against Bama Hut like a month ago. By the way, mistake. That was a big mistake. I shouldn't be doing that. All right, let's go ahead and get to the actual question. But damn.
I'm in shock. T, thank you so much. Like, I'm genuinely in shock. I'm not good at receiving gifts. I'm really not. I'm much better at giving gifts. It's hard for me. I don't know why.
That we gave him shocked him so much.
Yeah, shocked the shit out of me. Totally did. Like, swear to God, you guys know that. But thank you so much. I'm at a loss for words. I really am. I can't wait to tell Michaela after. She's gonna be like, "What,
dude? You deserve it, man. You deserve it. You do.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I showed Yulia wanted to see your reaction to the statue because she was helping me put it all together, and she was watching. She's like, "Oh, he fucking loves it." I'm like, "Yeah, I know he does."
Oh, I do. Yeah, I mean, I have my birthday party, on Saturday, right?
Oh yeah.
So there's gonna be a lot of people here, and it's secured back there, and I got my YouTube, reward here in the mail.
Yep.
And I bought another one to give. She doesn't know, but to give one to Michaela.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, and they won't put her name on it.
Yeah.
They said they don't anymore, so I'm gonna get it like. Hopefully she's not watching. I hope to God she's not. I doubt she is, but I'm gonna get it custom engraved. Whatever. Fine.
Yeah, they changed the rules with all that stuff. They used to be able to put whatever you want on the second and third ones, but
yeah, and I'm guessing people put things that probably aren't appropriate, which that this is what happens.
This is why we can't have.
We're lucky.
This is exactly why.
There's rumors they might stop plaques at some point. So I mean, we're just happy they even still hand them out. Oof.
Oh man, dentists are going to be out of a job.
All right, we got to get to the other super chats. Of course, the classic.
Yep.
Bring back NFL Blitz and NBA.
Yes, that's why the hoop's up.
Yep.
Right there.
You're gonna manifest that. Joey Pitt's coming in. Who would win 1 Donkey Kong or 100 men? I knew this question was coming up tonight. I knew it. You're asking the wrong question. The real question is who would win 1 Donkey Kong or 100 Pikmin?
Well,
Donkey Kong can't even beat 1 Mario.
If the 100 men have weapons, bazookas.
But is Mario a man?
Yes. In the movie.
Is he 40?
No, he's like Mario's like 24. It's already been confirmed.
Yeah. Then he's not a
like in
man.
his mid-20s.
He's not a man.
Then he's not a man.
Well, man, 40.
He's a man child.
So I don't know who. I mean, look, I think we're answering the men would win. I mean, look, if the men don't give a shit about dying, they're gonna win.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would just go right for his dick.
Joey Pitts, bring back Earthbound.
Yes.
Yes. Everyone wants that. This live gonna be lit. I mean, you let me know how lit it got. I didn't take an Eddie, but maybe next time.
Whew.
Maybe next time. We hit a 420 on a Tuesday. It's an Eddie on a Wednesday. So I got the good shit too. I got the cookie dough basically. It's fucking sick.
Eddie on the Eddie.
There we go. HJ says Jake's the MVP because of you. I secured a Switch 2.
Hell yeah.
Heck
Oh, yeah.
So we like to see.
Yeah,
By the way,
brother.
you know, 85 votes so far, but 33% would have bought it because of you, or are going to do because you could have made some money, man.
Yeah. Well, as long as people are playing the game.
Yeah. Wait, 33%?
Yep.
That's kind of
Expedition
funny.
33.
Oh,
man.
that's kind of funny. That's kind of funny.
It ended at 32 when I hit end.
Oh, son of a bitch.
I was trying to end it at that 33 because that was perfect.
Yeah.
Let me see. Tall Show coming in. This says, how's the Switch 2 bingo drawing coming along? Yeah, I know. You don't got to tell me. It's still a thing. I'm still going to give the gift card.
Yeah.
I just haven't had time. Eventually, I'll make Eric do it while we're on our trip. I'll make him go through the email.
Is Nintendo confirmed for PAX?
No. Now, last year they didn't confirm till the Monday of the same week. So,
no Switch 2, at least for now.
Genki will be at PAX, so you guys know. I got an email from him.
Yeah, I got to reach out to them. I just set up a meeting with a couple other companies and not them yet.
They said obviously they're going to have some Switch 2 stuff there. So
yeah, I should
see it.
put in a word for me.
You
so
should.
they can tell me.
You should.
I have
Go
no.
say hi to him. Tell him how much I love him too. Send me some stuff.
Yeah. It'd be funny if I'm like, hey, you guys know a Thunderstash game. You're like, oh yeah, we talk to him all the time. He's practically a brother, baby.
Right? Yeah. Do it. They're cool.
We got a podcast. You want to sponsor the pod, baby?
I've kickstarted like their last, I think, 4 or 5 products. They genuinely make really great products. So
there you go. Free Metro Hat with that 20, saying the midnight launch will be at 11 p.m. on June 4th for me. That means you're probably Central Time Zone. Can't wait for this. Will be my first midnight launch, and I am so beyond hyped. What other GameCube games would you like to see on NSO in the future? We actually just had this topic on a recent episode.
Pretty sure it was last.
It might have been last week or the week before. Either way, we'll give one game each, and then we'll call it good. I'm just gonna throw it out there. Rogue Squadron 2.
Yeah.
Stash.
What other games?
Just one.
Blue Storm, baby.
There we go. I was gonna say, come on. If you don't say Blue Storm, I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
Gamebird.
Eternal Darkness, baby.
Oh yeah, someone said it.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say something else for sure.
Jake.
The Pokemon Coliseum and Gale of Darkness.
There we go. Mike.
Animal Crossing.
Ooh, the OG. I mean, isn't the OG technically there was an N64 version of it? It's the same game.
In Japan, right?
Yeah, Japan.
No one said it.
Eric still gotta go.
Time Splitters.
Ooh.
Stash Man, what do you think?
Star Fox Adventures.
I know. I want it. I want it.
Yeah.
I know.
All right, here we go. Next one.
I'm sticking up for the cozy community.
HJ says, hey Jake, I'm pretty sure you mentioned it, but Costco has a bundle packages for Switch 2, limited one per member. Yeah, it's with the 12 months of NSO, but it's for the same price as the normal Mario Kart bundle.
Those will be available after launch. They're not doing pre-orders. That's why I don't talk about that.
Yeah, like I know people bring it up to me a lot. They're like, "Hey, man, it says on this thing soon." I'm like, "Yeah, soon, like launch day or the day after." That's what they mean by soon. They don't do pre-orders in the U.S. at Costco, so. But yeah, they're gonna have units. They're telling you right now they're gonna have units at.
Same thing with Sam's Club, Ant Online. Sam's Club, if you remember there, it's probably gonna be pretty good because Walmart owns Sam's Club. Sam's Club has been really great in the past for PS5s, and obviously Walmart was great for Switch 2s. So you are a Sam's Club member, that would be a great option.
I used to be a manager with Sam's Club.
And now Sam's Club.
What's Sam like?
The owner's Sam Walton.
He's the
Right.
real owner. He's the real creator of Walmart.
Walmart. Yeah.
Sam's Club was made in his honor.
All right. Demonic Brawler comes in. So Switch 2 has probably already sold half as many units before it's actually released than the Wii U did in its whole lifespan. It's possible. If the projections are right.
Yeah, right.
It's possible. We'll see if Nintendo made enough units. I don't know if they made enough to do that.
The Wii U also sold out at launch.
Yeah, it did sell it at launch. You know, the one unit they had available. I'm just fucking. There's more than one at launch, but it wasn't very many. Happy early birthday to Thunder. That's right.
Happy birthday, man. Happy birthday.
Hey.
It was my birthday yesterday. Where's
Thank
my
you.
birthday?
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yes.
I got enough birthday wishes. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. I
Happy birthday to you.
was gonna text you, and then I'm like, he's gonna see this text next week.
Wait, Jake, you said how
I didn't be on the show.
how was Sam, the creator of Walmart? Was that your question? Because I couldn't catch it.
Yeah, when you were like, I used to work at Sam's Club, I was just like, so what's Sam like? I didn't
He's
really
good.
know
He's
the
a
backstory.
super humble
Now I
guy.
do.
Super humble man. He died, but he was super humble when he was alive.
So like they were like, all right, so this dude that invented Walmart died. Let's just name our other store
After his
call
name.
it his club in honor of
Yeah.
him.
The guy had so much money, and he had a pickup truck, like a really old pickup truck, and he will never ever like. They asked him, "Why do you have a pickup truck when you're a millionaire? Where else am I gonna put my dog?" He said, like, I'm not gonna put my dog in a Benz. And he had this pickup truck. He always drove it, and so he was like considered like a very humble man. And I think that's why they created
my launch day live stream when we're talking about Sam's Club.
Yeah.
All right, so Cherry Pop, just clarifying on the Costco stuff. Just wanted to make an official follow-up comment I made yesterday. Costco will have day one Switch 2s, just not pre-orders. It can be done in the store. The deal I talked about is only for online. Yeah. Look, could I literally, when Costco opens on the 5th, just walk in and buy one? Yeah, maybe. I am a Costco member. I know where they put the consoles. I can beeline for it.
Well, the problem with that is they might sell out online, even for their in-store inventory, before they open.
Yeah.
That's
a good
fine.
point.
You act like I need one. I think I got 6 that I'm paying for, so I think I'm good. I don't know if I need a 7.
Nate, you didn't see what the hell just happened.
No. What do you mean I didn't see what the hell just happened?
T gifted 50 memberships to Stash's channel.
Oh my God. He found the workaround. He found the workaround. He found the workaround.
Making Stash cry, man.
Obviously, I'm in shock, man.
Yeah. All of a sudden, you just see purple hit or
Well,
chat,
because I can't see it when I'm looking at the
I know,
super chats.
but holy Christ. Wow.
Damn,
That is
T.
awesome.
So T with the 50. I can't even find it to feature it. There's so many. I can see all the ones that. Oh, here it is.
They keep coming.
Oh my God. 50 more? Oh my God.
Oh my God.
What's going
T.
on?
Dude, that's
I don't know, man.
Money.
You might want to lock your doors tonight. You never know.
T just did 1,000 to your channel. That's why I let you let that sink in for just
This
a
is
moment.
wild.
Holy shit!
It's still coming, dude.
That is absolutely fucking
awesome.
wild.
This is awesome.
This is insane.
Dog.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm honored. I just,
T.
Yes.
You're the go to the stream.
Yes.
It is what it is. But don't worry, we're gonna get to all your other super chats, guys, because holy shit.
Hey T, you want to subscribe to Jake Randall and Game Bro?
Next up, we have
Hey, buy 20 copies of Expedition 33.
He's not in my chat. I don't think. I'm pretty sure he's just in.
Yeah, and Thunder.
Just in Thunders. Yeah. He is. He's not in our chat. Vast Neon says, Jake, what do you make of GameStop taking an in-person pre-order but not guaranteeing console at launch and letting me know a week or so before?
What?
Huh?
So if you place the pre-order in store, it is guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not, I would reach out to the GameStop help account on Twitter
That's
they
bullshit.
just put out a tweet saying that if any nefarious things happen, to reach out to them. So I would do that. Their
That's
online orders are not guaranteed for launch day.
Yeah.
Only their in-store ones.
Their in-store ones
depends
are.
on your situation.
Yeah. If this isn't in store, because you said in person, and they're not guaranteeing it, that's some fucking shenanigans with that man. That's crazy. You need to get a good GameStop help, because that would mean like, oh yeah, we might, I might give it to a buddy instead. Or
You
something.
should have a receipt. They require a deposit.
Yeah, that's some bullshit. That is not GameStop.
What it sounds like to me, and I'm just guessing, is that they probably sold out of pre-orders, and so they didn't put a deposit down, and just told the dude, "Hey, we might have more on launch day. You can come in." And then him getting confused and thinking that was a pre-order. But
yeah, if he didn't put any money down and didn't get a receipt, there's no pre-order.
Yeah.
Organic coffee.
I like that.
Our Walmart Wave 1 Switch 2 pre-orders safe from cancellations. We just had Wave 2 pre-orders. If there are cancellations, would Wave 2 cancel?
I mean, any retailer can cancel for any reason at any time, but typically if you make it 72 hours, you're like 95% chance, unless you ordered more than one or did some other weird stuff. But
yeah, it should be okay, but you never know. It's not safe until you see the shipped notification.
It's probably not even okay until it's in your hands, because there are porch pirates out there. Be careful, everybody.
Hey, make sure to take Michaela out to a good dinner. A good dinner, good steak dinner.
Yeah.
Walmart's coming to your house at 9 a.m.
Yeah, right.
You better be parked out front. Get a case of beer.
Wait, are you coming to PAX, Stash?
I think you should be taking tea to dinner.
Are you coming to PAX?
PAX?
Yeah.
No.
Say,
my birthday's on the 7th.
You are now.
Yeah, right.
Oh, that's funny.
I'm gonna meet Steve though later this month.
Yep.
T just gifted another
Dude, they're coming through again.
T has found a way to break the algorithm.
Holy damn!
That's another $250.
Hot dog.
T, I can't even. Okay, I gotta get the T thing, the feature.
Yep.
Where the fuck is it?
It's in the middle of everything.
You gotta figure out what T's job is, because I want it. I want to know what he does for a living.
I can't feature it.
It's under Leon Kenny.
Okay, that's not gonna help me.
Sure it is.
You know what a username are?
And just above
He's draining his
I can't.
He's draining his kids' college funds right now.
Right.
Oh my god.
Worth every penny.
All right, hold on. Joe Taka, we'll get back to yours quick. There it is. Found it.
Holy.
Oh my god, T.
This is insane.
They're still coming, dude.
Hey, I got one.
I'm not even, dude. I should go check. Did I get gifted one over there? Holy shit!
Dude, I was in shock. Like,
oh my god, T is popping the fuck off.
So, are you sure T is not one of these million subscriber creators, and they're doing a video and they're donating?
Oh yeah, we're doing a live stream just to get reactions.
Hey, if you're doing that, you should clip this part of the stream where I say that everyone should buy Expedition 33.
T says he's been following me since I was Thunder Steve 85.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
So it's legit. Someone did you see that? Someone asked, "Is T using a stolen credit card?"
Yep.
That'd be so wild.
Yes. My story: 12 a.m. Walmart app during lunch break. Kept getting an error page, consistently refreshing for 20 minutes. Eventually got the bundle. Still not canceled. Will arrive on launch. Awesome, man.
Awesome.
Leo Aguilar literally woke up at 5 a.m. and saw on Reddit that Walmart had a second wave restock last week and secured a Switch 2. Strange times we live in.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that was when they were live for 8 hours on Saturday.
Yeah, it was a good time. Warren Bowman, DC's channel, says the only problem I see with Switch 2 are the salty ass haters wishing this console would fail. Otherwise, I see another 100 million in sales.
Mm-hmm.
Batman.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Fuck the haters. Thanks again to Jake Randall. Helped me get the bundle at Target and got console only in the afternoon at GameStop. Love this community. M Prime, baby.
All right.
There we go. Lots of people getting their consoles. Who's ready for a Mario Kart World Knockout Tournament day one?
Hell yeah, baby.
We'll see.
I am ready. That was so much fun.
I'm live for 8 hours. Don't be surprised if the stash man pops in to kick my ass. Let's see here. Demonic Brawler. Oh, what's sad is I already know when Nintendo makes a special edition Switch 2, I'm going to want to buy it too. Here, Nintendo, just take my money. Yeah.
I might as well just attach my bank account to yours and you just pull the money whenever you come out with something new.
There we go. Here we go. It's Ninja. Did you guys see the new Mario Lego sets? I did not.
Yeah.
I did not see them.
No, just the Mario Kart one.
And they also announced an Animal Crossing new set too.
Well, there we go. I'm going to look those up and put them in the video tomorrow.
It'd be nice to get a Zelda set that's not $400. Just saying.
They're going to release a Hyrule Castle set for $500. Jokes on you.
Right.
Next up, Karkun. Making sure credit card works. Finalizing pre-order start in 3 minutes. Time a message. What have you all pre-ordered? Yeah, we went over all that in the first time. I told you that in the chat. So I'll just go back to the beginning of the stream.
Rewind.
Enjoy the
or check out our clips channel.
There you when it's up there in like
it's
a week.
posted. Yeah.
I know how to brawler. An all digital future is one thing, but can we get games that aren't broken on day one? Well, from Nintendo, sure.
Mm-hmm.
I can't promise anyone else. In fact, I can't promise it if it's Pokemon. I can't even promise it. So.
Right.
Yeah, I think you're better off betting on it being a little broken when it comes to Pokemon. That's a safer gamble.
Yeah, just assume it's broken, then be happy if it's not.
Yep.
Karkun, this is confession. I only buy digital except for Cyberpunk 2077. I'll get the physical. I want to promote physical games still, even if it's not for me. Hey, there you go. An all digital person being like, yeah, but I don't want physical to go away. So let me buy the one third party that's doing it. Fuck yeah.
Cool.
Love it. Plus, you finally
I kind of like that sentiment.
Yeah, and guess what? That means you'll finally use all the features of your Switch 2, including the cartridge slot.
Oh, I'm gonna use the slot.
Oh, I know. Oh, we know.
For what?
To go 2 inches deep. If games go all cloud, I'm done with gaming. Yeah, I think a lot of people will be pretty pissed off if the future is all cloud gaming.
It probably is, though.
Not that bad.
I mean,
eventually.
Yeah.
Once cloud is like 1-to-1 with no latency issues
After I'm dead,
like that.
After I'm dead, probably.
As long as it comes with the giant sword like Cloud has in Final Fantasy.
Oh, jeez. Hooray, FT. If these games in game keys don't sell well, would that mean companies would interpret that as giving less support to Switch 2? I mean, it's going to come down to overall game sales, not just the game key card sales. So
yeah.
I mean,
I think
companies always have to make decisions based on that stuff. What do you think in Gamebird?
I was just gonna say if the key cards don't sell well, they're just gonna sell digital.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's it.
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna interpret as less support for Switch 2. It's like, oh, more people buy digital. People aren't really digging the key cards. We're just going all in digital.
Yeah, that makes sense. Jared McFarland, thanks Jake for helping me get a Switch 2. Best Buy pre-order.
You're welcome, Jared.
Hopefully you're not Jared from Subway. He's supposed to be in
That's Jared Fogle.
What happened to that guy?
Hey, I just saw Jared. I don't know what the last name is.
You don't know what happened to that guy?
No.
Oh, well, go enjoy some light reading.
Yeah.
Google will be your friend.
He liked children a lot, and he's now in prison.
He's in prison?
Google
yes.
What happened to Jared. I don't want to talk about it on the show.
Yes.
It's not good.
Yeah.
It's not good. How likely is GTA 6 on Switch 2? Should I buy a PS5 just to play GTA 6 if it's not likely coming to Switch 2? It's a tough one.
It's coming.
Well, it sounds like no matter what, you want to play GTA 6.
I mean, Stash made the good point earlier about it. If it's coming to Series S, right, a version has to come to Series S. So theoretically, it should come to Switch 2 then.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no guarantee. So the thing is, like, if they don't announce it and you have to have it day one,
they could also not have it be the first game that doesn't come to the S.
I think if it doesn't come to Switch, I think you should actually get an Xbox, to be honest with you. It sounds like I'm just going to make an assumption here since there's not a lot of information on here. I mean, I personally prefer Sony machines, but if you're not big on Sony or Microsoft and you strictly play Nintendo consoles, at the very least on the Xbox you'll have Game Pass, and so you'll at least have an opportunity to try out a bunch of games.
If you like Nintendo games, you want to play Astrobot.
No, see, we're missing the whole point. Xbox comes with a free trial of Game Pass, and they get to play Expedition 33.
No, you're missing the free point. You're missing the whole point, Nate. Everything is an Xbox. Like this right here, this is an Xbox.
Well, it doesn't have Game Pass, Mike.
This is an Xbox. It has Game Pass somewhere in there.
Somewhere
like Ass Pass.
Mike just tipped the mug over. It says Game Pass on the bottom of it.
Venata712 said, listen, Atlas, announce Persona 3 Reload and Persona 4 Remake for Switch 2, and I will give you many monies.
Yep, same here.
All right, I'll announce it.
All the monies.
There you go. Happy Kitty says, remember, denial is the first step to acceptance. I know what that was about. God damn it. Stop it with
it's your hentai.
Fucking hentai. God damn it.
Yeah, you hate it, but you love it. Am I right, Nate?
Yeah, fuck off. God damn it. Squirtle Master Kenobi. Do you think they will eventually give support to Switch to share games? I think it's a shame that you can't do that right now. Oh, you mean like the game share feature? I'm going to tell you right now, no. And I think the reason is it's not powerful enough to do it. You got to remember, it's streaming. You're beaming a game to another system, so you're running the game almost twice on a single system. Switch just doesn't have the power. It struggles to
underestimate my power.
Switch struggles to run games on one screen. Just for context. But what do you guys? You guys disagree with me? No.
What's the question?
It's on the screen.
It says, "Do you think they will eventually give a
support for?" They're asking
some of the words.
Yeah, they're asking if the Switch will get game share on its own without Switch 2 in the future.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think this is a Switch 2 thing, and I think that a lot of it does have to do with what you said with power.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of games are even going to support it. It's going to only be
power. Is that the reason that GameCubes aren't on Switch 1?
Yes.
No.
I mean, they might use that reason.
Yeah, exactly.
But we know it's not the real one.
Yeah.
Paper Mario, 1,000 Year Door, Metroid Prime with enhanced visuals, but they can't. Come on.
It's a lot different than emulation. Emulation isn't clean. I just want to make that statement as someone
I can play all those games using emulation on my Switch right now.
I play it on my phone.
No problem.
You can, sure.
Clean.
Switch
okay.
Handle it.
Okay.
Wait, I did that one. This one. Timothy Bryce. How do you feel about Nintendo requiring multiple purchases on the same account, different users for online and multiplayer when no one else does? Wait, what? How do you feel about Nintendo requiring multiple purchases on the same account?
Same account.
What? No, they don't.
About a single game?
No, they don't. What? Different users for online and multiplayer. No, that would be the. So you're talking about the fact that they got rid of the multiplayer thing with the game share stuff. But here's the thing. It's not the same account. You just have to buy a second copy on the other account that the person you're trying to play with.
Yeah, that would be a different account.
Yeah, you literally can't buy a digital game twice on the same account. Doesn't work.
Maybe they mean like for the family account. So like they just got the wording wrong.
Oh, maybe.
They mean the family plan.
Yeah. When no one else does. Well, yeah, no, we all agreed it's kind of shitty they just like got rid of a feature.
But you only need one copy of Mario Kart to play with the whole family. So if within the same household.
Yeah, that is true. That is a fair point. You can also
online multiplayer though.
So multiple local share for 2 kids. So when we're talking about local, okay, Mario Kart World's 160 plus now. No, you can actually use the game share feature with Mario Kart World and beam it to all their Switches.
Yeah. Yep. Like Star Wars, like Star Trek.
Actually, no. If it's just about having everyone play together at the same time, no, they have a game share feature for Mario Kart World that you can beam it. They don't even have.
He specifically said online in the question.
Yeah, you can play multiplayer online.
Yeah,
with one copy.
Yeah, with one copy. You already can do it with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah. You don't have to, if it's about them playing together, only one person even has to have a Switch 2, for crying out loud. But but here's the thing. That's a unique situation for a game that supports the game share function. Again, not all games are going to support that.
Yep.
So, it's rock in a hard place. We all wish they didn't get rid of the feature, and it sucks ass. Check my VGC list. You have 313 games. Jeez. You know what? I think a lot of people today finally found out what their total digital game count was.
That's how many just hentai games Nate has. That's crazy.
I only have 118 digital games.
I don't even want to go on to the next question. I just want to end the stream. Wisemer Clint says, Project 007. Thoughts?
There are two numbers, 0, 0, and a 7. And if you put them the other way, it spells Lou.
Well said.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Does anyone have actual thoughts?
Ask me your thoughts. So that's what I was thinking about when I
this game's been in development for a long time by IO Interactive. Since I looked it up, I think a week ago. It was either the end of 2019 or beginning of 2020. That's when it was formally announced, which, as you know, you don't formally announce something unless it's already been worked on. So this has been in development for a long time. So
that's right.
You'd think that maybe we hear something soon. Maybe. So that would be my immediate thoughts is that we should hear something soon, right?
Mm-hmm.
IO does Hitman. So I'm interested to see, of course, if any of the gameplay mechanics would possibly carry over to a 007 game. What perspective is it going to be in? Are we going third person first? I'd like a third one. But either way, I'm genuinely interested because I don't think Nintendo would have shown, or flashed it at the Switch 2 launch event unless there's something going on that they've seen and they know it's going to be great, and it's only a matter of time until they show it, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to add one thing to that. Pierce Brosnan's coming back, baby. It's going to be Pierce Brosnan again, voiced this time by Pierce Brosnan.
Wow.
Just wait and see.
That'd be cool.
Michael Parker.
So cool.
I'm going to go out on a limb and predict that Metroid Prime 4 will feature a Halo crossover. Calling it.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Poor Metroid, man. That's a great game.
Gaming in the blood. Do you think Switch 2 cartridge will perform better than the Switch 1 cartridge with an upgrade in the Switch 2?
Yep, I do.
Yes.
Sure. It's a faster cartridge using a newer standard. So, yeah.
3D NAND.
Yep. Switch uses 2D NAND. So, for those who don't know. And Joe Taku just said woof. I think he was woofing.
I get it.
Yeah, all the gifted members.
Yeah.
You get it. It's a code.
He set an all-time records that no one's ever going to top it at Sash's channel.
Every time I see someone write woof, what do you guys think of?
Think about
of what?
I think about Parks and Rec. No, I think about The Office, where Ryan would try to create this this company that sends you notifications on everywhere, like a fax machine or a message. It's called Wolf. So you send a Wolf, you get a fax, you get a text, you get a DM, you get a Twitter, you get a Facebook alert, you get a MySpace alert, all at the same time.
I think
I remember that.
You send the
I
Wolf.
remember that too.
Eric, what are you thinking?
Buzz your girlfriend.
Yes.
There it is.
Buzz your girlfriend. Woof.
Yep.
Classic. Yeah, every time I see that, I see Macaulay Culkin looking at her picture.
Which actually, if I remember right, it was one of the kids of it was actually a boy dressed up as a girl because they didn't want to actually show Like they didn't want to make that much fun of a girl. So I think it was like one of the kids of the director or something like that, if I remember correctly. So because they didn't want to like,
yeah, I get it.
Oh, you guys are going way back to Home Alone, like the first movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Parks and Rec is not that far away.
Nah, it's not.
That wasn't Parks and Rec. That was The Office.
Oh, The Office. Yeah,
The Office. Yeah. Good show. These are all good movies, shows, everything. I love it. All right. Well, I think that's it. I don't think there's any more. I think we made it through like 40 things. Pretty crazy. Thank you guys for all the crazy support. Obviously, amazing night, guys. Thank you to our guests. You want to let them know what you got going on and where they can find you, Mr. Jake Randall.
Yeah, you can find me on Xbox and PlayStation under Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Also, Jake Randall on Twitter, X, and YouTube. Just the name as you see it here. I'm going to be doing a review on my channel, a video review. And
of what game?
You'll have to wait to see what game it's going to be.
Okay.
Oh, snap.
It might be a 33-minute review.
Well, that'd be good.
Mike Odyssey.
Hey, friends. Thank you so much, Nate, for the invite. Appreciate it. I'm always having fun when I get along with you guys. Monday to Friday, I have content on the channel. I'm in the middle of releasing my experience for Nintendo Switch 2, so I'm releasing I released my first impressions on Mario Kart. I'm working on my first impressions of Donkey Kong, first impressions of Cyberpunk, first impressions of the Boring Civilization game, first impressions of every first impression I had. I can't think about it right now.
Top 10 hentai games ranked on the
hentai, the hentai games.
How to get free hentai games on Switch 2.
How to download games on Switch 2. I released a video today. I wanted to say something because something happened during the podcast. I gotta thank Nate first for the invitation. But somebody's bought this. Somebody bought this. And said, "Oh, I just saw this on Nate's podcast, and I need to buy it." So they bought it, and I've been holding on to this for a long time. It took me about 2 months to make, so I am in awe, and I appreciate your support. Thank you so much. I'm going to ship it right away.
Look at that.
That's awesome.
So yeah,
if Nintendo's watching, we're just kidding.
Yeah, that was awesome. I appreciate that.
All around.
Huh?
Love going all around.
Yeah, so I appreciate that. I just wanted to say thank you. I'm not gonna mention their name. They just mentioned that they saw it on the podcast, and yeah. So I appreciate that. Yeah. So got good content going on. The Nintendo Switch 2 wave skipped my channel altogether, but I'm hanging out. I'm hanging in there. Yeah. Thank you so much for the invite.
All right. Then we got Sir Eric, the Spice Lord.
Yep, I'm here. And on the Clips channel.
And probably in a bunch of shit.
By the way, one more thing. Podcast Friday night. Josie reminded me. Podcast on Friday Night Live. Friday Night Live. And I want to cordially invite Mr. T in the chat. and invite Thunderstash as well.
Yeah. So yeah, bunch of stuff next week for PAX.
Yeah. He will probably be in a bunch of videos next week at PAX. Because I'm in a lot of pain every day when I'm walking around. So like I might even have Eric play a bunch of the games instead of me, and I might record because I don't I won't know if I'll be able
Are we all going to PAX? Are we all going to PAX?
I think just the Tetris block here.
Yeah.
Tetris.
Is doing it.
Okay, so
the Jakey, the Mikey, the Eric, the Prime.
Yeah,
I've always wanted to go to PAX. I've never been to one before, so maybe next year I'll.
If you want Nintendo, PAX West is like the guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
Is it?
Yeah. It's the
Nintendo. Only reason I go to PAX East is because I live here.
Right.
Yeah. Jake just lives there.
I was born in Boston.
I booked all this thinking, hey, maybe Switch 2, and now there probably isn't Switch 2. So now I'm trying to make other excuses to be there.
Yeah, right.
It's whatever. All right. The Game Bird.
What is up? The Birdman. You guys can find me here on YouTube at GameBird Classic, as well as Twitter at _Birdmaster. I've got a new video possibly dropping tomorrow, if not then on Friday. Kind of Nintendo's rocky launch with the Switch 2, but why there's still hope for this to be an incredible generation for them, as well as I am deep at work on a brand new intro for the podcast. I know how much you guys love the current ad we got going on. This one's gonna, it's gonna feel a little bit like that, but it's also gonna be a little bit different. So I'm hoping you guys enjoy the final product when it is ready. Taking
so
time,
excited.
a lot of ideas floating in and out. I've been experimenting, trying different things. Some work, some don't, but it's gonna be fun regardless. So
I hope there's nipple rub.
Hope you guys are excited for that.
Clip for that coming from me tomorrow, buddy.
Yeah.
I actually tried to record it.
Yeah, no worry.
I tried to record.
There's no rush.
And then the footage got corrupted. I'm like, well, how is the footage corrupted? I haven't had that happen in like years. God damn it.
No rush. I'm taking my time. This one's probably going to be shorter than I think the one we're running right now is like 3 minutes.
I got too into it, man. That's the problem.
Damn. Yeah, this one's going to be a little intense.
Dude, I literally bought the shirt from it today.
That's
Shirt
right.
sells itself when you have that ad played. Mr.
After the
Power over there, the stash man.
Yeah, you guys can find me on YouTube at Thunderstash Gaming, and then on Twitter at Thunderstash_YT, which is where I spend most of my time as far as social media. That's where I'm at. That's where I chat with everyone, of course. So it's a lot of fun. I enjoy it. What am I working on? So a lot of stuff. My birthday party's on Saturday. My birthday's on the 7th, so it's actually next Wednesday. So I'm going to be at the podcast. I'm not I don't take days off for my birthday. You know what I mean? Like I never took work off for birthdays, especially when it's like my own. So obviously I'll be there on Wednesday.
No one in particular, especially if their name is just the letter T.
No.
You would not want them to know that it's going to be your birthday.
Next time
on the next
it's just everyone. No, it's just anyone. You guys don't have to wish me an early happy birthday because I will be here on my birthday.
Nice.
In case you guys didn't know, his birthday is literally next week's podcast.
Yeah, I decided that months and months ago because we looked at the calendar and we saw that it was a podcast day. I was like, oh, that'll be fun.
Yeah,
that'll be a good time.
Yeah. Listen, and I'll tell you something. Okay, this is how much Stash loves this podcast. He's like, Mike, Indie Mania, as long as I can be home back in time for the podcast. Like, yeah, let's do it.
Thanks, Mike.
So on the same exact day that he arrived from LA, same night the podcast.
Yeah, that's gonna be a quick turnaround, but it's gonna be fun. So I appreciate you scheduling it so I can
of course
make the podcast because
next
time I got to
Stash,
keep that Iron Man record going.
Next time you see Stash, he'll be wearing the Monopoly top hat and like the little suit and everything. He already has the Stash, so.
Oh man.
But outside of that, so yeah, I'm still working on the Assassin's Creed Shadows review. I'm like 65, I think 70 hours in. I'm getting towards the end. So that'll be interesting. Like you want to see that review because again, really believe this is coming to Switch 2. Obviously, it's been PEGI rated, so that means it's coming. I have a portable projector that was sent to me to work on, and it's from a reputable company that I've actually followed for years. So excited for that one. Nice. I have 2 accessory makers that already mailed out packages that'll be here soon for Switch 2, like accessories. They should be here within days. So I'll be like reviewing those and talking about that. I have like a list. I have a list of a lot of stuff coming, but I'm really excited. Tiring to think about, but I'm excited. So that's what I'm working on. A lot of stuff.
You guys know what's up with me? I'm Nintendo Prime. I post daily, basically daily Switch 2 news videos. I already have a couple things lined up for tomorrow's video, but we'll see what happens. Besides that, we do this podcast every Wednesday, and this is really what I like to push. I think this is my favorite thing that I do on my channel. It's been my favorite thing I've ever done on my channel has been the podcast. So you guys should definitely check this out again next week. It's going to be cool because we're going to be in a hotel room. Me and Eric will be. and it's Stash's birthday. So we got to go hard for the birthday.
Hot tub.
Oh, you're already going to be in Boston on Wednesday?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay, cool.
Am I gonna be part of the podcast next
Dude, I should come to your hotel room.
Yeah, we're going to be arriving.
It won't be weird.
Oh, we did it 2 years ago with
we got the pull-out couch and the king bed. Plenty of room for 2 inches.
All right. Well, that's what I like to hear. You're speaking my language.
There's a hot tub.
Dude, watch me just show up with my copy of Expedition 33.
Why not?
He's going to guarantee that Eric plays Expedition 33.
Right. You will play this.
He'll just bring his portal. That's all he needs.
Yeah.
That's true.
There it is. You got it out of the box. I'm proud of you, Jake. Proud of you.
Thanks.
Hey, it's just one more crapper to play it on for your video.
Exactly.
Oh, man.
I need a hotel one. That'll be great.
Yeah. That's going to do it for, what's this, episode 17, I believe, of the season 2 of the Nintenbyte Podcast.
Next week, we're legal.
Yeah.
We'll be back same time next week. I got to remind myself because it's a different time zone what time that is. But it's 1 hour later or whatever.
Yeah.
Cool. See you guys next week, everyone. Peace.
Later.
Good night.